Man, I walk away for 2 minutes.
Yep, and it's just I can't repeat it. What was
Yeah,
said, but
no.
yeah, it was bad.
Hi, y'all.
Hi, Gidget.
Morning, Gidget.
How are you guys?
We're
Doing good.
fantastic.
So
Are we waiting for Belle to do the announcements?
we can, or we could just tell people.
I'm
What's going on?
I really want to say stuff.
If you want to, you could just go ahead at this point because eventually we're gonna devolve into bullshit. So
What happened? What's going on?
Well, we're going to make some additions.
Ooh.
expansions.
We're going to make some expansions with the Red Room, Blue Room. We feel like we've had a few people who have really helped us and really been all in with Red Room, Blue Room since we started. And we want to invite a few people to join the squad, starting with you, Gidget.
Thank you.
Okay.
Woohoo,
Shout
yeah,
out
all
Gidget.
right, yeah.
Shout out Gidget.
All right, Gidget.
Are we replacing Young King's spot?
I don't know.
There's more information coming, but Gidget's here and I'm excited, and we're gonna make a couple more announcements throughout the day. But yes, Gidget, welcome to the squad.
Hey, Gidget, congratulations. Make sure you get 25% of proceeds.
25%.
Okay. 25%. Damn, that's a big chunk. But okay.
25% of
Oh, well, now let's
$2.
show Mikey. Come up here, Mikey. I want to keep going. Mikey, get up here for a minute, buddy.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna go get my DoorDash. I'll be right back.
Okay.
My boy
Mikey to the box.
DoorDash.
Mikey to the box. Mikey to the box.
To the box.
Do you people cook?
I cook. I can't afford DoorDash every day. Mikey.
I can't
Notice.
every day. I'm actually
you
making
got that,
home.
right? So when I said you people, you didn't think it was a racist thing, right?
Shut up, Bleach.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
But TG was like right away, what do you mean by you people?
Did I say anything?
Let me
I can
continue. Let me continue on
My
with
thing
this really
is I
quick.
can read your mind.
Go ahead.
I want
My
to do
thing is-
another announcement really quick. We have
That's my thing.
decided to make some expansions here in the Red Room, Blue Room. We just announced Gidget coming in, and Mikey, congratulations. You two have been voted into
Let's
Red Room,
fucking
Blue
go.
Room.
Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, Mikey.
Mike.
Yo.
Mike.
Yup.
So,
Doing big things here, boys.
Mikey, you get a Star of David even twice the size of the one I gave you.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Crazy. Oh, what are you guys up to?
we're debating and doing this. I've been waiting all morning. I got up early. I was so excited about the announcements. I got up early.
That's crazy.
I've been holding it in for like 3 hours.
Damn.
Bex couldn't wait to
Listen, if this is the pinnacle of excitement within your day-to-day life, then I think that there's something else that we might need to figure out. Or
There
something.
definitely is. Like I definitely there's definitely issues. Oh, I'll let you up, Q, when T-Bone comes back. Give us just a second. He's grabbing his DoorDash. I'm making chicken nuggets.
I am making homemade Chipotle.
That sounds
Nice.
good.
Yum.
Homemade Chipotle bowls. Yep.
That sounds delicious.
I just
Hey,
ordered an absolutely shameful and ungodly amount of Chinese food that I'm about
Bro,
to tear into.
I seen you with like the mountains of fucking egg rolls yesterday on cam, bro. Did you eat all that shit?
I got the egg rolls. Yeah, I got the egg rolls last night, and then I woke up this morning and was like, damn, bro, I want to get some chicken or something. So I literally ordered 5 or 6 large entrees, and I'm about to just sit here and just pig out all day, bro.
So I went to the corner
store
and I got me some
shit.
mashed potatoes and meatloaf with gravy. I'm about to fuck that shit up, and then I'm gonna make some homemade Chipotle later on. So, yeah, I mean, wait, so I gotta ask you. So, what was your claim one more time, bro? Just to confirm. I'm sorry, I'm black and ghetto, so that's how I slang. That's how I talk slang. Ask.
black and
Yeah,
ghetto, but
I
we're in
know.
America.
Compared to you, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
America,
I know, but we're in America.
America steals black culture. Get it?
No,
So
we
you will
made
be
it. We
saying
made it
you will
because
be
black.
saying it the same way
If it was
soon. No, you
African
will be
black
saying it
culture,
the
you'd
same
be
way
tongue
soon.
flicking and
You will
mud
be saying
banging.
the same way soon. Trust me, because
Yo,
you
Durant.
know
You are that
you
is
know
our
that black
culture. So
people,
long as you're
we're the
speaking my
style.
language,
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
my culture, buddy.
But you say black people vernacular sometimes, right?
No, your
I catch
vernacular is
you.
tongue flicking and
I
mud
check you.
banging.
Okay. So you're the snake, huh? Okay, not
No,
me.
that's what you guys are.
All
I
I'm
mean, I'm
doing is
sorry.
hearing
What do
you
you guys
hiss.
think you made up
All I'm
English
doing is
too?
hearing you hiss like a little
Do you
bitch,
think you made
Robert.
up? Do you think you made up
I just hear
English?
you hiss like a little bitch, Robert.
Here, watch. Tell me if you understand.
Oh,
Robert.
oh wow, that's so typical.
Wait,
Typical of a Hispanic
wait.
white man
I understood that.
that
Yo,
lives in New
Robert, why are
Mexico. That's a
you?
shame
That's your
for you, buddy.
people. That's your
Didn't it,
culture.
right after
How's
the
your life in
politics,
New Mexico
That's your
treating you, Robert?
culture.
What movie was that?
Oh, okay, I get it.
That's your culture.
You're
Did you
poor.
Some
forget?
movie.
Did you forget that's your
No, you're
culture?
poor.
How's your life in Atlanta?
I don't live
How's
in
your life in
Atlanta. I
Atlanta?
don't live in Atlanta.
Well, most of you do, so
Most of us do.
just a guess.
Yo, most of you do is
Wild.
crazy.
This motherfucker, bro. Anyway, Mikey, I need to know your
Yeah,
claim one more time, brother. You said that
yeah.
you agree with Banks. You said that they are practicing fair underwriting under. I'm sorry. Go
Yes.
ahead. I don't want to
Yeah,
miss you. Go ahead.
my claim is simply just that when people talk about redlining,
Hey, right.
it's having to do with kind of like loans and underwriting and stuff like that from banks.
Got you.
Typically, the argument that's made is historically,
Uh-huh.
right, that this was influenced based on racial bias, and this is why there
Right.
was about a 10% differential between loans that were accepted for white people as opposed to accepted for black people. That's actually the distinction that we find in the times of redlining was at about a 10% distinction. It wasn't all
Mikey.
black loans were not accepted, right?
Mikey.
But the point that I bring is in the modern day, when we
Uh-huh.
have things like AI that remove the human element
Got
out
you.
of the situation and they
Got you.
just are inputting the specific guidelines that the
Okay.
bank uses,
Got you.
though
Okay.
like it's not based on historical data, right? It's
Right.
not based on like scraping data of like
Are you
which
sure
the
it's
banks.
not based on
Yes,
historical data? Are you sure
yes,
about that? Because what I did
yes.
Absolutely
research
not.
is that they are using historical data, some of it.
They're not.
And
Absolutely.
so I want to reference the
Absolutely not.
Lehigh study, that you gave me. I want to
Mhm.
confirm, and we're not getting into it just yet because I just want to
Yeah,
make
yeah,
sure I got my fucking shit together. You know
yeah.
what I mean? So that I just want to confirm this study real quick that you referenced the Lehigh study,
Mhm.
right? All right,
Yeah.
hold on. I want to make sure this is the correct one. Make sure. Hold on. Let me see.
By the way, Mikey, when you need an expert on this, you can call me.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Call the Jewish
Bleach, you
man
literally
about
admitted that you
underwriting.
found,
Call the.
but it's crazy because Bleach admitted that they do practice redlining in the company he was working for. He said that.
No,
You
that's
admitted
not what
that.
I
I
said.
remember that
Dude,
argument, Bleach.
Dude, you don't remember shit
I
because
do,
you don't
Bleach. You
listen.
said that I
Okay,
seen
what
it.
did I say? What
You
did I
said
say?
that you have seen it in your company that you was working for, that they were redlining. You did admit
Okay,
that.
all right. So let me tell you
Hold
what
up.
exactly
Yes or no?
said.
Did you not say
I'm
that?
gonna
Yes or
say
no?
I'm gonna repeat exactly what I said.
Okay.
Okay. I said that there was a form of what you would call redlining.
Okay, so it was redlining. Got it.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
If this was my money, I would have did the same thing. Right. So
Okay.
what had happened, it wasn't particularly had nothing to do with it, a color or anybody being there. It was the actual neighborhood where there were, I don't know, like 12 houses on the block,
Right.
and 8 of them were burnt out.
You know what that's
So
called?
the bank, let me
Go ahead.
finish, please.
Okay.
So the bank said this, I mean, you got to remember, this is like 25 years ago. Okay. So the bank said, when the appraisal came back on a property, it said, listen, we're not lending here. And the reason why, because the default rates were so high.
Mhm.
And some of these banks some of these smaller banks couldn't sustain these losses, so they wouldn't lend in certain areas because the default rates were so high.
No, I
That's
get
what
it.
it was.
I get it. So that's digital redlining, literally.
Okay, you can call
I
it whatever
got
you
you.
want.
All right,
I would
because
do the same thing.
it's pertaining to a zip code. All right, so look, so
It
Mikey,
wasn't a zip code, it was neighborhood, it was block per block.
but
It
was
wasn't
it,
zip code, it was block
was it
per
attached to a
block.
zip code though? That particular block, it was in
No.
a zip code, yes or no? It had to be.
Every block's in a zip code. That's
Yes,
dumb
right.
question.
But yeah, so that would be considered digital redlining.
No,
because
it wasn't
you saying
digital.
that in that particular neighborhood, you're saying that
Genius. Hold on.
you saying
There
in that
was no
particular
digital back.
neighborhood they had 12
You're
houses
so
that
stupid.
that people defaulted on their loan, whatever.
You know
They
what? You
seen,
might learn something if you
bro. Okay,
fucking
I did
listen.
enough studying. Get out of here.
You didn't
I'm not even-
study
so,
shit.
Mike,
This is
hold
what I
on.
do
All
for a
right.
living.
We'll disagree. We'll agree to disagree.
You
Hey,
can't
Mikey,
disagree with me. This is what I do
I
for a
will
living.
agree to disagree with you. Okay,
This is what I
listen,
do for a
Mikey.
living.
Yeah,
That's what I do
Mikey,
for a
real
living.
quick. So the name of that article, is it called Measuring and Mitigating Racial Disparities in Large Language Model Mortgage Underwriting?
Okay,
Is
so
this
do you
so?
know
Hold
what?
on, Bleach. Hold
Do you
on,
even
real
know
quick.
what? Hold on.
Bleach, be
No,
quiet.
do you even know
Bleach, I'm
what the
trying to
system?
set something, bro.
Before you start,
I will come
speaking,
back to
do
you in a
know
minute.
what the
Hold
system
on,
is?
Bleach. Hold on, damn it.
What's the
Hold
system
on.
called?
I'm gonna come back to you in 1 second. I just want to confirm this article so I can make sure that I'm on the same page with Mikey because we're trying to have a debate. On
I
on
don't
Friday.
fucking debate
Real
you
quick.
with this.
Okay, so hold on. So yeah, my bad. So is the author Donald E. Bowden III and McKay Price? Is that the same? Because I have okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Because
There's
I
no
have an
way it's
article for
possible.
Lehigh University. This article came out in
Okay.
I want to say August 2024.
So Mikey, you there?
Hold on, we're just
And
trying
by
to
the way,
Bleach. Hold on, we're just trying to set something up. I just want to make sure this
he's on teacup. So when you're saying digital, back 25
digital
years ago,
zip.
they were,
Go
dude.
ahead.
Why don't you fucking shut up for a second?
Go ahead.
Stop speaking. When you say digital, back 25 years ago, there was no fucking digital. Okay, I'm talking about this happened 25
Did y'all use
years
computers 25 years
Oh
ago?
my god.
Did y'all use computers 25 years ago, Bleach? Yes or no?
It was not digital. It was
Okay.
all paper.
I get
It
it.
was all paper.
I get it.
The way these decisions were made were by the actual, when the appraisal came in. By the way, the appraisal wasn't sent digitally back then. It was sent in paper form. So they had to, the appraiser would have to overnight it to the bank. The bank got the appraisal, and that's when they made the decision. There was no digital about this. So you're just wrong in what you're saying.
Okay, so if a particular neighborhood that's attached to a zip code has racial disparities, meaning like, okay, if a couple of people defaulted in that line, and the bank decides, the lender decides, hey, we're not going to lend in this neighborhood, all because of 12 people that may have fucked it up for them, right? But that doesn't mean that the other people in the neighborhood they match the same qualifications. But just because you had a couple of bad apples, they choose not to lend in that area. That's digital redlining, brother.
That was 25 years
That's digital
ago. Again,
redlining. Look it up.
There was no digital.
Digital redlining, my guy.
It doesn't exist.
It does. What the fuck you mean?
Not.
I did extensive research on this shit.
Okay. So tell
I
me,
understand this shit now.
Okay, so
more
answer the
clearly.
question. Answer the question.
So look it up.
What is the mortgage underwriting system called?
Well, they're using AI now.
Again, it's the fucking same name. What is the mortgage underwriting
I don't know
system?
the system name, but I do know AI is implemented. Wait, go ahead. You can. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Bleach, because I understand that how they get their results.
You know the way it works.
I understand how they get their results.
No, you don't.
Putting their
How do they
putting
do
their information in the system. Putting the information in the system.
What do they put in the system? Tell me, what do they put in the system?
God. If someone's trying to buy a house, they have to qualify them. Yes or no?
Again, what do they put in the system?
Bro, I'm not trying to have this
argument. So you just say
I'm not because I'm not going to give you my shit that I have saved ready to go.
I do this
debate.
for a living.
I don't give a fuck. You didn't even know what red lines, digital redlining is. You said it doesn't exist.
25 years ago, digital redlining did not exist.
So do you agree that it exists today?
No,
it existed 25 years ago, motherfucker. If it exists today,
no, absolutely not.
What the fuck are we talking about?
You'd have to prove it to me.
I have plenty of information to prove it to you. Plenty.
Yeah, and I have plenty of information.
I'm waiting to
that will refute everything you say.
Bro, whatever. All right, well, you can debate me out there, Mikey.
I'd love to debate you on the subject anytime.
Okay. All right. But yeah, I understand. So I got the article. Damn, where Mikey go? Damn, Bleach, you motherfucker. You just fucked it up.
I made Mikey go somewhere?
No, because I wanted to confirm the article.
Okay.
So I can make sure that this is the right one that I researched and did my shit on. so I can
The only
present
thing
this in a debate.
they put the person's information in, they put the credit report in, they put the job and income in, and guess what? There's three. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know
So
what are
put
the
my
three? Let me
Bleach.
ask you a
Just be
question.
quiet, Bleach. Please,
Go
please,
ahead.
please.
Let
Hold
Mikey
on.
finish and I'll
All right,
explain.
Mikey. Thank you. So, Mikey, well, so was that the right article? So what is? So I have the authors of this article that I looked up, and it is correlating with AI, and they did a study on it and stuff like that. So the
Yeah,
name,
yeah. You're
the author is Donald E. Bowden the third. Is that correct?
mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
All right, so
Donald.
that's
Yep.
the same.
And then McKay,
Perfect.
I believe, is
Yep,
the other
McKay.
guy.
Yep, and then Key Yang and
Yep.
Luke. Got you. All
Yep.
right, perfect. All right, that's all I needed to know, bro.
Hey,
I'm
Mikey, how
broke.
do you have
I'm doing
digital
it.
underwriting when there was no fucking digital
Yeah, no,
25
yeah.
years ago?
So we're talking about applying. So what
Today,
I'm doing is I'm making an argument where we look that digital underwriting is occurring today, that banks are
AUS,
using AI, they're using AI and LLMs
Yep.
to be able
AUS.
to, yeah,
Right, the
exactly,
system's
exactly.
called
To be
AUS.
able
It's automatic underwriting system. That's what it's called.
yeah, exactly.
It's been that, and it's been
And
called that, and it's been used for the last. Um, geez, that's a good fucking question. I would say the last maybe 10 years. I don't remember when they first started using it because prior
Mikey, good to see you,
prior
man.
to the AUS, prior to the automated underwriting system, they were manually underwritten. Then I would say that you could probably had some issues back then.
Well, I will explain the new modern way where the problems still occur in a debate.
I'd love for you to do that.
Okay.
You guys want to hear
Tune
something
in.
Because
crazy?
I could tell you of
Friday, noon
all
o'clock. At noon. I
my
say noon o'clock.
years of experience and
12
seeing
o'clock,
this.
noon, Friday. That's when I'll be available. Me and Mikey, we can do the lightning. And hey, let's do it. I'm ready. I'm
yeah,
trying to
yeah,
sharpen
yeah.
my skills up,
I
trying
got
to
you.
be a better debater. I'm not, hey, I know Mikey, you do this shit all the time, debating,
No,
as
yeah.
far as
The only
formally. I'm just want to just sharpen my skills and hey, fuck
So,
it,
Mikey,
yeah,
you're debating that it's not a
yeah. If
problem, right?
you
Yo, guys, can
Well,
you?
yeah,
Yo,
yeah. I'm
guys, hold
debating
up
that
for a
it's not
second.
based on race. It's
Yeah,
based on things like
you're gonna destroy
like
him.
riskier factors, right?
Correct.
Lower credit score, high
Correct.
debt to income ratio,
Absolutely.
things
Because
like
that's the
that.
way. That's the way
Yo,
the
yo, yo.
AUS.
Let me interject for just a second, guys.
Okay, what should
Mikey, where you at, man? It's good to see you, dude. I haven't seen you for a while. Are you there?
this is gonna be weird.
Are you gonna interject something?
You guys, relax,
What's up,
dude.
buddy?
Yo, I'm just saying, it's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you for a while. Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, man. How you doing,
How's
man?
life? How's
It's
life?
good. It's good.
Okay, you
It's
guys
good.
get in each other's DMs, and let's move on.
Yeah.
Nice.
Can we move
I
on?
wanted to tell you guys that. I wanted to tell you guys something crazy as hell, dude. Because you guys are really smart people, and I know you know a lot of shit because you're hanging out with Mike. So, all right. It says the meek shall inherit the earth, and what I get from that is that radical anything is going to be dealt with one way or another, no matter what side it's on. Up, down,
Wait,
Okay,
left,
that
right.
was very
wait.
insightful. Thank you
Oh,
so
thanks for
much.
Is
that.
that
Wait, hold on.
insightful?
So
Right? Okay.
Back
wait,
to the
Radical
convo.
anything will be dealt with at
Sure.
some point.
so your claim is radicals on left and right? So I'm sorry, I didn't
Any
understand.
radical.
This
Any
isn't Phil,
radical.
bro.
Okay.
TG, you don't
All
want to
right,
deal with
calm
that.
down, Jay.
Phil,
It's not.
bro.
I
Dana,
don't
you
know
don't
how
know what a
it's hurting
Phil
your
bro
feelings.
is. Are
This
you
is the Phil,
okay?
bro.
No, that's not what this
Debate,
is.
bro, Phil, bro, whatever.
Yeah,
Fuck
no,
you.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm the one that
she's
created that
lost
whole
in the
bro
sauce.
thing.
Bro.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
she is.
not very much in tune
She
with the
thinks anything she
internet.
doesn't
There's
The
a
understand is
chill
still
chronic
bro, a
bullshit.
online
sad
internet
bro, an
bullshit.
Yeah.
apprehensive bro, a debate bro.
Debate
Right? I'm the
bro slash
creator of
Phil
that whole
bro slash
terminology. So please
incel
don't try to use my
slash
terminology
whatever the
against me. Don't ever use my own terminology against me. That was
whatever
horrible.
the fuck, God.
Okay,
Call
you
yourself.
guys stop being snowflakes, all right? Calm the fuck down. You're gonna be okay. I'm not here to hurt you or troll you or do anything like that.
Yeah, will you just mute up now and let the convo continue? Thank you so
No,
much for the insight that you
because I
provided. We
just wanted to.
appreciate it.
When I say fairly well to Mikey, I will leave. But you guys got to stop acting like
Wait,
children
you
and
came
allow me
up
to
here
talk
just
to
to
the
kiss
man over
Mikey's
here.
Don't you
ass?
have to work
He
on
wants to pick
inheriting the earth,
Mikey's
sir?
Yes,
brain.
I've known him for years. I saw
Okay,
him, and
so
I'm trying
why
to
don't you guys
say,
get each other's telephone number and
you know
go out
what?
to
You know
lunch,
what,
go out to
honey?
coffee, etc.
This is an
My
open
heart.
panel.
This is
This is an
obviously
open
a some
panel,
liberal.
and
Well, and that
everybody
means
is
I can
allowed to
talk
liberal
to
over
you
talk.
here
next.
crying.
Everybody
I can
is
talk to
allowed to
you.
talk here at the Red Room,
And
Blue
me
Room.
too. and me too.
Yes, you are,
Relax,
but
Jay.
Yeah.
It's
so
not
So
is
you don't
big
get
deal.
the
so
I
is
don't
peace when
care. I
I
don't have
say.
any motive, Jay.
You
I
don't
have no
get the
motive
peace
here.
when I say. So stop trying.
I
I have no
do.
motive.
I do get the
I'm
police
not
Well,
a
you're
lot.
hanging,
trying
but it's
to
not going to do
climb
any
your
good because
totem
I don't
pole or
respect you.
anything like that.
And
I'm
I'm
not
not
trying
going
to
to
make
follow
friends
you.
with
You're
any of
not.
you guys.
You're not
Just
red
like
room, blue
nobody
I'm
room.
just trying to
respects
say
you.
fairly
Just
well
come
to
up here.
Mikey.
Nobody,
I don't care about
literally
any one of
nobody
you.
respects you
I
or
don't.
listens to you.
It was
Stop
such a
trying.
nice
Ma'am,
conversation
ma'am,
until you
I
came
don't
up.
care about you.
You
I'm
don't.
trying to say fairly well to Mikey.
Go
Like
ahead,
Okay,
Drop.
goodbye.
No, yeah, it's good seeing you. It's good
God.
If you
seeing you,
don't
buddy. I
like
hope
it, you can
everything's
leave,
going good
All
with
Dana.
right,
you.
Mikey.
I
Well, it
do
was
like
good
it.
seeing
That's
you.
why
I
I'm
was
here.
glad I was
I'm
able to
having a
say that. These little
having a
Yeah, of
snowflakes, they don't
fabulous
know
course.
how
time.
you
Hey,
put
take
up
care,
with them, but
Tiberius.
all right, take care,
It's
Nice
good to
brother.
seeing
see
you.
God
you.
bless,
Nice
man.
seeing you
God
again.
bless.
God bless,
Yeah,
brother.
God bless you.
God bless, man.
And hey, lady, go
And
suck
then
a
me.
dick, all right? It'll do you a fucking solid.
Wow.
No,
Is
I
that the
don't
meat?
follow
Are
advice
you one
from
of the meat that are going to
incels.
inherit the earth?
Sorry.
Is that one
Don't
of the guys
follow
going to?
advice from debate bros,
Is he going to
incels,
be inheriting the earth?
people that spend their life on the internet and
Just
don't have
checking.
So
jobs.
do you, Dana.
No, I honestly don't. Like
You're
I can
here as
tell you what
much
Yo,
as
I've
wait,
all the
so
done.
rest of
here's
us.
the wait,
Went running, went to
T-Bone,
church, completely
T-Bone,
cleaned my
here's the
kitchen. What have
real
you done, Bex?
T-Bone, here's the real question, bro. Are you
Nothing.
here?
Besides sit on the internet
Okay, Dana.
and eat. We can hear
hmm
that. Which is
Yeah,
today.
yeah, it's good to eat. You know what I mean? Eating
I
is good.
mean, yeah,
Yo,
it's
is
good to eat as
T-Bone
long
is
as
Hey
it's
guys,
T-Bone
I
it's
gotta
here?
do
healthy.
Hey,
something for a
Mikey,
little
Mikey,
bit.
Mikey,
Um,
Mikey.
I will
Wait, real
I'll
quick,
catch y'all
T-Bone,
like
before you wait, hold
huh?
up, T-Bone, before you dip. Uh because I'm red room, blue room now, does that mean I get a badge next to my name, bro?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
a
I
big
I
Jewish star.
I mean, we
Do I
don't
get
have
one of them?
badges.
No, I'm saying the gear, bro. Do I get the mod
The
powers, bro?
mod
Or
Trey's
do I
powers. He
trading
like
wants
me in for
mod.
Mikey.
Yes.
Oh, I don't
Upgraded.
know. Did we talk about that? We got
Yeah,
stand by. We got to
Wow.
have more meetings and stuff.
yeah, but he should get
Brandon,
mod.
Brandon
He should
think
get
is in.
mod for sure. I modded him in my live.
I mean, I can give him mine now, but
He should get. He should get
contingent on
mine.
it potentially being taken away.
He should get
all
mine.
right, but
So, Mikey, just to let you know,
listen,
it's
I know if Dana ain't getting her mod taken, then I'm not getting my mod taken, bro. You know what I'm
so
saying? Like,
I did get mine
Well, I
taken. I'm
can't.
not a mod. So
so Mikey.
there you go.
Because it's because you don't follow me, Dana. That's why I
Hey,
can't keep
Mikey,
him
there's
on.
3 decisions the AUS system spits out. Do you know that?
yeah, yeah.
You know what they are?
It's isn't it denied? Isn't it? There's obviously denied, accepted, and then there's also like pending, right? Or like some kind of
No.
like a
Yeah,
no?
it's no.
Okay.
It's a refer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Which you know what that means?
It means that you can reapply
No.
in no? Okay, maybe I'm
No.
confused then. Okay.
Yeah, refer means it has to be referred to an actual underwriter.
Right, okay, yeah. Yeah.
So
Then
it
it's up to
can't be.
them as to
Yeah,
whether
it
or
just
not they
can't be.
decide to
It
take it
just
on.
can't be manually approved.
Right.
And it doesn't matter whether that comes back with an approval or not, right? Because what happens is, just remember, when somebody they put an approval, and if they don't have all the documents in front of them, and they're going, let's say you came to me and you said, well, I make $100,000 a year and blah, 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 and blah, 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 right?
Hmm.
Now I could put all this information in and with your credit score, but now when I get your documents and they're different from what you told me,
Right.
then your approval doesn't mean it's garbage in is garbage out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my main argument is just that I don't the issue that I find, right, in the conversation around redlining is I think that it's fair. I think that it's fair to say historically that there was I don't know why TG keeps
Yes.
dropping. Because I do want to be fair to him. I don't want to like that's part of the reason why I was like, I don't know if I want to take
No,
this debate with you,
absolutely.
bro, because I
Like
don't
I've
want to
said,
just like
there are
but real quick, what I'm
practices.
yeah,
There
I
are
think historically we could say that yes, there was obviously factors of human
right.
influence and biases and things like
Right.
that. We can grant that, right? But the issue that I have with it is that people even today will say if there's any distinction, right, where there's like a
It's
higher
crazy.
like propensity or likelihood of
Right.
loans to be rejected based on the metrics that we're using, which is high debt to income ratio, lower credit scores, things like that, which are natural. That's the fiduciary responsibility of banks when it comes to giving home loans,
The
right?
craziest thing.
Is that they
Let me
have
tell
to
you.
take these things
Yeah.
into consider. Well, real quick, let me just say, because they have
Yeah.
to take these things into consideration. Because if they don't take these things into consideration, that was 2008. That
Okay.
was when people with credit scores that were, dog shit, like your local white stripper woman was having like 5 houses and a condo because people were literally just giving loans out because there was a financial incentive for the bankers to just accept these loans, right?
Wall
Because they
Street.
were being shorted.
Thank you so much
Wall
for
Street,
that.
Right.
yeah.
Are in the account now.
Wall Street made
Let me
that
see
up.
what we got going
But at
on.
the end of the day, when
Right.
it comes to when it says about race, it's not even fucking possible. And to even say that somebody, let's say for example, me, right?
Yeah, my bad, Joe.
So if I'm running alone, right? What's my incentive to deny somebody because of their color? I mean, it's stupid.
Right.
That means I'm going to not make any money, right? Because that's the way
Right.
I get paid. So I'm going to just say, you know
Exactly.
what? I don't want to make any money. I don't
Right,
care.
but Bleach,
You're
are
a
you under
dickhead.
the impression that when people are racist, it's based on does everybody act based
I'm
off of
tell-
logic and reason,
It doesn't
or do
Well,
we
when
matter.
we're
sometimes
talking
act off of
about,
emotion,
Okay, but this
well,
doesn't
prejudice,
matter.
and
We're
bias?
talking about mortgage lending, and this does
yeah,
not
yeah,
happen.
and the issue
It does not
that we're
happen.
talking about is
The
we're
question
talking
was for
about a
Bleach. I'm
whole
sorry.
the
He's a
issue.
grown man.
Well, you're on
Bleach,
an
are
open
you able
panel.
to
Yeah, sorry, you're on
respond to
an
what I'm
open
saying?
panel.
I'm sorry.
Anyways, when we're
Yeah.
talking
Bleach,
about in
I
a
was asking you
system.
the question. And
No, yeah, I don't know.
respond.
Who died and made this woman queen to prevent
I've
people from being able
always
to
been
talk on
queen.
an open panel?
Where the
That's
fuck are
Queen
you?
Dana.
That's
You want
Please
crazy.
go ahead
No,
and
anyways,
respond.
Have
I
you
know
ever
that you
been
like to try to
introduced?
save
That's Queen
people,
Dana.
but
this is so insufferable. Like, why do you guys not care about the platforms that you're on? You claim you care
guys.
about these. Yeah, you claim you care about these
I
people,
add a
but then
lot
you
to
guys,
every
because your
platform.
own
You,
personal
on
issues,
the other
ruin
hand.
the dialogue.
No, I just asked
So
Bleach a
why don't you
question.
actually keep to the way that you like to act, like you give a
Okay,
fuck
thank
about
you
these
so much
people,
for your
and just
crash
let
out.
them actually let
Bleach, would you
actual
mind?
conversation take place? Like, are you joking?
Bleach, would I just ask Bleach a clarifying question in response to something he had said? So
Go
that
ahead.
doesn't mean you need to overtalk. I asked him a question. Mute up
Yeah,
and
go
let
ahead.
him respond.
Oh,
Thank you.
mute
Go
up,
ahead, Bleach.
mute up.
Yes,
answer
thank you
ask
so
the
That's
much.
question
crazy.
again.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Go ahead, Dana.
Okay, Bleach, go ahead. We
No,
have a
ask the
man-child to my right.
Ask the question
I
again.
didn't so. Okay. Go ahead.
Ask the question again.
My question, you said it wouldn't make any sense for me to be racist and deny black people alone.
Correct.
And I said, are you under the impression that human beings do not sometimes act irrationally based off of biases, fear, or prejudice, and in a
I'm
non-logical
saying
fashion?
I'm in a degree of
Racism isn't
I am
necessarily
in a degree
logical,
of
I guess.
certainty of 99.99% that this does not happen.
Excuse me, but you didn't answer my question. Why are you?
The point of the
I'm
point
not
of the
asking you.
thing.
I'm asking
I
the
don't give
gentleman
a
who made the
fuck,
claim.
What
Dana.
I'm
Thank you.
I
saying
do
is,
not care.
no, I don't think
It's an
people do
open
that.
panel.
Please
You don't
calm your
control.
emotions.
It doesn't matter. You
Xanax,
don't
whatever the
control the
fuck
panel. It doesn't matter. Like, shut
whatever the
up.
fuck you
In the
debate
lending
rooms
business,
do.
it's
It's
about
an
the
open
green.
panel.
It's not
This is
about the
so
color.
dumb.
I don't give a
Take it
fuck
Like,
if
this
you're
is
Xanax,
black.
so
shut up.
Nobody
stupid.
cares whether you're black, white, Hispanic,
And
Asian.
That
the
Nobody
isn't
point,
gives a
yeah,
true
shit.
that nobody
Bleach,
cares.
They
Bleach,
care
the
Is
about the
biggest
has,
point,
money.
Bleach,
wait,
Show
Bleach,
me the
Bleach, the
does
money.
this
biggest
country
point,
have a history of
bro,
racism?
Bleach, the biggest
No.
point is
Bleach,
that this is a
people have
system.
cared. So to
She's
say that
talking about a system. She's talking about individual instances where, yeah, maybe somebody could act irrational, but
Yes.
that isn't enough to say the whole system
Right.
itself is going to be acting against itself. Now, shut the
Correct.
fuck up, Dana.
well, that's not okay. No, I'm not going to shut the fuck up. Like I said, Papa's Xanax. Whatever. Do
Like,
something to
damn, like
relieve
you're
that
so
pent up.
insufferable, bro.
Relieve that pent up and
You're the one that's
incel
Again,
rage
ruining.
you
You're
have.
the one that's ruining the dialogue. If
I'm
you
going to
listen, if
speak to
you
No,
the
want
I'm
to
system that
ruining it
this
for
doesn't
listen,
you
happen.
listen,
because you
listen.
like to
If you
set
want
She
the
to,
literally,
okay,
tone
this
and
is
act
like
like
a
a fucking
great
okay, you're
cat.
ruining it for
conversation, and she
me.
just came
You're
up and
ruining
But
like
it for
Bleach,
completely
my
me.
second,
fucking derailed
I'm
it.
trying to engage with
But I
Bleach.
will tell
Please,
you.
I
Like, it's
understand
so
I
that
will tell
black
fucking
you.
people
Hey,
have
I'm going to
cared,
give
weird.
you a little.
but
I'm going to give you a
do
little
not like me,
insider.
and that's
Hold on.
okay.
I'm going to give you a little
But if
insider
we
information.
look at systems,
Hold on. I'm
Oh
going to
my
give you a little.
Bleach,
god.
let me make a
I'm
quick
going to
point, and
give
then
you
you
a
can
little
respond to what I'm
insider
saying.
information.
No, I
Insider
just want to finish making my
information.
point. Please, just
Go
listen.
ahead. Go ahead. Make your point.
Okay, so within systems, like for instance, we know studies have shown that diverse classrooms with lots of different cultures,
We're
races,
talking about
etc.,
mortgages. Go ahead.
they achieve at the highest level, right? But historically, we have segregated schools and aimed for monolithic type classrooms. So we know diverse work environments, classrooms, etc. And historically, systems have segregated and used racism. So systems do not always act logically. That is not true. So that argument doesn't make any sense. And people do not always act according
Fucking
to their
accent doesn't
fucking
make
Okay.
Okay,
sense. Like,
great.
what
So
So
she's
the?
doing.
what you're
Wait,
saying? Okay,
Wait,
what
so
you're
she's
saying?
direct. Hold up, please. She's
You
directly
have no
responding to
idea.
what I said, though.
No,
She's
I was talking to
directly
Beatrice,
responding.
not you. I don't
She
find
said
you.
your
I
name, but
don't
then
deem you
responded
all
to
for your
my
convo,
argument.
sir.
Like, are we really going to be this
This is
childish,
what she
bro?
does. She comes in, she insults everybody, and then she only wants to speak to who she wants
I
to speak
didn't
to, like
insult
it's
you
not an
until you
open fucking
insulted me,
panel.
ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's an
So,
open panel. Just because you say bleach, it's my point you were responding to, and I
yes,
don't
thank you. Now
care.
mute up.
So,
Hey, Ed. What's up, Ed?
Nobody has
Bex,
to
Go
mute
ahead.
up. Hey,
Oh
Bex.
wait.
hey,
So
Mikey.
to
Ed,
respond,
bleach. Both
to
of you guys are
respond to
pretty
that, two
entitled.
things.
Oh
Oh
Let's
wait,
wait.
my
don't
bad.
keep
Actually,
I
no,
going.
can fix this.
officer.
I can fix
Wait,
this. I can fix
yeah,
this. Hold on, I can fix this.
He's going to spend more money. Here we
T-Bone,
go.
yeah,
hey
that would be
T-Bone.
great.
Actually, I'll just do it. I'll just do it now. T-Bone, I have 25 in credit. We're gonna kick Dana for the day. All right, guys, have fun.
Thanks, babe.
Thank you, officer. Anyways, yeah, one thing I would want to see those studies that she's referencing about more diverse classrooms, excelling over. I'm curious about that. I've never heard that. That was a crazy statement that she made that I've literally never heard that. Maybe it's true, but I just don't know. And then secondly, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But but here's the other thing. Well, here's the other thing though too, right? When we're talking about, yeah, real quick, right? Second thing, right, is the banking system, like Bleach was saying, when it comes to underwriting and loans, this is literally the financial, incentive that individuals have being within this system, right? Schools can still get payment, right? Even without excelling when it comes to scores and things like that, they can still get money, right? So it's not necessarily the case, right, that it's a one-to-one comparison, right? Because those schools are not going to have the same financial incentive, right? Because that's not how they're dependent upon getting their kind of money.
I muted you for 5 seconds because you are slandering me in the comments. So, yes, you got muted for 5 seconds. You can type again, but leave my name out your mouth at this point, or I'm going to start being really fucking mean, Dana, and you don't want me to do that. You want to talk about how much I eat? Some people don't have to throw up their meals after they fucking eat. You know what I mean? They're okay with actually keeping the food in.
I just want to see those studies because I just want to see the methodology. I want to see why they.
Are we arguing the black? Are we arguing black people can't be racist thing again?
Yeah, they can be. That's Oregon.
No. We were talking.
So-
No. We were talking about the underwritings. We were talking about the underwritings.
Oh,
we were just
okay.
extrapolating.
Gotcha. But how did it go to
Because the
classrooms
point.
though?
Yeah, so I can explain.
Okay.
So Dana was bringing up the example that like people when they're racist can not be operating rationally, right? Even if it's against their own financial incentive. She's saying for some instances of these people that do underwritings of loans, if they're racist, maybe right. She's trying to make the argument that okay, well, like they could just be operating against their own self-interest by not getting paid for this, by still denying the loan specifically to black people because of the fact that they're racist. And she used the parallel with this, right? Or my response to that was, well, this is a whole system, right? This is literally the financial incentive of bankers to pass for loans to be able to happen. This is like they get money for this, for every loan that they, put through, right? So that doesn't really make sense for a system to do that. On an individual basis, you might be able to make that claim that there's some oddballs, right? But a whole system is a little bit different. And then that's where she gave the comparison of schools. She said historically schools were segregated, even though we have evidence that more diverse classrooms excel better. So she was like, systems do not always operate logically. And that's where I responded with, I want to see those studies for one about the schools, because I've never heard that. Might be true. And then secondly, right, schools do not have the same financial incentive because we don't work on a merit-based system in the country as it is, really, when it comes to like school funding. Right? It's not solely based on merit. There's a couple of issues here. It's not merit based when it comes to like test scores, things like that. It can come down to arbitrary things like sports. You know what I mean? Sports, local sports teams and stuff like that, as to how much funding the school is going to get or the favorability that they're going to get in the system. And then other schools will still get funding even when they have bad test scores.
Yeah,
So,
have you ever heard the claim that credit reports
I feel like
are racist too?
banks is going to protect banks, not the borrowers. So if they feel like off the data that they got that it's a risk, they're not going to lend out.
Right,
You have no idea.
So they're
what
going to
you're talking
protect
about.
themselves. So if that's based in
You
historical
have
data,
no idea
then
what you're talking about.
you might say
what banks
that.
are going to do is that they're going
wait,
to
hold up.
go
Let TG
by
land. Let TG land. real quick.
I'm
Let
just
TG
trying to land real quick. So yeah, banks is going to protect themselves. So if the data is based off historical like information of hey, this
Incorrect.
particular neighborhood is not going to make you a
Incorrect.
lot of money. even though the qualifications meet what they need, but historically in that neighborhood, they're just not.
So
Well, I think we're just going to protect ourselves just off the data we have and not lend in that
yeah,
area
that's not the way
because we're
that
going to
shit
protect
works.
us, not the borrower.
Yeah, that's not the
Right,
way
but
that
like,
works. You don't understand them. You
Well,
don't
no, it
because
does
you
work like
believe.
that, Bleach, because
No,
that's
it
what
does
companies do.
not.
They look out for
It does
themselves.
not.
functionality.
You have
They
no
look out for
understand. Hold
themselves.
on.
They're
You
not
have
in the
no.
best interest of the consumers.
Hold on.
They're trying to protect
You have
themselves.
no
That's my argument.
understanding. You have no understanding of what you're speaking about.
So banks
Literally
don't protect
none.
themselves, yes or no?
None.
So banks is
Zero.
willy-nilly going to give out loans without
Okay.
the
Do you know the
information, yes or
majority
no?
of loans are not given out?
Yeah,
They're given out by
I'm not
mortgage
even going to have
companies.
this
Hold on.
conversation with you, Bleach, because you're just
Yeah,
all over the place. I want
but
you
you
to
don't know
address what I
facts. I'd
said.
love to debate you on this subject.
Banks
I
will
would walk
protect
you up, down,
themselves.
backwards, forwards, and upside down because you have no clue. You're not
If
educated.
Well, okay.
you're
So
not
what I
addressing
will
what
say,
I'm
wait,
saying, though,
no,
Bleach.
I'll address what you're saying. I do want to address
Go
what
ahead,
you're saying. When
Mikey.
you
Thank
say
you.
banks, yeah, when you say banks will protect themselves,
You
I
don't understand
agree.
shit.
Yes, they
Right.
will.
Well,
Mhm.
wait, I agree, but the way that translates is that through their fiduciary responsibility, right? Which means that they have a fiduciary responsibility to the bank as individuals that are the acceptors of the loans or looking at the loan applicants, right?
Yeah.
And when they don't do this, this causes a really big problem in the banking and the housing system. And we saw this in 2008, right? In 2008, they had no longer upheld their fiduciary responsibility. They were taking tranche loans that
Hmm.
were actually very low rated and
I agree.
smuggling them
I
in
agree.
with a bunch of high rated loans to make it look like all these loans were acceptable and permissible, right? We even had instances
Would that
back then
could
of
that be?
people,
Oh
real
yeah,
quick.
go ahead. My bad.
No, you're good. We had instances back then of people that were literally putting their dogs' names on
Yeah, can I
loan
ask
Yeah,
you a question?
applications and getting
yeah.
acceptances,
No,
right?
I get
You
it.
had you had like strippers, right, that had like 5 houses and a condo in like Florida, right? Because they got accepted for all these loans
And they
under
all
this
lost it.
guise
And
that
they
they
all
could
lost their
refinance.
ass. Yeah.
And they all lost everything. Exactly. All
Hmm.
these people lost everything. And a bunch of banks also, littler banks, not the bigger banks, because obviously we know about the bailout,
They
but
got bailed
littler
out. Yeah.
banks closed
Yeah,
their
they definitely got
doors,
bailed out.
right? Right. But
Yeah.
littler banks
So
also
Right, but
got
this
So,
is
got
so
when
caught.
this
my
is when
pushback on
hold on.
that
This is
will
when
that.
the
Oh
lending
my
was
God, Bleach.
absolutely
yeah.
ridiculously liberal. Like they allowed anybody to get a
Okay,
loan.
but
They
all
give a
right. So
fuck
we were
what
talking
you.
about. All right, please hold up. So when we were talking about 2008, Bush was in the White House. He deregulated the housing market, but the
This had
Dodd
nothing to do
Franks.
with
So
Bush.
that played a part. No, it did. It did
No,
because now they didn't. These corporations can go ahead and give loans who the fuck they wanted to do, right?
it wasn't
Um,
them. It the money.
hold
You
on.
under, oh,
So we're
fucking.
not going to say that the
He doesn't even
Dodd
know where the
Franks
money comes from.
deregulation under Bush didn't have an effect on the housing crisis. Yes or no?
Yeah, well, it
Who
did,
gave
but
the
it was
banks? ATG.
it
Who
did,
gave
but
the
was a
banks the ability?
transitive.
Who gave the banks the
But
ability to do
so
this
now
lending?
when they don't
Who came
have the
up with these
regulations
programs?
on following that guidelines, Mikey, like you was mentioning, they can loan out to whoever they feel like, correct?
Whom
What regulations did
did
Bush
they
lift?
get the money from, TG?
I'm
Where
asking
did the
Mikey.
money
I'm
come
I'm
from?
I'm engaging with Mikey
I
Bleach.
know, because you can't
You're
engage
just
with
a
me.
side, you're just a
Yeah, but
cheerleader at this
TG,
point.
what
No,
regulations did
no.
Bush
Hold on.
lift?
But the
Bro, I
thing is,
just
I
wanted
can
to
talk what
Hold
the
up, hold up, give me
I just want to stick on this point.
so
Only
I
on
can
this
say
point.
fucking nothing.
With the deregulation of Dodd-Franks Act under Bush,
hmm
the
hmm
Republican, did
hmm
that cause these companies to go ahead and get into these predatory loans?
No.
Transitively, I would say that transitively, in the sense of Bush did this,
Mm-hmm.
which opened up the doors to
Right.
actually the traders, right, the Wall Street
Right.
traders,
The
people that are
lenders. Yeah.
tracking trends,
Yeah.
There you
I
to
go.
got you.
actually look at this and say, hey, we're going
Yes.
to short this, right, which
Yeah.
is what caused the problem, because that's what gave the financial incentive, because people started, like Michael Burry, obviously everybody that's ever seen The Big Short, right, one of
Mm-hmm.
my favorite
Yeah.
movies,
I gotta
he
watch that,
started
by the
going
way.
around.
I haven't watched that yet, but I do want to watch
Such
it.
a good movie, bro. Such a good movie.
Yeah, I
But he
got you.
started going around to these banks and was like, yo, can I purchase these loan mortgages, these tranche mortgages that you have?
Yeah.
Right. And he purchased like $50 million
Yep.
worth of them. Right. And
I
like the
agree.
banks were like, oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, of
Hell yeah. Of
course.
course you can
Right.
purchase these.
I
Right.
agree with that.
Because
Yeah.
that's more money in their pocket. So transitively, I could say, yes, the deregulation did have an effect on that.
Mm-hmm.
But if we look historically, leniency and more liberalistic policy or actions, I guess I would say, by banks when it comes to loaning,
Mm-hmm.
right, has always resulted in detrimental financial crises. For example,
Remember
the
what
Great
Bush?
Depression,
You
same
remember what
thing.
Bush? You remember what Bush ran on then too, right? And the reason why he did that. Do
Oh
you
hmm
know
my
why?
God.
because he wanted to make everybody own a home. That was what he ran on.
Well, how did that work
Yeah.
though? It didn't work like that. Everybody couldn't afford to buy homes, but there was predatory loans going
Yes,
on.
they were.
They was giving out loans to people who really couldn't afford it. Like you said, strippers and fucking dog names and shit.
Well,
They
let me ask
wasn't
you a
doing their
question,
due diligence. So yes, that caused the housing crisis.
TG, can let me ask you a question? Can you get a loan today without showing any income?
You have to. With that, I mean,
No, I'm asking you a question. Can you get a loan
no,
today
you can't get a
without
loan without
showing
showing your income. No, you can't
Okay.
get a loan.
Can I debate you, please, so I could just absolutely fucking annihilate you?
I'm so confused because
The answer is
subprime
yes, you can.
mortgages started under Clinton, did they not?
You don't.
I'm sorry,
There's
what
plenty of
happened?
hold on. There's plenty of loans where you do not have to show income.
What?
You have no idea what you're talking about.
In 2026, you got it.
Yes, sir.
So I can. So if I want to get a house, I don't have to show them my income, right? You're saying
You can buy a house
without
if
showing
you
them my
have-
income? Yes or
correct. If you, yes, without showing your
no?
income. Yes.
How does that work?
Well, it's what I do
Debt to
for a living,
ratio
so I
income?
know
They're not
what-
going to look at my debt to ratio income.
Nope, not at all.
And you used to work for what company?
These loans are done every day, all over the fucking country.
Okay, all right. We got one scheduled,
As long
officer,
as the only difference,
for
the big
Friday.
difference-
Me and Mikey on the same
Yeah.
topic.
Okay. So the big difference would be, the only difference is, you can get these loans, but you have to put 20% down. If you have
So you have to
20%,
put all right. So
if you have
you have to.
20%, listen to me. If you have 20% to put down, and your credit score is high enough,
Okay.
that's
You
all
don't
we
have
care
to
about,
show
is credit
income.
score. You do not have to show income now.
You do not have to show income.
No, the specifically.
I'm gonna look this up to confirm. I'll look this up.
You go look all you want. Go ahead.
I'll look it up. I can't take your word, but nowadays, I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to show your income.
Would you like to make a wager?
I don't want to make a wager, but how normally when people buy a home, they have to prove their income. I mean, I haven't met anybody who said, "Oh no, I didn't have to show my income. I just had
Let me
had
ask you
20%, and now I got in the house." No,
How
that
many,
doesn't work like that usually.
Yeah, no, it
Unless this
doesn't.
motherfucker got an 800 perfect or whatever perfect credit score, and yes, I'm in that situation. Sure, okay, I might can see that, but
How about if you have a 680?
well, that might goes, and when we get into the disparities, that might be different. There might be a difference from a white person that can get in with versus a black person, because I
Why?
looked up studies showing that black people and minorities have the same qualification as the white people, but they have to have a 120 point more score, even though they actually. No, it's not. It's facts.
It's a lie. It's not a fact.
See, look, I'm not even gonna get it because this is a
Right,
debate
because
coming
you
up
don't
soon.
understand the way the system
I
works.
listen. I
looking at those
researched this
applications.
shit.
They're not looking at the color of your skin.
I
They're just
researched
looking
this
at the
shit. I
color.
researched this shit extensively. Okay, since
Again.
me and Mikey had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, and I did
And
my
you were
research.
wrong then too.
No, proved.
I could prove
the
you
Federal
wrong
Reserve.
easily.
I have different sources I can cite
Yeah,
to prove to you what I said.
That's not the reasons why. That's
Okay.
not the reasons why they got turned down.
All
Has
right.
nothing to do with it.
Okay.
If a black person qualifies,
But
look,
why
if
is there studies
listen,
showing
I
that
can
that
get you. Listen, I can get you.
why
a loan
have studies
with only
have
putting
been
3.5
proven
if
that
you can prove your income. If you can prove your income, right? If you can prove your income and you being black, it's amazing. But I can probably get you approved with like a 580 credit score. 580 credit score, and you only have to put 3.5%.
not for a
down.
black motherfucker? No, you can't.
No.
No, because that's where the historical redlining comes in, and the stereotypical thing of black people don't pay their bills on time. We're going to default. Yes, that's all that plays a part into companies' decisions on people, black people, minority people trying to get a home.
TG, I would definitely pick a different topic to debate.
No, it's not. I did enough research to give it my shot at it. It's okay.
I've been doing this for over 30 years.
But you don't agree with digital redlining. You've been doing it for 30 years, but you don't agree with digital redlining?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. All right. I
can prove it's bullshit.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you don't work for that company no more.
Which company?
Whatever company that she was trying to give people homes.
Nobody does that anymore. It was 25 years ago.
All right.
I made that.
All right, Bleach. Whatever. I'm done talking to you with this shit.
I know you're not
Anyway,
educated
Because
enough to
all
speak
the
English.
deregulation happened between 1980 and 2000. Like it happened under Bush, but like I don't understand why you're trying to put it on Bush. Like he was just in the way.
well,
Right.
Republicans like to
It
deregulate.
started with Clinton, though.
Yeah,
Clinton started the
well,
whole
no, it
fucking
started
thing.
with Reagan. Well,
Reagan
Carter.
changed.
Yeah, Republicans like to deregulate. I know. That's what they're known for. They like to
Yeah, but
deregulate.
in this
And you're going to
particular
get these
situation,
problems with no
their
oversight.
deregulation had the least to do with it.
We do it so we don't have to get black people loans.
Like most of it started
Yeah.
with like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac type shit.
I mean, well, you know, those programs
see,
is
even those-
trash anyway.
even-
Fannie
even
Mae
those-
is trash.
But even those names.
Sally Mae, all that shit is trash.
Yeah, these
it's
are
just
all
a
white.
trap to get you to be in debt.
It's a trap?
Yeah, Sally Mae and Annie Faye, or whatever the fuck the other loan program was.
Fannie
for
Mae.
school.
Fannie Mae and
Freddie
Freddie Mac was the.
Freddie
So how
Mac,
you
whatever. All that shit was a trap.
How is it a trap? Explain.
Then they repelled Glass-Steagall in '99. That's still Clinton. That was Graham Leach Billy or whatever.
So can you buy a? Let me ask you a question to you. Can you buy a house without putting any money down?
According to you,
Commodity Futures Modernization Act was 2000. Yeah, this is all Clinton shit. The Community Reinvestment Act, the CRA, that's fucking Clinton.
Is there any 100% financing?
And that was made to prevent redlining. In fact, the subprime mortgage crisis could almost be like zoned in on like the overcorrection of redlining that wasn't really happening the way that they said it was.
Ed, you're 100% right. And then everybody got a loan, even black people, and you got fucking rammed in the ass when you got it too.
All right.
Look, I'm not blaming black people for this. I'm blaming white liberals because it's always white liberals.
This was a thing.
Don't get me wrong. It's always they're the worst people in America.
Back then,
I know. Blame it on the Democrats. Where have I heard that somewhere? Always blaming Democrats. I get it.
Well,
liberals.
Hey guys. What's
up, buddy?
Just received just real quick. I'm doing some things. I just received a message from someone saying that they're being muted in the comment section. Let's try not to mute people.
So the only reason why she's being muted in the comment section is because she's lying about me in the comment section. I've muted her for 5 seconds, 3 times. I told her if she could stop lying about me, I will stop muting her. But she's going after Officer. She just called him names. She's talking shit about me in the comments. Like, literally, shut the fuck up, Dana, and you won't be muted.
Right.
No, to be fair, bro, the way
I gotta go back to
beating up on.
I got some work. Look, I'm doing some work and stuff. I'll catch you on in a little bit.
If you're going to make fun of me, Dana, I told you I'm going to throw it back. You don't get to be disrespectful and then be mad when I'm disrespectful to you. So go cry to Tbones some more. If you lie about me in the comments, I'm going to mute you again. It's the deal.
Before you say anything, Mikey, because you go on a thing.
I was going to say, TG, I have one black friend. And only one.
Don't tokenize that black friend.
And this black friend buys houses all the time because he owns 167 units right now.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome, right? That's awesome.
He started when he's 31 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he buys every property with 20% down and doesn't show income.
And I bet, what is his credit score?
730.
Pretty up there.
730.
Sure, damn near close to perfect, I bet.
Well, it's 730. You can't. You have to have good credit.
But is that everybody though, Bleach?
What do you mean?
Is that everybody? Does everybody has a good credit score?
It's not hard.
When they're trying to buy a house.
The people that pay the bills on time, sure.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
to be abundantly clear, TG, when I say liberals, I don't mean just Democrats. They're the majority of Republicans.
No, I get what you're saying. Like Fetterman, like people like Fetterman and shit like that.
No,
even more than that. He's talking about.
I mean, like his mindset, Fetterman as a Democrat.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, fair enough. That's closer.
That's why I made that reference to him.
Was that before his brain surgery or after?
Who knows? He's a Republican in my eyes.
I'm talking about anyone left of Pat Buchanan, basically. I'm not interested in. They're liberal. Like, that's basically the situation we're at.
Yeah, the point I think that he's making is like, especially when we're talking about like economics,
Yeah.
both sides of the political aisle are
Oh
both
yeah.
pushing very similar types
Hell yeah.
of legislation,
Capitalism is the
right?
problem
Right.
in the government. Capitalism. That's all it is. Both
Yeah, because I
we have a
say
lot
that
of
it's like
capitalist guys on both sides that's in our government.
because I was saying it was
For
Clinton
sure.
age, and it was Clinton age, but it was also like that was a time where a lot of these economic policies, they were across the aisle policies. There was just as many Republicans voting in on these as they were Democrats. It had nothing to do with red versus blue.
Hey,
No, I get it.
one
I
thing
definitely
hold
understand the
on.
capitalist aspect
One,
of the government. So yeah, you're going to have them teaming up, coming across the aisles if it's going to benefit both, and they're going to make money on it for sure.
so yeah, hey TG. Not only did I want to tell you that minorities are able to get loans, and just people in general are allowed to get loans, but I think a lot of people get loans and they shouldn't get them. Because if it was me and this was my money, I wouldn't be lending to half the people that get it. You want to know why?
Well,
Do you know what debt to income ratio means?
yeah. Go ahead.
Does anybody?
Proceed. Yeah, go ahead. I understand
What does it mean?
Go ahead.
You have to prove to me you understand what it means.
Bro, just go ahead.
What it means in regards to a mortgage.
It means how much you make. It means
If
how
you
much you
have
make
more
in
debt
relation
than
to the
you
amount
have
of debt.
income, you're not going to get the house.
What is your debt based upon?
You said your debt based upon?
What debt are they basing it upon? All your debt?
I would say like the bills that you pay. That's important.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually yes, your
No,
gross monthly income.
No, that's absolutely incorrect.
No, because debt to income
Wait,
is like you're just trying to.
if they're looking at a history of your if they're looking at your debt to ratio income, aren't they going to look at your bills that you pay on a regular?
Again, because again,
when they look at your rental history,
okay,
would they look at your rental history? Yes or no?
Do they look at your rental history?
Would they look at your rental history?
I mean, the only reason why they look at rental history is if it's a like if it's they need another factor. Like if your credit score is really low and they want to try to get you approved, and they can use that as a mitigating factor. But no, most of the time they don't give a fuck about your.
Okay, so give me. So you've been an expert. Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I think because what he said, obviously it was simplified, but it's just front end compared to your back end, right? And your front end would be your housing expenses, your
but this is what people don't. You guys don't fucking understand. They don't calculate, because you can't, because it's not what you do for a living, right?
Right.
So when you're talking about debt to income, do you know what income do they use?
They use your pre-tax, your gross monthly income.
Gross, correct? Right.
Yes.
Right, and then what? And the debt ratio is going to be decided of these factors, right? It's going to be like if you have a deduction on your pay stub, like if you're paying child support, that would be one, right?
Or a student loan, or a car loan.
Well, hold on, hold on. The credit report's going to show you everything else. It's going to tell you what student loans and blah 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 blah, right? And then it's going to take into consideration what your monthly payments is, your taxes, and your insurance, right? Correct?
Yes.
Got me so far? Okay. So if you calculate that stuff up for most people, and you're not adding in what cell phone bill is, electric, gas, fucking water, all this, what your actual expenses are, it is way higher. I see people getting approved. You can get people approved at a 50. If their credit score is really good, you can get them approved at a 55 debt ratio, right? 55. Do you know what their debt ratio really is? It ain't 55. It's like 95.
No, yeah. Well, that's why
that means most of these people are living.
I came up here to say that the banks are expressively not acting on race at this point.
Not at all.
If they were, you would see essentially a lot less black people getting the loans that they're getting today. In all honesty, if we went by the raw numbers of things, right? And they don't do that because it's actually more. It's better off for the banks to take what would be marginal risks if you're doing them at a certain level.
Yeah, but then, I mean, You got to understand, most of the banks are buying most of the loans that are being done are not done by these large banks. It's mostly more like
Right.
mortgage companies, right? And they're taking it and then they sell it. So their risk is gone as long as there's no default in the first 6 months. If there's default in the first 6 months, they could be on the hook for some money, but not that much.
Yeah. Especially compared to their worth. Like it's never going to catch up to them in the end.
No. Like, for example, if you're I actually had this happen recently. Somebody bought a house, right? They bought a house in Florida. They got divorced, like, I don't know, 2 months after they bought it. And then they sold the house within 6 months. They took all the commission back.
Oh, dude.
Because the loan got paid off early.
So you can do realtors get fucked like that?
Not a realtor, but a loan officer could, yeah. It depends what your agreement is. Especially if you run a branch.
So if I throw down $100,000 on a 30-year mortgage, and then the next month I hit the Powerball and I just pay it all off. The guy that gave me that mortgage, he gets fucked on his commission.
Yeah, sure.
Ugh, that's rough.
Mm-hmm. It's usually in their agreement when they sign. Yeah. Because the bank that sold it's going to get hit because they had an early payoff. That means they lost money.
Right. I'm under the impression that even if you do have a lot of money, a mortgage isn't necessarily a bad thing to have.
Not at all. Well, it depends what rate it is. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But as long as the mortgage is going to outpace what else is going on in the market.
He's trying to have this conversation about things he has no. He read a few things, and it doesn't tell you anything he doesn't understand. You should go to people that work in the business and explain it to you, because
my point. That's my whole
it.
point. That's my whole point with the contention, I guess, that he has, is that I'm saying if we can look at these manual underwritings, programs or softwares, right, through AI that are being used, and we still see that there's still some kind of
those would be automated, not manual.
Right, my bad. That's what I meant. Yeah, automated. That we still see that there's a distinction, right, between two groups. If we're just looking at two groups of white people compared to black people, right? We've removed the human element. So then the question is it actually based on racism why this is happening, or is it actually just based on the fiduciary responsibility of banks, and that there may be a higher propensity of these kind of guidelines not being met by individuals that are of specific demographics, and that does not necessitate that it is racism. The problem is people go into these things thinking when we say everybody is equal, we mean on a moral level, right? It means I can't, I'm not justified in going and beating somebody just because of their race or something. It doesn't make them less morally valuable. But when we're talking about temporal differences, right? Is this XYZ group of people more likely to have, higher credit scores? Are they more likely to have better, debt to income ratios, things of that nature, right? If there is a distinction, it doesn't automatically just get explained away via racism just because it's a distinction of two different racial groups, right?
But ultimately, these people are getting these people who are and aren't getting loans are just being looked at as ones and zeros. The color of their skin isn't coming up at all. If it were, less qualified black people would be getting loans, in all honesty, because that's what racial discrimination would demand in that situation.
I would tell you that
which isn't there. It's not there.
The only way this stuff even comes about is they do class action lawsuits, right? So they'll file a class action. They'll tell a whole bunch of people to jump in that have nothing and never complain, but they'll jump in anyway. And this class action lawsuit, I mean, you can get, I would say that if you look at the actual numbers, and actually, if you pulled actual loans, you would see that white people are treated the same exact fucking way. And I will tell you this is it. The only thing that could really happen, certain bank, if you go to the major banks, right? They have a rate that they put out for the day, and it's based upon whatever your score is, right? And it can't change. Now, people that work for like mortgage companies, they have a little bit more flexibility. So they can put a rate lower if they need to, or put it higher because they know what they're making. You understand? Like, so I know what I'm
Right.
making on a loan,
No,
right?
and I mean, like,
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you're
but
a
even outside of what they're making, like you were saying earlier, it's just about the credit score, and that's
no, but
why
we could we
one
can't
of the most
control. But
popular like small black businesses right now are these credit restoration businesses. Like I was in the battle rap scene for a long time. I have a lot of friends on Instagram and Facebook. All of them had these credit score restoration businesses now. They all
yes,
went into it because they understand that high credit score equals more loans with better rates.
yo, check this out. Speaking of that, some people know how to do that, right? And some people do it well. And this is no joke because I do this for a living. So my buddy came to me last week. I was a few weeks ago, almost 3 weeks ago, and he came to me and he goes, he wanted to get his house from his girlfriend, whatever, they broke up, blah 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 blah. Because I need a loan. I said, all right, what's your credit like? He goes, it's not good, man. I said, all right, let's see what it looks like. So he pulled it. He had a 480 credit score, 480, right? He's getting a loan nowhere, right? Within 3 weeks, Ed, his score is 680.
I'm at 668 right now. What am I looking at? Who's giving me a loan?
Anybody. What do you want to get? If you want to buy a house, you could. You just need 3.5% down, or unless you're buying in an area that's like USDA, which is like depending
I
where
wanted
you
to
are.
start house flipping. That's my thing. I wanted to get like properties, but not like long-term properties.
Well, normally when it's house flipping, like stuff like that, you need like 20% down.
Yeah,
But
that's
there's a way around that.
What's up, Sunny? How you doing?
What's up?
hello.
Chilling. You know, I saw the backdrop and I said, "Ooh, I
No,
want to
yeah, we
answer
could,
that
yeah,
question."
we can go to the,
I,
we can go to the topic, yeah. What's your thoughts?
I forgot all about it. I mean,
Black people cannot be racist, and credit reports are racist.
really, I was under the impression black people are the only people that could be racist in America right now, with how the power structure is set up and all.
Yeah, I think black people can be racist, 100%.
Yeah, yeah. The way that,
Is this
the way that I always see this kind of discussion is, I think it just comes to the way that we, like, two different people, right, are going to be using the word like racist, right? Like we're just going to say that it's like prejudice, or like, yeah, what is it, prejudice or like
Plus
hate
power,
based on
prejudice plus
no, no, no,
power.
no, 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 prejudice or hate against somebody based on their race. That's how I would define racism. I think anybody can fulfill that. Other
Yes.
people are going to have some kind of a way that they're going to define it, being, like what Dr. Good was saying, like prejudice plus power, or some kind of
Right.
instance of a system. But then I just think, like, it's just like a verbal dispute. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You start to go
At the end of the
descriptive
day,
against
that's
prescriptive.
what the argument will always
Yep.
be with this prompt, is that the definitions of race, in my personal opinion, with me just doing a study and understanding the history of this country, no, black people cannot be racist because it requires a system to keep a particular race in power, which we don't have as minorities here in this
Okay.
country.
So
Okay.
could I
And
ask?
then my
I think an
argument, hold on real
interesting.
quick. Let me land my plane real quick. So when we talk
Sure.
about racism, right, it's not just personal, it's a structural, right? So racism is law, policies, policing, housing access, lending systems, education. You got healthcare, a media narrative, Carmelo and Alston Metcalf, right? And hiring and wages, right?
All right. So
Therefore, in my argument,
Hiring and
black people cannot
wages.
create or enforce a racial hierarchy that disadvantage white people. So no, black people cannot be in racist. Can we be bigots? Sure. Can we be
okay.
xenophobic? Sure. But when you're talking about being racist towards another group, you don't have the power to do so. That's my
All
argument.
right. So what I would
So,
ask, I think a more interesting question would be
bruh.
like, why would like the layman, who would be the person that would think that racism just is racial, expressing hatred to someone because of their race, except your like long-winded, like layered explanation of what racism is actually supposed to be. Like,
You're not
what's
even
going to
addressing his
make like
claim.
Tom, Dick, and Harry even care about your definition?
You're not even addressing what he said.
No, I. What do you mean?
You didn't address what I said.
You didn't address anything.
You try to
he
pivot
said.
to somebody else or
You
something.
just said that I don't like what you said.
No, because I'm fine with the idea of systemic racism, like, and it being a definition. I'm talking about, why would you think that would be the casual definition? Why do you think every time a discussion of racism comes up, it's within the purview of these systems?
Well, in my
many
opinion,
people
we
don't
didn't,
even know exist.
because my opinion that we didn't create the social construct. Black people didn't. White people did. So that's my argument.
Okay, so even in your argument, TG, do we have white people that suffer economically and socially? And
Yes,
politically?
because due to the white supremacy, there will be suffering under white supremacy, even if it includes white people.
Okay.
Even John Brown knows that. He was fighting for black people to be free, but he still got unalived. John Brown in history had got unalived due to him trying to fight against.
I just asked
No. I just want you to understand my position in history.
I understand.
I'm referencing it.
I don't want to lose my thought.
Okay,
please.
I got you. Go ahead.
I don't need you to monologue at me. I promise you I'm smart.
No, you're good. You understand John Brown, though, right?
Can I make my point? Yes or no?
Do you understand the John Brown reference I was trying to make? Yes or no?
God. Yep.
I got you. Yep. So white people will suffer under white supremacy too. Yep. No, I just want you to make sure you got my point clear. Got you.
Okay. Like I was saying, if whites are subjecting whites to the same treatment, because you just admitted that socially, economically, and politically, they suffer too. Where is the systemic racial aspect of it? You can say it's systemic, sure, but where does that racial aspect come from when you just admitted that whites and blacks are suffering?
Not as many as white versus black and other minority groups. That's the problem. So hold on real quick, just want to say, because John Brown was one white person fighting against slavery. He was unaliving other white people in the name of trying to liberate. I'm sorry.
It's 2026. Let's talk.
But that's still, hold on. History plays on what's going on. Hold on. So yes, it's 2026, but it's been over 400.
So we don't even need to talk about
Oh my God. Yes, I get it, but the history, 400 years.
I understand the history. I'm
yes.
black.
So do you know that history is important to what today's?
So let's just keep
hold
going,
on. Can we agree? Can we agree?
Can
we agree that history plays a part of what's going on today?
We're both black.
Can we agree that yes, we are both black? But we agree?
So let's get back.
I want to still stay on my point, right? Because I'm not pivoting nothing.
People.
Yeah, exactly. And we have differences of opinion, so we might not agree, but we can agree to disagree. Yeah, we go. But I want you to understand what I'm coming from, right? Because
oh my God, bro.
Yes, you saying that I'm stupid. Oh my God. No, I just want you to understand what I'm saying. I don't think you're stupid. I just want you to track what I'm saying. But you keep saying 2026, like that doesn't have an effect in history because it does.
Because you're not affected by slavery today.
Yes, we are. Black people are.
Your claim is
hold on, please, because you just made a claim. So
why are you yelling?
Black people
you need to take it down.
No, you good. I'm just passionate. I'm just passionate. I'm not yelling at you. No, it is deep because we have these stupid conversations every day, and black people and other people seem to keep asking the same question and not understanding these conversations that we're having. Many times, many studies has been shown that black people can't be racist, but we still fail to educate ourselves to understand why. And that's the problem.
Study shows black people can't be racist.
Right, it does because it's terms.
Show me the math that tells
because if white people created the social construct, because if white people created the social construct, construct of race, right?
And you continue it.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting me every time. I'm just keep repeating myself.
Continue the social construct.
2026, right? It's still effective. We're still effective. Yes.
Because you're continuing
black people just a little bit over 50 years ago, black people just got the right to vote when white people have been voting for over 200 years.
How old are you?
Damn near close to, right?
How old are you?
No. I want you to understand what I just said. Black people just 50 years ago.
Know black history,
so would you agree? Hold on. So no. So would you agree that black people didn't get a fair chance, a fair start? Do you believe that black people didn't get a fair start?
I
Yes or no?
believe the majority of black people did not, and I believe that there
Okay.
were. Can
So
I
now,
finish
now you
my
saying that, I just want you to agree to that.
a
Now, I want to
host?
finish
Are
what I
you
was about to
really gonna
say.
let him cut me off in the middle of me
No,
answering the
yeah,
It's an
guys,
question?
open
guys, yeah,
panel.
host. Well, hold on. Host is
My
away,
bad.
but
Go ahead.
let's try to get some
Okay.
Can I
moderation. So
finish my
let
Yeah,
damn
yeah, I
let
got
thought?
you. Go ahead.
Sunni
Go ahead.
yeah
Hey,
let
can we have a
Sunni
lightning
respond
round?
to you.
Can we have a lightning round with them too?
Okay. There were black people 100% that were oppressed. Nobody's denying that, which is why I'm baffled as to why you want to go down and regurgitate history that we already know.
Right.
Everybody in this, I'm not done. Everyone in this room knows that slavery happened, and everybody in this room knows that it's bad. Everyone in this room knows that there were amendments that had to be added because racist white people decided to do mean things. We know this. I'm not going to
And
pretend
they
like we
still
don't.
are. There still
Can
are.
I finish my thought? It's not that difficult. What I am trying to get to is how that affects you today, sir. All I want to know is how slavery is affecting you today.
All right. You finished?
I asked a question.
Okay. Yes. So when we're talking about history and slavery.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
I
you don't
said,
want me to
how does
respond?
slavery
So no,
affect
you don't want me to
you?
respond to you, or do you want me to respond? Yes or no?
I want you to tell me about
Okay. Don't
you.
tell me how to respond then. Got it. Stay muted, please. Thank you. All right. So when we're talking about the history, yes, if black people just a little over 50 years ago got the right to vote, and white people has been voting since over 200 years, yes, it's going to be effective. It's going to affect us today because we don't have the proper representation,
How
because we don't have the proper
does it
representation, because we
affect
don't have the proper
you
representation
today?
to get into office, to
We just
actually
had a
have.
black
Yeah, yeah.
president.
So you're not trying to have a conversation. It's cool.
How do you not have proper representation when there are black people
77% in the
in?
government is white men.
And why is that?
Because we just got the right to vote over 50 years ago
No,
versus
because
200
black
years. Do
people
you
don't
not
run
think, hold
for
on, let me
office.
harp on what I'm about to say. I want you to engage what I'm about to say. Do you think us just getting a chance to vote a little
You
50 years
didn't
ago
just
plays?
get the chance to vote.
So, okay, so you're not trying to engage what I'm saying. Exactly. You're
No,
not
I
trying to
don't
engage what I'm
agree with
saying.
what you're saying. What
So
the heck?
us just hold on. So black people just a little over 50 years ago just got the chance to vote. Do you think that that plays a part of us having a slow start of having some
No,
representation in the government? Well,
no.
I disagree with you
I know
because
you
that
do.
does affect us. Because
How does it
representation,
affect
if
you?
white people had a chance to vote for over since the 1800s
You're not
and
even
black
talking
people
about
just got
you.
the right to vote in 1960s and it's 1960s, don't you think that's a
But
little
let's
bit
but to be clear,
uh
wasn't it specifically white men because women couldn't vote
well,
till
yeah,
more
and I
recently
agree with you,
too.
Bex. I will agree with you, Blex. Yes, white men was who majority is in the government, right? But yes, but they still played a part. That played a part of having us, and we didn't get
I
into
asked you
we
about
didn't get
you.
to a even start.
I
Okay,
asked
we didn't
you
get to an
about
even
you.
start. It wasn't an even playing field. So yes,
You're
we're
just
still
repeating
navigating through
talking
those
points.
disparities right now
What
as we
about
speak in
you?
2026.
How does
I
slavery
literally
affect
just
you?
gave you a
No, you
reference of
didn't. You
the
said
voting.
we.
Voting
Didn't
matters here
black
in this
men get the
country. Do
right
you
to
Sir,
not
vote
how old are
understand that?
you?
immediately after
How old are
slavery?
you? How old are you, TG?
So you're not engaging what I'm saying.
How old are you, TG?
It doesn't matter how old
Yes,
I
it
am.
does matter. How
All
old
I
are
know is
you?
in the 1960s that black people just got a chance to vote, and it's
You
only
keep repeating the
2026.
same thing, brother.
Yes, because you're not addressing what I'm
Great.
saying.
I did address it.
Okay, what did you say?
I don't agree with your assessment. This is the
Oh,
third
but
time
okay,
I'm
now prove
saying
me
it.
wrong. But prove me
I'm
wrong then.
trying to, but you're not answering a
Okay, so
question.
don't ask me how old I am. Prove me wrong.
You have been able to vote your entire life.
Okay.
So once again, how does slavery affect you?
So you're not answering my question. So you
I
said,
did, sir, you asked me to address what you said. I addressed it. I already addressed that earlier. I said bad things happen in history. Nobody's going to deny that. Did you miss that part?
okay, so
I
what?
think you did. And then I
So
moved on
that
How does
because
doesn't
I
have
already
slavery
so
affect
addressed
you,
that
slavery.
TG?
bad things have happened to black people. But what I
Okay.
asked you was, how does this affect you? You keep
Because there's
bringing
still
up the fact, I'm
disparities.
not done.
Because there's
I'm
still
not done.
disparities from
I'm
us
not
not
done.
having a chance to
You
vote on
just brought
time.
up the fact that you kept bringing up voting. Fine. They got the right to vote. Notice how I didn't disagree with them getting the right to vote. But what I asked you specifically was how it affects you. You've been able to vote your entire life.
Collectively, not just me, collectively, us black people.
I know that, but I'm asking you about you.
Racial disparities, ma'am. What else can I continue to grow? It's not just slavery. You have Jim Crow. You have we have what else? We have the
How does Jim Crow affect you?
what do you mean? Education.
How does Jim Crow affect you?
Education. It's a lot of shit. So why are we going? What up? So why are we going to a course? You know these things, and you know if you disagree, then you just don't understand, and you're just a white supremacist in my eyes. Right?
I'm just trying to figure out what
you don't understand the history of.
I'm a white supremacist. Huh?
No, yeah, you sounding like a real white supremacist because like you acting like these things don't affect us as black people. We have a different. It just didn't stop in slavery, right? We have other aspects. It's a lot of shit
slavery.
Okay, so we can move on to Jim Crow then. We can move it on to how you definitely you is tapped in. All right, so let me ask you this question. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Do you think that racial disparities in this country don't affect a collectively group of black people? Yes or no? Racial disparities in this country, do you think that affect us or it doesn't affect us?
No.
Okay, yeah. So we can't have a conversation. We're going to agree to disagree. There's no point in having a conversation. It's going to be certain, because you're just going to say what you think, and I'm going to say what I think.
He just admitted that he can't have a conversation.
No, because we're not going to agree. Because you're going to push back.
We don't have to.
I can point out. I can give you studies. I can show a lot of things that racial disparities affect us.
But you haven't
when you
said
agree with it,
about what she's asking.
You're not going to agree.
Just angry yelling like you were yesterday.
Hold on.
Can I fix it?
You are tapped in, and you're definitely whitewashed for sure.
Yeah, TG, since you can't stop talking and you can't answer her questions, why don't you guys
I've been answering her questions.
Why don't we get a judge and have an actual debate where you can't just keep fucking monologuing?
We can do
I'm not debating someone who doesn't agree on facts.
Exactly, because you're not listening. You're just yapping.
Hold up.
You're just talking loud, and you're not answering any of her questions.
Hold up, bro. Shane, hold on. Yeah, you guys are both on the Sunni. I don't even know. I got you. They did a debate tier list, and I told them they better put your ass on there because you're a good debater. But you guys could do a lightning. I mean, you guys could, it's a just quick little 30-minute debate, back and forth.
No, I'm not.
Drop the boxes.
If I prove a fact,
Mikey, this whole conversation is disingenuous.
Yeah, it's disingenuous. She's not going to agree with it.
He's trying to have a conversation from a very systemic angle, and he's trying to talk about systems of oppression.
She's using debate tactics. She's not pulling up sources to
literally
disagree with
asking him for anecdotals when he's talking to her about systems and economic structures.
It's not disingenuous when the two have two different concepts that they're meaning. One, when they're using the term racist, and two, when she's talking about why the implication of his definite. Yes, stop.
Mikey, that's not what makes it disingenuous.
Don't even attempt to do that.
Mikey, what makes it disingenuous is because instead of
I'm mid-sentence. I'm literally mid-sentence.
So was I. I was mid-sentence too earlier.
Okay, bro. Okay, yeah. No, let's just keep doing the back and forth because that does so much fruit. Again, the definition of racist that she stated is different than his. When he gives the definition around systemic racism, and then she's asking why she would adopt that definition, is that there's some kind of value point to it or an implication on her life as to why it would be necessary. That's the point. That's why she's asking the questions that she's asking of him. That's why he's also bringing up the history in response to her, right? This is why it's a debate. They have two different perceptions here. It's not disingenuous. To say somebody doesn't hold your same worldview or understanding, specifically of a concept, does not make them disingenuous. That's equivocating.
Okay, so when I hang on, TG. When I said she was disingenuous, right? I'm specifically directly referring to the fact that he's talking about things and systems that directly affect all African American and Black people in the United States today. Hang on. And again, it directly affects them. And instead of actually engaging with the points he's saying, I don't care.
She's just disagreeing. That's it.
She's
not proving me wrong. She's not showing no sources saying that why
Mikey, I swear, watch it back because he's over here talking about Jim Crow laws and the ways that they still affect people today. And she's going, what about you directly? What directly affects you?
Am I not Black?
Yeah, what does that matter?
So then you're talking about how
You
it
sure
What does
ain't
that
affects.
matter?
acting
Why are
like
you
it.
appealing
Hold
to your
on.
race?
Hold
Right.
on.
Why are
Exactly.
you
talked
appealing to your
about.
race? I don't care.
You're a
There's a lot
dumb
of
black.
there's a lot of
You
white
talked about,
supremacists who are
bro.
black,
Hold on,
white,
bro. Let her
Hispanic.
talk. Hold on, bro. Let her
Bro,
talk. Don't steamroll.
you literally said out your own mouth that all black people are systemically affected. Last time I checked, I was black. So
Okay.
this all
And
should
a donut.
encompass me.
And
Why
a donut.
doesn't it?
Well, Suni, here's the thing. Here's the
And
thing.
a
It
donut.
does.
She said
No, no, no.
all.
So here's the thing, Suni, and I get it, right?
You are being
Do
effective.
you
You've
do you
been
live
called
off grid?
right.
Do you live off grid?
I live in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, you live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Do you have health care?
Yes.
Okay. Do you live in a community?
I live in a house.
Okay, thank you. Do you use public roads?
We all do.
Not we all. I mean, I don't know. You're saying you are not affected by this, and he's directly telling you how you're affected by it because
How
it's
am I
systemic.
affected? I love how
It's
you're
systemic
able to tell me my
because,
experience.
again, Suni,
I
stop
love
making
it.
it personal. Stop
You
making
just
it
told
personal. If you
you don't
engage
make
with
it
the
personal.
system, if you
Collectively.
engage with the system, you are affected.
This makes no
Exactly.
sense.
It makes no sense
Zero.
because you live in La La Land.
How do I live in La La Land?
You live
What
in
the
La
fuck
La
are you talking
Land.
about?
You exist in a system. The system affects you because you live in the system.
Huh?
What do you mean,
How does
huh?
it affect
Okay, so
me?
the
Yeah,
education
she's
system. Let's
dumb.
take
I
for
don't want to
example.
debate her. She's definitely
No,
dumb.
but
Hang
here's
on.
the
Let's
thing.
take.
You've
Let's
She
take.
you've
doesn't.
Let's
made the
take.
claim. I'm in the middle
Let
of
me
a
let me give you
sentence.
guys an
Hold on.
No,
example.
bro.
Let me give you an
It
example of
works
how
better
this
with
affects
black
you.
people. This is a black
Because I've
conversation,
been
honestly.
Hang on.
no,
Let
no,
me.
White people,
No,
please
it's not
stay
just
out
a
of
such
black.
thing as
this.
a black
I don't care about her
conversation.
personal experience. The fuck, she lives in a system,
You've made the claim that
I
the
don't
system
care about her
exists, and she is
and we all live in
acting.
the system, and this system affects
Yes,
us
you've
all.
made the
Correct?
claim that the system
Correct?
exists. No, let me finish my fucking
Correct?
thought. Let me finish my thought. You've made the claim that the system exists. He made the purview that it exists and affects all black people. Her, as a black
It affects
person,
all
said,
people.
"Show me how it
Period.
affects me," and now you refuse to show her how it affects her.
He was directly
Don't you
telling
get?
her how it affected her, and she was running away from the point.
What did I run
Hold
So
from?
on,
look,
hold on. Did
so
he
listen,
not talk
hold
about
on, real quick.
redlining earlier? Did he not talk
How does
real
that
about
quick.
Jim
affect
Crow
me?
laws?
So hold up,
Did he not
How
hold
does
up,
talk
that
Sony,
affect
hold up.
me?
I'll tell her real quick. So I asked you, I said, does any racial disparities in America, do you agree that it hold us back? You said no. You disagree with that.
So?
But if me pointing
Because
out
they're
these
successful
things,
black
you're just
people.
gonna disagree. And if I could show you
You
evidence, you're
haven't
gonna
even
disagree.
allowed me
You're
to
going
explain
to
why I
disagree
think
with
what
the
I think. You're
facts.
just telling me that I'm wrong. You haven't even allowed me to explain why I think that. You just flat out said, nope, you're wrong. Because you don't agree with me, you're wrong.
Yeah, but you're
There's
denying
no
the
yeah, but
you're
you don't
denying the
even know why I
facts.
think the way I think.
You're
You're just
denying the facts
criticizing me
though.
because I think differently than you, which is absurd.
Typical left.
You have
So
no clue why I think the
You
way
need
I
to
think.
build the
you
argument from
disagree
those
with
facts, which you failed
Okay,
to
so
do.
can you tell us why you
Are
think the
you?
way you
Do
think?
you
Let's
speak
start.
for
Let's
all
start
black
over.
people?
Do you want to tell us why
I'm
you
gonna
think
Do
the way
stay
you
you
out of
speak
think?
this
for
because I
all
don't
black
want to
people?
engage with her.
Do
I
either
don't.
one of you speak for all black people?
I don't speak for all
No.
black people.
Do I speak for all black people?
Did I say I was the
No.
spokesperson for all black
So
people?
for you to tell me my experience and tell me everyone else's experience because of history is nuts.
It's not just because of history.
I'm not done. I'm 35, soon to be 36 this year. I've never lived in a world where I couldn't vote. So when you tell me that I'm affected systemically and black people today are affected systemically, and then I ask you, okay, how? I don't even say what you said is false. I simply ask a question, how? And you bring up the fact that we have the right to vote when you can
No
vote.
representation.
I'm
That was my
not done.
argument. I don't care. You got
I'm
to get my
not
argument
done.
right. My argument
I'm
is that
not
us just
done.
getting a chance to vote 50 years
Bro,
ago
these are
versus the
your
other white
arguments.
counterparts that got a chance to vote over 200 years
These
ago,
were
right?
your arguments.
Listen,
170
my
years
thing
ago.
is that plays a part in us
Why
collectively
are you
black
pivoting?
people not being to prosper in this country. Representation is
But
very
you
important.
can.
With over
But you
77%,
can.
listen, you're with over 77% of in the government is white, and we just black people just got a
Run
chance
for
to vote for over
office.
50 years, little over 50 years ago. That will be a problem. Yes, you disagree with that though. Can you prove
You
me
don't know
wrong?
what I disagree
But can you
with
prove me
because you're
wrong though?
all you're doing
I
is
said, I
telling me
literally
what
said
I
that. You
think.
said you disagree with that. Now prove it wrong.
I don't think that systemic racism is holding Black people back today.
So we disagree,
If you
bro.
stop
We disagree. We
talking,
disagree. We're gonna
if you
agree
were
to
to
disagree,
ask
man.
me, does it affect them 70
Prove
years
it.
ago,
Prove
80
me.
years
Prove
ago?
that it doesn't. Prove
Bro,
that it doesn't.
I'm literally trying and you keep yapping.
Okay, yeah, but pull up sources to show me studies that
yeah, but
it doesn't have an effect on us.
oh
Prove
my
me wrong.
God, bro.
I can't just go off trust me, bro, right? Because of the
I'm not
research
even-
I
I'm
have
not
done.
even
Hold on.
done.
The research I have done is literally pointing to systemic racism being the problem for us collectively,
Do you
Black
want to hear?
people in this
So you
country.
only want to hear your own.
Yo, I want you to prove me
Got
wrong.
it.
Prove
How
up
can I
data.
prove you
Show
wrong
data
when
that
you
it shows
keep
that it.
talking over me?
Show the data though.
How
I don't want to
can
hear
I
you
prove
talking
you
because you're
wrong
just
when you
doing trust
keep
me, bro.
talking over me?
Show the data to prove to me that
No,
what
yeah,
I'm saying is wrong.
we gotta
Now
let.
I'm just
Okay,
saying, no, Mikey. I want her
yeah.
to
You know when
prove the
somebody
data that I'm
knows
saying
wrong, they
is
just
wrong.
email.
Go ahead.
Do you notice
Then
this?
shut the fuck
Okay,
up.
yeah, okay. So you got it. Yeah. So she's
Shane,
gonna.
shut the
Okay,
fuck
so
up, you
she's gonna
white Christian
respond.
nationalist bitch.
Aww.
Okay, so she's going to respond. Suni, you're good to
Please respond
respond.
with facts and some articles that I can reference to prove that what I said was wrong. Please, so I can
You
follow
haven't
along.
given me a single article to reference. Number one, you haven't
Okay, I
shown a shred
can.
of. You haven't shown a
But
shred of evidence.
you're the one
for
that disagree with it, so prove me wrong.
Why are you talking when it's my turn?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you gotta let her. You gotta let her respond.
Go ahead, bro.
You haven't shown a shred of evidence for nothing you said. Zero. Zilch. But I'm required to show evidence for talking about Black people being successful.
I got a 10-minute. I got to drop for 10 minutes, y'all. I'm gonna come up
Please
my
drop.
other
Okay.
account.
Bye
Yeah,
bye.
come back. Yeah, come back in.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
coming out
come
my
back
other
in.
I'm
account.
trying to say,
I'm coming out my other account.
He's gonna
Thanks.
come back
Come
up
back
in a
bitch.
backup. He has a backup account. He'll come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my backup account. You got it.
No, yeah, come back
Officer,
in.
I'll drop so that you can get in the box and moderate this. I think
Yo, what?
Right,
What?
right,
I'm not a
right.
Mikey
good
and I are
moderator.
here. We're
What's up? I'm not a good
fine.
moderator. What's
Yeah,
up?
Mikey and
Oh,
I
you're
are
a
here.
moderator, Mikey?
Yeah. I just
Mikey's
got
red
put.
room, blue
I just
room
got.
now.
Yeah, I just
Oh
got put red
shit!
blue.
You joined the cult. Let's fucking go.
Colt is crazy.
I call
No,
any.
I just.
If you call.
But
Okay.
but yeah, Suni. I do want to give you the opportunity. He's going to come back in. He's going to come back in on his backup account, and then I'll make sure you have the opportunity to fully respond with what I'm saying you were trying to say, and then maybe
Dude,
he
mute
can
his
provide
ass.
some sources, and then maybe we can move from there.
Yo, dude, mute his ass next time. Like all he did was steamroll, didn't answer not one question that she asked. Crazy.
On to that, I was listening back unbiasedly, right? So I'm just sitting here in the middle of it. I did understand, like listening, right? Because there was a lot of commotion going on. But Aya's point, like what I'm saying, because like we, due to like the colonization, we all kind of fall under American jurisdiction. There's been cases where Americans, tourists or on business, they go to China, and in the airports they could seize your phone and see what kind of data you have on it. So it's like, I think her whole point was just the whole jurisdiction area guidelines. And then, excuse the name. It's for to like remain anonymous.
Oh wait. No, my point was basically I think that the system itself is racist. I don't care too much for this concept of like interpersonal racism. I think that it's just cope. And if you can't even acknowledge that the system itself is inherently biased because we haven't done enough to kind of make it more equitable for everybody, then it would be a difficult conversation to have.
That is true.
Yeah, but like,
we do have to acknowledge that it was more of like a franchise thing. People saw a business opportunity, they took it, and they it was kind of backed by capital. You have the manpower to build up what you want to do. So I mean, if we can't acknowledge that and the whole Colombian exchange thing, I think it's a hard argument to move forward from.
yeah, I think that again, like I said in the beginning, right, when you only define racism based on a system, and then another person is coming at it from, a different definition, right, such as like what Suni's saying, where she's saying that it's would just be like prejudice or hate against somebody based on their race, not presupposing that it has to be within a system. Saying that Suni's wrong or something, or that it's cope or whatever, is just it's just an equivocation. Right? You just have a different way that you're defining the concept, and it's two different concepts itself.
I'm not.
Suni,
Wait,
did you
for the
want
record.
to? Suni, did you want to say something? Suni, did you want to say something? I'm so sorry they're not letting you speak, but go ahead. You have the floor.
This is my point. There are more Black millionaires than Black inmates. Okay? There are more Black entrepreneurs than Black inmates. There are more law-abiding citizens that are Black than Black inmates. We see Black people existing in the middle class, in the upper middle class, at 45% combined. We have 17% of Black people that live below the poverty line. So when I turn on my TV and I see successful Black people, I'm looking at the systemic racism claim and I say, success is possible within this current system, according to these people, but not if you're Black. So how do we have Black millionaires? How do we have Black, literal Black icons that little white boys and little white girls want to be? We had a Black president that a bunch of white people voted in office, but somehow the world is systemically against us and we have no out. It's just bad. I'm going to challenge that by saying if systemic racism is truly holding Black people back, then why do we see so many instances? It's not even a one-off. Why do we see so many instances of Black success? You're calling me, I'm the bad person here
right.
because I see Black, I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm the bad person here because I see Black success? Huh? I'm willing to look at Black people and say, damn, there's a lot of Black people out here getting it. I rock with that. Let me copy what they did. You're mad at me. I'm disingenuous. I'm coping. I'm this.
No, you're
I
not.
mean, if you can still hear me talking, that would mean I'm not done. But you're so
Let him
impatient.
finish.
Just go ahead.
Let
Let
her
her
finish.
finish.
Please.
Let her finish, not him. Let
It's
her
fine.
finish.
No, you guys can say what you want. Go ahead.
Wait, I want to take that. I want to take that point on because we have to look deeper into history, right? Like
Of course.
Mansa Musa single-handedly crashed, the gold standard, right? So, I mean,
Wait, can I just say something really quickly?
Yeah.
I wasn't.
reversed.
Wait, Anatola, you got
Wait, because I need to
Going back
clarify
to
that I never
Mansa
said you were
Musa.
coping, Suni. I said that the interpersonal debate was cope. I don't have that debate, period. Yeah, it's no shade to you, right? Anybody who brings that topic up, I'm just like, yeah, I don't really give a shit. Somebody was mean to you, boo-hoo, cry me a river, right? Again, that nothing that you said addresses my critique, right? These people being successful.
I wasn't addressing you respectfully.
Okay, well,
I was
yeah.
addressing the man I was talking to before.
Yeah, but I'm the only person who said cope.
She allowed me to. You weren't the only person to say cope.
Who said cope? Who else said cope?
People call this cope. You're not the only person to say it.
Okay, on this panel?
Personal than
Oh my God, bro. If you want to make it about you, it's about you.
I'm not, but earlier you said people were mad at you, and so I'm
If
just
you
trying to
want to
have.
make it about you, it's about you.
Well,
It's okay. It was about you.
okay, I mean,
you kind of snapped.
I
at me because
guess.
you didn't finish your point when you were just talking about your.
Do you know the wealth gap?
Yeah, but also I want proof on that, like that there's more Black millionaires in America
Right.
specifically than inmates, because
Don't trust
that was
me,
a bit of a. This is, and I'm not saying
Sure, I'll show you this. Since
that
it's
was
a
a.
lie, I'll show you.
I
I'll
am
pull up the
curious
source.
about that because
Yeah,
this
there's
is the
over
first
a
time
million.
hearing that stat.
Don't you think that it's fucking absurd that all these pro-Black people don't know that there are 1.7 million Black millionaires in this country?
Insane.
But the bootlicker and the coon does?
Billionaires exist, right? So
In
billionaires.
spite of, right? Why don't we have more?
Because more people don't have the drive or the desire to do that. It
I
requires
actually
Is that
fact
true
checked
though?
it. I just want
Is
everybody to know I
is
did go
that
ahead
really
and
true
fact
though?
check that. Hold on, TG. I did go ahead and fact check that. There is 1.79 million Black Americans in this country, and there is less than 1 million Black inmates in this country.
Wow.
Wait, repeat that
Even
again.
the white guy.
In
There's
in
more
this
millionaires.
country, in this country,
0.1% out of
hold on. In this country, there is 1.79 million Black millionaires in this country, and there is less than 1 million Black inmates in this country.
So we want to give out cookies because we have law-abiding citizens.
What?
You don't want to
but
celebrate the fact that
yeah,
we have
okay,
Black
but now
millionaires?
when we have the Black millionaire, but now let's look at the wealth, the actual
The wealth
wealth
gap
gap.
exists between Black people.
Yeah, 1.27
It
is
doesn't
the
matter.
collectively. Hold on. 1.27 collectively for
Well,
Black people versus over 127 trillion to white people.
how do we have a wealth gap within our own intraracially?
No,
we have a
address
wealth-
the just
There's more white people.
right, but we all
what
got
do
on
you
this.
mean?
False. Actually,
Okay, but Okay, but yes,
What?
but if we're getting on to a same playing field, when you think that number would drastically
Holy
increase?
shit.
Bro,
No,
if
it's
there's
either
more
yes or
white
no.
people,
If we, it
there's no
doesn't
yes or
matter though.
no. I'm
It
gonna
doesn't
answer
matter.
I'm gonna answer the question the way
Let
I
her
see
answer. Let her
it
answer.
because
We're the
you're not gonna
minority now.
dictate what I'm
Bro,
saying.
let her answer.
There's more white people in this nation. There's more white inmates. There's gonna be more white millionaires. There's gonna be more white billionaires because they are the majority. If it were flipped and they were the minority, they would be in the same position that black people are. So maybe
100%.
what niggas should do is start procreating more instead of obliterating their children. Let's just have a bunch of
Talking about,
babies.
bro.
Fact.
Let's have a bunch of babies and beat them at their own game because we clearly can
That's not
see
that's
that
yeah,
black people.
that's incorrect. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Nah,
It's
it's
incorrect.
actually not
Hold on,
incorrect.
wait. Like, let him have a turn because you had all the time in the world. Like, let him speak.
Yeah, I don't need you to. I don't need you to co-sign and bench warm, moderate. All right. I was about to let Captain go. You're good.
no.
Put the pom poms down.
My thing is that okay, yes, you can say that there's more white people, but wouldn't the wealth gap kind of look a little bit more different than what it is right now without the disparities? Wouldn't you agree? Yes or no? If we have a fair chance and a
I
playing and
don't
an
see
even level.
disparities. I
Okay, so
don't see any
that's where we
disparities.
disagree. So that's my
I
thing. How can we have a
understand that, but you
Okay.
can't tell me what disparities you face today without going to the past.
What do you?
That's
Okay,
where it started, though.
that's what
What are you
it's
experiencing
still
today
implemented.
is the question. Are you experiencing any of that
Bonds,
today?
do you know the bonds compound interest daily?
I don't care to talk to you.
So, no.
Are you
So the
experiencing that
bonds that
any
were
of that
signed
today?
back then are still
That has
compounding
nothing
to
to do
this
with the
day.
point that's being
It
made.
has
You're
everything
pivoting.
to do with it because
No,
you're
it
pivoting
doesn't.
and you're saying that history doesn't matter.
I'm not pivoting. I'm sticking to what's currently affecting us.
And
How
they
is
are
slavery affecting
and
you?
I'm telling you, the bonds signed back then are currently compounding to this
How
day.
is
The people
slavery
are trying to seek
affecting you
reparations to this
today?
day.
What percentage of people own those bonds?
Oh,
0.0001%.
What are we talking about
really
bonds
distinct
for?
group.
Because
Yeah,
he's out of his mind.
no, it's a really distinct group. I mean, like a small family. I mean,
Okay,
Great.
so
So
then what the
let's
fuck
talk
are you
about what's
talking about?
affecting the majority. Where are
This
you
is-
affected today?
I feel like we're all affected.
Race. So you disagree with racial
Oh my
disparities.
God,
So what are we
bro.
talking about? Why are we having a
I
conversation?
disagree what? I
You
disagree what?
disagree with anything that I throw out. You disagree with it.
what you disagreed is you
No,
won't
racial
debate her
disparities. Racial
officially because you're
disparities.
afraid.
She disagrees with racial disparities. That's
You
the
won't
problem.
debate her officially
If I
because you're
can prove
scared.
to her and show her, which I can, there's a lot of
Do it in
history
a
showing
lightning
this, she's going to say her personal experience, she doesn't see that. The
How do you
collective
know
black
that?
people,
Why are you speaking for
but
me?
because
Do it
you
in a
literally
lightning
said
debate
that you don't believe in
and
racial
let a judge.
disparities. It's not a
Did I,
lightning debate. This
did
is
I
a
not
discussion
explain
at this
why?
point because
Did I
she
explain
doesn't
why?
agree with facts.
Did
That's
I
not going to be
explain?
a debate.
Okay, if they're
I
not facts, then you know
presented
what?
a
You lose
fact
the
to
debate.
you that debunked your claim.
What was the claim that I
What?
made?
If she's wrong, hold on. If she's wrong,
Wait, hold on.
then
What
she'll-
claim did I make?
Then this will
Stoney?
be an easy
Bleach,
debate
shut up.
for you,
Stop being a
bro.
fucking cheerleader. Be quiet.
This will be an easy debate for you. You're dog walker. So if
Bro,
you're not
shut the
fucking
fuck up.
scared, then what are you scared of?
Bleach, be quiet.
You've
So
been having
what was
debates.
my
You're
claim,
debating back
Stoney?
and forth, but you won't do it officially because you know you're gonna get.
I'm gonna just
fucking
be quiet and let Bleach talk. Go ahead.
get cooked.
I don't.
It makes no sense. All you're doing is over talking her. That's all you do.
I
So
literally
debate
brought
her.
up.
Are you
Have
done,
much
Bleach?
more.
Are you done, Bleach?
Now, do
I'd
the
just like to
official
interrupt
debate.
for a minute. I'm going to interrupt for 1 second as a mod. If you in the comments say you are reporting people for their stances, you will be blocked from the live. Do not report. If you can't debate them, that's your problem. Do not report. I saw that, Shane. You are blocked.
Shane is a bitch anyway.
said she would debate you, and will you
This is
debate
not
her?
a debate. She doesn't agree on racial
Okay, it doesn't matter.
disparities.
That means that you will win. If you believe this, that means you will
Not
win.
debate. I already have a debate.
Okay, so you're scared. I
Okay.
got it.
Bleach, shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody scared. We're having
Wait,
an
do we have
honest
to agree with
conversation.
each other to debate?
No, I'm not having a debate with you because I just don't want to have a debate with you. But we're gonna have a conversation. Sure, that's fine.
Well, can I point out some like
Yeah, go ahead. You
issues
got
with
it.
what she was saying?
There's a lot. I pointed a lot of shit out, but
So,
yeah.
so number one, Yeah, so number one, the existence of black millionaires does not negate the existence of oppression of black and indigenous people, first of all. Wealth is not the only barometer for oppression. I don't know why the fuck your eyes are looking all crazy like that. This is a fact. So racism is a system by definition. By definition, it's a system. So no, non-white people cannot be racist by the mere fact that we did not create the system of race. We did not. We can hold racial bias. Racial bias is completely different from racism. White people created race. They created the system of race. They created the hierarchy of race primarily, and you can look at the creators of it for their reasoning. Number one was to subjugate Africans and justify the treatment of them at that time during the 15th century. Then secondly, indigenous people, my people, and then after that, all people of color. So by definition, I don't know why the fuck y'all laughing and caping for your oppressors. It's wild work. But anyway, by definition, no. Black and indigenous people specifically cannot be racist, and nobody can be racist against white people. Also, you were stating the issue about the fact that, white people, there's more white people in America. So if they were the minority, they would be facing the same stats. That's actually incorrect. And we can look at Latin America for an example. White people are the numerical minority in many Latin American countries and still hold the power and still hold the wealth due to white supremacy and what they have been doing for the past 500 years to indigenous and black people in those countries. So that does not hold weight when you look at the demographics across the West and the Western Hemisphere specifically.
I don't care about anything outside of America.
There it goes.
So
goes.
that's fine. You're a lapdog and a bootlicker to the oppressor. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
But it doesn't negate
Yeah,
the
because you
issue.
can't have a conversation
It
with you.
doesn't negate the issue.
How am I a bootlicker?
You are definitely a bootlicker. I've been listening to you this whole time. So I'm going to continue and then you'll see why. So additionally, when we talk about systemic oppression, wealth is not the only barometer because wealth within these individual marginalized communities
I never
is
said
not
it was the
stopping.
only
I'm so
barometer.
sorry. It's almost as if I'm talking.
I never said it was
it's
the only
almost
barometer.
as if I'm talking.
Yeah, you have to let.
It's
No, you
almost
have
as
to
if
let.
I'm talking too.
Have some fucking
you
decorum.
just went on a whole monologue.
Have some
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
sit
fucking
here and
decorum.
listen to you go on another
Hold up.
monologue.
That's how an actual debate.
I don't know who
No,
you think you
no,
are.
no. Hold
but
up, wait.
I
It
don't,
just,
you
yes,
don't
wait.
determine nothing over here.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
I'm
So
trying to moderate
anyway,
both of you. Hold up.
Nothing.
Right? You do not come up here and lecture at Suni when she's the only person with the opposition view. That's not how a debate works. So Miss talking about that's how a debate
actually
works.
do
That's
this
not
in
how
real
it
life
works,
so
right?
that it's how a debate works.
We're not in a college
not.
lecture
This is up.
room where
This
you
is
get to just
actually
talk at them.
I thought
You
this was
have to
open
let
discussion
Suni
though.
respond.
This
You
is
have
so
to let
crazy.
Suni respond. Unless, of course, you guys want to all jump on a FaceTime with each other and repeat the same views that you share with each other. You have to let Suni respond.
I'm trying to land so that she can respond.
Okay, great. I finished my peanuts and my complimentary drink. Can we please hit the fucking runway soon?
Yeah, that did not eat like the way you thought that did. Anyway,
It did. It was
so
actually pretty
landing here is that is not the only barometer for oppression because the existence of black millionaires or wealth within that community to a minutia does not change the fact that black women face the highest rates of maternal mortality. Indigenous women face the highest rates of unaliving by oppressors. It doesn't change the fact that we have the lowest life expectancy and the issues that we have with mental health, substance abuse, and the disparity within the legal system. So yes, there are fewer inmates than millionaires. That doesn't change the fact that we are targeted at the rate that we are. That's what systemic oppression is, and the wealth does not alleviate that. And I have
Even
stats
LeBron
that
James got called a nigger.
I never made the claim that wealth was the only thing. If you were here, you would have heard him bring up the wealth gap.
No. I heard what you said.
If your turn is done, you got to speak.
I don't know who the fuck you think you are talking to like that.
I'm talking to Apache at the bottom with the purple on her picture.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I said I don't know who the fuck you think you are speaking to me like that.
I know, I see, I hear me talking to you.
Yeah, you need to really check your fucking self addressing me like that.
You just called me.
You really sound like a white person.
Do you think
now.
there's going to be any respect established when you called me out my name?
What'd I call you?
You called me a bootlicker.
Oh yeah, and I stand on that.
Okay, so then don't expect any respect.
Anybody who does the work of the oppressor is a bootlicker. Yeah.
Me. I don't even know you. I didn't call you out your name.
Okay.
You called me out mine.
And that's not calling you out your name. You're doing the work of the oppressor right now.
I don't really care. You got to talk, and now it's my turn.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I never made the claim. About wealth, I was responding to what Captain said. He brought up the wealth gap. All I did was bring up the fact that wealth gaps are going to exist. They exist intraracially, and they're going to exist amongst whites. Why? Because there's more of them. I never said this was the only way people could face oppression. I am dealing with what's been given to me. I brought up the 1.7 million because that would show that even in the face of quote unquote oppression, Black people are more than capable of doing it and getting it done. In fact, if I want to, I could go back and use y'all's argument. The past proves that Black people can be successful in the face of real oppression. So I'm not understanding how if Black people back then got it out the mud, why they can't continue to get it out the mud in modern day in 2026, where you can literally pick up your phone and make money, when you can literally go watch DoorDash, go work DoorDash, go do Lyft to accomplish any goal that you want. If there is something that you need to fund, you can get out there and fund it. You can work around the government. There are so many avenues for you to explore, but you would rather sit and blame a system that don't work for you, me, or anybody in this bitch about why you're in your current spot. Fuck the government. I'm not even pro-government. You calling me a bootlicker when I don't even support government. I just know that there are ways to get things done without blaming someone else for your current condition, especially when you don't have Jim Crow stopping you, when you have access to loans, when you have access to freaking scholarships, when you have access to whatever you want. You want to sit around and talk about us being oppressed? Who's oppressed today?
Again, you're bringing it back to wealth. There's other ways of being oppressed.
Everything that I just addressed and all you heard was wealth.
No, what I'm saying is the statement after the fact was about systemic oppression, and you continue to bring it back to wealth while negating all the other isms that Black and Indigenous people face here.
Oh, God.
You're on mute.
I've been Black my whole life.
Congrats.
Tell
I've
me
been Indigenous my whole life.
I've experienced.
Do you think that your personal anecdotes negate the system?
I've been around Black people my whole life.
Okay.
Okay, millions of Black people think just like I do. Would you not agree?
I do not agree that that is the overall consensus, no.
Did I say that? No. You answer my question. Millions of Black people think just like I do, don't they?
I can't agree to that without looking at statistics. So I don't know where you're getting that number.
There are millions of Black people that think the way you do. You're being silly.
I don't know where you're getting that number.
There's literally 40 million almost 50 million Black people.
There are. Where are you getting the number of who thinks like that is what I'm stating.
I am using common sense to know that I'm not the only person that thinks this way.
That's not a source.
I'm not the only person that thinks this way, just like you're not the only person that think the way that you do.
Correct, but that's not a source saying common sense.
How many Black conservatives are in this country?
Unfortunately, there's too many that there should be, but yeah.
So, can you answer the question?
Can you? Do you have a number? Don't posit something without something to back it up.
Do we have a data on that? How many Black conservatives identify as Black conservatives?
Like, I mean, if you want numbers, then you better be prepared to come with your own data.
This is wild, bro.
It's not actually wild. You wanted to posit something that is quantifiable. Right. That's what I'm saying. If you make a claim, you need to come with the data.
Yeah.
These Indigenous people are getting wild these days.
Excuse me?
You heard
it. I give a crap.
And these white people need to suck a dick and shut the fuck up, Bleach.
No, literally.
What? Why are you calling out my race?
Because you just mentioned mine. Are you fucking
You're
serious?
saying Indigenous, you dumb bitch.
Yeah, I said Indigenous. That's a lot of different people, isn't it?
Okay, so it's between roughly 10 and 20% of Black Americans vote Republican, and we're just going to use them as the Black conservative. And we have, how many Black people do we have in America? Let me see. I know it's close to 50 million.
How many Apaches vote conservative? That's what I want to know.
Very few, actually. We don't fuck with the colonizers like that. We don't kiss the ass of our oppressors.
Too busy drinking?
There's a reason why my clan did not surrender.
So it's between 48 and 49. Okay. We'll use
Are you still fighting?
Excuse me?
You're still fighting?
Bleach.
You're still at war?
We did not surrender. I don't know if you understand what the difference is.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Are you still at war?
What?
Are you still at war?
He's asking if you still haven't surrendered. Like, are you still fighting?
Bell, don't help him. He's being a racist.
I'm asking you a question.
I don't think you understand. Meaning, we did not surrender. We did not resign to the confines of what they were allowing us to do, which is why we still remain sovereign where we are.
Cool. Nice. So you're like a Chinatown, but like Apache town.
Wow, the racism is extremely wild.
Why is that racist?
And to that motherfucker, Mikey, you piss on your balls, motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
Suni, you're dumb as fuck.
I don't care what you think.
This boy did not have anything to eat today and decided to eat his microphone. That's crazy. I hope that you go get yourself a snack, bro.
Where is Apache Town located?
You can get this from Reuters. You can get this
I'm not engaging in the dumb shit because I know all y'all want to do is try to get my backup taken. I'm not doing this. Y'all are racist colonizers. If you want to have an actual discussion instead of trying to rage bait me, then cool. If not, please shut the fuck up.
Nobody's trying to rage bait you.
No,
We're actually
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it
It's
today.
a real discussion
instead of trying to belittle my people.
Wait. How we moving on to indigenous people and not sticking on to the topic? Which
I have no idea.
Hey guys.
Let's stick to the black people
just
can be
checking.
racist.
Hold on just a second. Please, hold on just a second. Jesus. Still doing some work and stuff. Just checking in because I got like 6 violations. So I just want to make sure everybody cooling, everybody kicking it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Alrighty.
No, yeah,
I'm going to go back to my
T-Bone,
work and shit. Y'all go ahead.
Wait,
So where is
question.
Apache Town?
T-Bone, wait, hold on. Did you guys make the announcement yet or no?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, we told Mikey knows and Gidget knows, but the other person hasn't come in yet.
We should be slowly rolling them out. That's what I'm thinking.
All right, anyways.
So Arizona, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. You should have just told me that. Made me fucking look that shit up. That's where Apache towns are.
Not only in New Mexico. I don't think you understand how many Apache tribes there are.
You're right, I know.
But yeah, so if the number, just to make sure we bring it back, if the number is 10 to 20%, Suni was right in her statement saying that it would be millions of black people that hold the same ideals that she does. It's obviously asinine to even try to push back against that and even ask for the data because it presupposes that you believe that black people are a monolith or some kind of like a chum bucket drones that all just hold the same beliefs. Sorry, this weird thing happened where I was in the middle of my sentence.
Yeah,
we can get you in a moment, though. We get you in a moment, though. I promise I got you. Promise I got you. Yeah. It's it's that diversity y'all always call for. Now, anyways, just to be clear, right? It just presupposes, right, that black people would be a monolith. Obviously, they're not a monolith, right? To assume that there wouldn't be a plurality of thought, just like any other population of people, is a little crazy. And that's the whole point that Suni was bringing up. And I'll pass it back to Suni.
Real quick though, that's not what I stated. So don't mischaracterize what I say.
You did though.
I did not.
You literally made me give you numbers because you said there weren't millions of black people that think like me.
I did not. I asked you to quantify it with data. That's what I said. That is what I said. Roll the fucking clip back.
Yeah, she said. She said I don't believe you. She said I do not believe. No. She said I do not believe you. I would have to see the numbers.
That is which
is her stating. Which is her stating that it's less likely.
We were just trying to get the numbers.
No. That's not. Come on, TG. No, come on, TG.
If she was asking for the data,
hold up, TG. If she just said, "I want to see the numbers on that," that's one thing. But when she goes, "I don't believe you," when she goes, "I don't believe you,"
no, I did not.
I want to see the numbers. That means that she believes that there's a less likelihood of this being able to be the case, which means that she believes that it's almost impossible that there could be a plurality.
Hold up, chat. Did y'all hear her say that? Claim like this that you need to quantify it. I did not hear her say the words that she has not.
Exactly. I heard quantify. Exactly. Can I get a? Can we look at the chat with all this? I know everybody. Hold on. I know everybody keep over talking. Can we just actually keep it to the debate and not like have like cheerleading on the side and shit, taking shots? Let's actually have the debate. They're having a discussion, so let's let them go at it. But like Bleach, you got to stop with that cheer bullshit on the side.
I just gave her.
Chill the fuck out. That cheerleader bullshit.
I just gave her the
let's actually let them have the debate.
I want to call out the Apache person.
No, see, look, that's the bullshit. Hey,
No, it's not
T-Bone,
bullshit.
no, I'm gonna
She
just go
said,
ahead and drop it because you're just sitting there
She made
just
a
trying
claim.
to.
She made a claim that they didn't surrender, but they did surrender
I said
September
my
4th,
clan, Bleach.
1886.
I said my
U.S.
clan
forces.
did not surrender.
Okay, so you surrendered. All right, gotcha.
I said my
Yeah, so
clan
that's
did
you all
not
surrendered.
surrender.
this have nothing to do with the argument, Bleach. So stop
Which is
fucking
so
trying to take
beyond,
away.
yeah, it's
Like, what
beyond
the fuck are you
right.
doing?
All of them. Yeah, I got you.
You just want to be heard so bad.
My God, the racism is wild.
All right, so yeah, get back to it. Here you go.
You lied about Apaches?
Okay. Like I was saying before, roughly between 10 and 20% of Black Americans vote Republican. That's between almost 5 million and 9 million people. So yes, there are millions of people that think just like I do. Now,
Yeah,
what was your
I
claim?
said there were too many. I said that. I said there were too many people who think like you do. I
What's
absolutely
wrong
said
with
that.
how I think? I'm not hurting
Because
you.
people
I'm not
who
doing
are
anything to you. I'm
siding
not
with
doing
the
anything to Black
oppressor
people.
are always going to be a threat to their own community
do
and other
I agree
marginalized
with?
people.
I don't agree with any oppressors. What are you talking about?
You do if you're Republican, and I'm not a Democrat. So
I'm
yeah.
not even Republican.
Then what are you talking about? You just pulled numbers for Black Republicans. What are you talking about?
Listen, ma'am. I literally said that there are millions of Black people that think just like me.
Right.
You wanted to know. I'm not done. You wanted to know who they bleach. I promise you I don't need help, gang. Thank you. I don't need no help. I gave you numbers. Those people are literally Black conservatives. I don't have to identify as Republican to agree with their mentality. You're making all these presuppositions about me.
No, I'm not. Listen. You could
called
have
me
said,
Republican.
wait. If you wanted to say on your particular stance and then pull how many people share that stance, then fine.
No.
You chose to pull the numbers for Black Republicans.
Because they agree with me.
So you are insinuating.
What did that mean?
You are insinuating that you're part of that demographic. If you
No, I'm not.
Yes, by what you just stated, yes, you are. Now, if you're not,
no, it doesn't.
Fantastic. But if
you
you're
just
conservative,
embarrassed yourself,
it's the
is what
same
happened.
shit.
No, it's not.
My God.
Black Republicans can be more
so she was
likely-
trying to defend the Black Republicans. I mean, obviously,
I don't need you
so
to tell me what I was
trying to explain it.
Why did you pull up the data?
I'm actively
why did she pull the data
I'm
up? That's what
actively
we're trying to
explaining it.
figure
I'm
out.
actively explaining it. Black Republicans can have an agreement to a Sunni when it comes to the views of race, but that doesn't make her a Republican because they agree on that one thing or that worldview.
I don't think you're
that doesn't mean
understanding.
that doesn't mean that she holds to the economic policy
Oh
or certain legislative policy that would make her a Republican. The statement that was made by you, Apache, was that she was a Republican. She said, I'm not even a Republican. So I'm explaining why she pulled the data because Black Republicans are going to be more likely to share the view of race. What the fuck are we talking about?
Back up. So the claim was made that people think like her. So instead of pulling data on a particular stance, she chose to pull data on what percentage of Black people are Republicans. You have to make your stance correlate to what
Black
you're
Republicans have this view. Hold on.
That is not what she said. She pulled up
is what
fuck it. What is she then? What are you? Just say what are you? And that way that can be dead to conversation. Because why are we arguing about why she pulled the data and we're just trying to have the conversation progress?
Because it's just simple, bro.
That's what we're trying to do. I'm trying to see what.
Bro, you can look up Black Republicans have more of a view aligned with what she's saying when it comes to these things of systemic racism.
I understand that, Mikey. I understand that part. But my thing is that we're harping on one point here. Like, why are we arguing about the Black Republicans? So if she shared the same view, hold on. If she shared, I get it. But if she shared the same view, okay. Can we proceed and just move on with the conversation? That's what I'm saying.
I was trying to, and I was labeled.
While we're harping on if she's a Black Republican, she's libertarian, I don't give a fuck. I mean, she's arguing a Black Republican. Right. Okay, I get it. We're just trying to figure out and move it on. No, it was just, okay, we're trying to move on for now. Now let's proceed.
But TG, first of all, she pulled up the data for conservatives.
Okay, right. So
I'm not
I
done.
understand
TG,
that.
I'm not done.
I understand
TG, I'm not done.
I understand that.
Okay, but I'm not done. She pulled up the data for conservatives. She did call her a Republican, and she's assuming that all Republicans think alike. Hold on. You are assuming that all Republicans agree with Sunni when it comes to race.
No, I didn't say Republican. Republican never even left my mouth until after the data was pulled.
Okay, but why Republicans? She gave you the data on
Because she
conservatives.
stated that she pulled numbers on Republicans.
Bro, can we just
They
move
not
on?
share
Can
the
we just
same
move
mentality
on?
as me on certain things.
Can we
Like,
just
this
move
is
on?
elementary.
Right.
Literally, this is elementary. We have the same thought patterns on a lot, but that does not make me Republican.
Okay, then again, I don't even care at this point. You're the one who pulled data on Republicans. So
You're
if you
the
want to move,
one
if you want
calling
to
me
move past
Republican,
it,
and all I did was
oh
correct
my
you.
God. I
Period,
never
point
said
blank.
Republican until you brought the data.
Oh
Are
my
we
It
fucking
doesn't matter
serious?
when you said it. You said
It does, because you're making a claim that's not true. So
No,
if you want to
also-
move on from that,
hold
my
on one
stance
second,
is still
Mikey.
the same. If you
Also-
align with oppressors on any of these topics, you are a bootlicker in my book. And you are harmful to all marginalized communities if you are an agent of white supremacy. The rhetoric that you are spewing makes you an agent of white supremacy.
So because I think black people are successful, I'm a white
That
supremacist?
is not even remotely what was
So
stated.
then
It was
what
your
was my
negation of
rhetoric?
systemic oppression.
What was my rhetoric?
The negation of systemic oppression and how you were diminishing it.
And what was my
by
response as to why I don't believe that is there?
You went straight to the wealth.
Why don't I think that it's there?
You went straight to the wealth comment. So if you have a
once
more
again,
if you have a more
lied once
eloquent
again.
defense of it, then
You
go for
lied
it.
once again.
If you have
Because
a more
that's not what
eloquent
I
defense
said.
of it, then go ahead. But I'm going
That's
off of
not
what you
what
have
I said.
stated already.
And you ain't even black. Why you talking
I'm
to me?
indigenous, so I'll say whatever
I
the
don't
fuck
give a
I want
damn.
on
You
my
ain't
land.
Hold
black.
on. It's inappropriate for you to call a black woman
Belle,
a
you're
bootlegger.
white.
What the fuck
Stay
is wrong
your
with
white
you?
ass out of it.
You
It doesn't
stay in your
matter, and you're
lane.
not black.
Indigenous.
You're
You
not
are
black.
not a person of color, period.
You
The
ain't
question
either.
was
You
about
still
You're
have
white
no
as
right
heck.
to call her a
The question
bootlegger.
was
What the
about
hell is wrong with
oppression,
you?
Belle. Black and
I love
indigenous
it.
people both face oppression by the same oppressors.
Exactly.
So
So,
don't
I
fucking
mean,
sit here and play funny with me right
Wait
now.
a minute. So
Again,
you can
not
call
the
me
same.
bootlicker and
Not the
disrespect
same.
me. What?
What?
Y'all are ass backwards. Even
Y'all are
before
making
this
up
whole
shit at this
Republican
point.
thing, before this
this
whole
is supposed to be
Republican
a
thing, before this
conversation,
whole
though.
Can
Republican
y'all let
thing came
Mimi
up,
up?
you
So this
literally
supposed
called
to
me
be a
a bootlicker.
conversation.
Before this whole Republican thing came up, you called me a bootlicker.
I stand by that. Thank you.
How?
Any non-white person who does the work of white supremacy is a bootlicker.
How am I doing the work of white supremacy?
The negation of systemic racism and trying to redefine
Why
what
did I
racism
say
is.
that I don't believe systemic racism is affecting black people today? Why did I
Yes,
say
that is being an agent of white supremacy.
Answer. So wait a minute. Being an agent of white supremacy is talking about black people highly. Got
That is
it.
not what you did.
I'm done.
Mimi, jump in because this is insanity.
No. Ain't no. Listen, I'm black as fuck. So Carolina, like,
Where did Zuni go?
for the most part, but calling a black person a bootlicker, I'm not here for that shit at all. At all.
I love you, but the shit that she was saying was harmful to everybody.
But you have no right to say that.
No. Face mask and all. I don't give a fuck. No. You are not black. No.
She ain't black either.
No. Who are you
It's a
talking
whole-
to, yo?
Wait,
It's a
yeah,
whole
she's
freaking
talking to-
indigenous woman. You ain't
No, wait,
black.
wait.
Yeah, I know. She's talking to me. Be
Mimi
quiet.
is talking
to
to
her. Wait, yo, everybody chill. I'm
to
black as
Apache.
fuck. I'm talking to Carolina. Carolina's indigenous. You don't call no black person no bootlicker, no, none of that shit. No, you don't have the right. I don't give a fuck.
All right, Mimi. I'll agree with you
I
on
don't
it.
give a fuck.
I'll agree with you on it, Mimi. I'll agree with you on it. The shit that's being said is harmful, so I'll leave it at that.
Nothing I
It
said
could be
was
harmful.
You're
It
right.
could
That's
be
what I'm
harmful.
saying. I'm a
black
blowback on it.
people and black people will check. Black people will check. Ain't gonna be I ain't with that shit.
No, Mimi,
Nah.
you're right. I'm gonna pull back on it. I will just stick to it being harmful. You're right.
It's
I don't know why
harmful
you're laughing.
because I'm listening to a woman who's not even black tell a black
Because it
woman,
wasn't that the
why are
only
you talking?
issue. That's
Stop
not the only
talking.
issue.
You don't even know me. I'm listening
Oh
to
my
somebody who
God.
ain't even black tell me that I'm a purveyor of white supremacy because I think black people today have something to be proud about.
That's not what was stated.
That's
So if you
literally
wanna go
what
back
was
to the
said.
facts, we can
You
go back to
don't
the
listen
facts.
because you think
denied
that you're the
systemic
end all
racism
be all
being
in
a
the room.
factor.
That's the problem.
when
You
I tell
deny
you
systemic
people,
racism affecting the entire
and why
community.
did I say that I don't think it's affecting black people today? That's what you keep leaving out conveniently. Go ahead and tell the class.
It is. Did we not? Did you not hear when we
hold
pulled
on,
up the
pause.
statistics?
Saying that black people live in the upper middle class is pushing white supremacy. Saying that there are no, I'm not done. Shh. Saying that there are more. Shh. I just did. When you call me a bootlicker, you don't get no respect from me. When I say that I think black people are doing well, and I give examples of that, you're calling that white supremacy. You're pushing white supremacy. Why? Because I'm looking at stats and I can see 45% of black people live in the between upper and middle class. Huh? That don't make no sense.
No.
I'm not done.
What was being
I'm not done.
Because you're lying now.
I'm not lying. I'm going to say everything I said, period, point blank, whether you like it or not.
You don't get to lie.
What you said was incomplete because you weren't here for the whole conversation. You heard half of it and decided to open your mouth and talk.
I was here on my other account.
Then you would have heard me talking about the fact that there are 1.7 million black millionaires in this country. So how is that pushing white supremacy to acknowledge that there are successful black people outside of jail?
And again, that does not negate systemic racism. You tried to diminish systemic racism, and I said,
how
wealth
do we
is not
have
the only barometer
1.7 million
oh my God,
black millionaires in an elite class of black people? We have elite blacks that exist in a billionaire status. How the fuck did they get there if systemic racism is holding everybody back? How they get there?
Did I or did I not say
how did they get there?
Wealth does not negate the statistics.
Answer my question. If they have something systemically holding them back, how did they reach that status?
Oh my God. Did I or did I not state?
You're not going to answer the question because you know you're going to have to say that they were able to overcome obstacles that are in anybody's way.
And that is not the reality for the majority of that demographic or any other marginalized
You ain't even
group.
black. How you going to tell black people they experience?
Or any other marginalized group. And since white supremacy and oppression affect all of us, that are not
including white people,
are indigenous and black, then this is what's relevant. You cannot use wealth as the only barometer.
I never use it as the only barometer. It's almost like you're regarded.
It's almost like no matter what I say about the statistics that exist, and I mention the maternal mortality rate for black women, I mentioned the MMIW issue for
maybe because they're shitty eaters.
I mentioned the other systemic issues that black and indigenous people face, so it does not negate.
Oh wait, let's negate this. Racism. You ready? Why do black foreigners come to our country and do better?
God.
Tell me why.
Oh my God. Better in what regard?
Better economically, better educationally, regard? And they live in the same neighborhoods that y'all do.
Better in
Tell me,
what regard?
How do they? I just told you. Are you not listening?
What data set
put on your listening ears. Once again, I'm using your own study. That also factors in foreign women or African women that don't even report the same thing that black women in America report. They're still black, but there's a lower mortality rate with them. Explain it.
Correct. But what we're talking about.
What?
No, hold on.
Bruh.
What we're talking about is the systemic racism that black Americans and other people of color face in this country, right?
They're coming to this country.
But wait, when you were talking about the millionaire status, you were only talking about one demographic. You weren't talking about immigrants.
You brought up you brought up mortality of black women. Okay, correct. And that's what I'm talking about.
What I'm stating is that wealth is not a determining factor that negates
Why do you keep
racism.
Bringing that up when I already told you that I know it's not the only thing? You literally moved the conversation.
To pivot back to wealth.
You literally, because I'm showing you that it shows up here, it shows up here, and it shows up here. No matter what you bring to me, I'll be able to find successful black people that beat the odds. Period.
Correct. And people beating the
odds.
And how is acknowledging systemic racism and oppression?
How is acknowledging that black people beat the odds white supremacy?
That's not what was white supremacy. Your statement earlier was you downplaying systemic oppression and racism.
Because black people today are kicking systemic oppression's ass. And you're fucking mad that I'm calling it out.
No.
What a loser.
No. Yeah, no, definitely not. We can definitely compare.
In real life, you're online on TikTok being a professional victim.
That's fantastic.
In
We
real
could definitely
life on
compare real life
TikTok, you're
credentials,
calling
but that's
black
not the
people
point. You continue
bootlickers when
to
they say
pivot.
black women and black men in general are doing well. Imagine getting upset that someone's talking positive about black people. Imagine.
That's not what anybody was upset about.
That's all I've been doing this whole time.
It was your statement diminishing systemic oppression and racism. Like,
I'm
why
not
are we
going through this with you
continuing to
again.
pivot?
Repeal the 19th.
Do you
Goodbye.
believe that non-white people can be racist?
Absolutely. Anybody
That's
can
the
express
problem.
hate.
That's what we're
I don't
addressing.
give a fuck.
You continue to move the goalposts. We're talking
How
about
am I moving the
fundamental
goalposts
issue.
by acknowledging that anybody can be
my
racist?
God. Because it's not true.
It is true.
Who created the system of race?
I don't give a damn who created it.
Oh my
Anybody
God.
has the ability to be racist.
That is not true.
You can't debunk it.
Yes, I can. I'm a critical
Prove
race
it.
scholar.
Prove it.
I already stated earlier, white people, specifically the Portuguese,
because they created it.
Are the ones who created the system of race and the hierarchy for the sole purpose of uplifting whiteness and being able to justify first the subjugation of Africans and then the subjugation of indigenous Americans. That was the entire purpose for which it's created. So by definition, people of color cannot be racist under that system because we cannot benefit from it. That's
here's
what
the question.
original argument is about.
Here's the question. If they created this system, why the fuck do you keep pushing it? Stop
We
calling
do not
yourself.
continue to push it.
Stop referring to yourself as a minority.
I've
Stop
never
referring.
called
Stop
myself a
referring to
minority. I'm an
yourself
indigenous
as
woman.
any. Stop referring to yourself as any of the labels that these quote unquote racist white men put on you. Matter of fact, identify as American and stop identifying as black.
I will not identify with the enemy. I will not identify with the enemy.
But you want to keep going with calling yourself all these racial categories that you didn't even put on yourself, that a white man put on you. So you're going to continue. You're going to continue the racial caste system that you're bitching about.
I call
That's
myself
funny.
Nde, which is Apache, and I am indigenous to this land.
That's funny.
I just
How is
want to
that
point
funny?
out, Carolina, that the Portuguese didn't create it; they adopted it. Gomez de
No,
Zarada
that's
adopted
incorrect.
it.
That's
He adopted
incorrect.
it from some.
Anyways, I'm done talking to
That's
her. You guys can take
incorrect,
care of the
Belle. You
debate.
have a source on
Thanks,
that,
Mikey.
Sheree.
I appreciate it.
I do have a source on that.
It's always a pleasure. All right. Should we open up the panel again?
While we have a moment, let's just go through. Welcome to Red Room, Blue Room. I'm Bex. This is Tbones panel. Make sure you follow T-Bone, Bell next to me, and Mikey underneath me. We are all Red Room, Blue Room. We run debate panels all day, every day. There's 178 people in here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please tap the screen and share the live, and we will continue this conversation. We do have a league. You can be tiered, and we do hold structured and anonymously judged debates all the time. So if you'd like to challenge someone up here, if you think someone is wrong, feel free to let us know and we can set that up. There is also a Discord for Red Room, Blue Room. The link is in my bio. Join the Discord. It is a fun place to be.
Is Apache's position that black people can't be racist?
Correct.
Yeah,
white people can be racist.
I'll lightning debate her right now. I just need to get up. If you could give me like I don't know, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Carolina, do you accept the challenge?
Sorry, yeah.
You accept it? All right,
Yeah.
everybody.
All right, and after I beat this broad, I want my S plus.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are we really going to allow people to talk to, like, are we serious?
Wait, it's just a
Yeah,
broad.
this is a free speech panel.
It's just another time
So
for
this
a
is a free speech panel. And yes.
Bluntman,
You got mad by the word
reprimanded.
broad?
I'm reprimanding you, Bluntman. Don't you dare.
Tyler,
just a-
don't talk
broad
that
is just
way
a word
about
for a
women,
woman. Who
okay?
cares?
Shame on you.
Watch out,
It's not-
watch
it's
out,
not-
Blumman.
it's not like I
Watch
called
out,
her a
Blumman.
bitch.
Blumman, watch out. Don't talk to her that way. She'll call you a lapdog or a bootlicker.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm waiting for the coons. I'm waiting for the
Someone's
Uncle
got-
Toms. I'm waiting for that.
Can someone explain the rubric or the rules to Carolina?
Yeah, so let me pull it up. So the rules,
I just
there are
real quick,
six.
can I just say this one thing, Bex, and then you can go ahead
Yeah,
and
go
cook
ahead.
with that. Yeah, so I just got to get up. I got to walk my dog and all that shit. So give me like 20. So it's 4:50 my time now. So like 5:10 my time. 20 minutes.
All right, so the 6 categories are respect for the other team, information, rebuttal, use of facts and statistics, organization, and understanding the topic. You get 5 points in each category, so up to 30 points total. We have 2 styles. We have a lightning debate, which is about 20 minutes, and we have a thunder debate, which is about 50 minutes. Obviously, there's more points for the thunder one than the lightning one.
And take your time, Carolina, if you need to gather up your sources or anything.
And if you aren't ranked in the tier list already because you weren't here for that, you do start at C tier and go up and down from there. It's a way of like giving everybody the opportunity to.
Unless you're fucking special, like fucking Tony or something.
Tony who?
So you're like the only person who slid into A tier just based off of nothing.
Sorry, is this all free for all, or do I wait?
What random name guy at the bottom? What'd you say?
Is this free for all, or do I wait to be introduced, or?
Who are you, and what do you think of the backdrop?
My name is Mark Smith. I'm 29.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, black people can be racist. It goes both ways. Yes.
Anybody want to jump in on that?
Do you think that they're racist on an individual, interpersonal level, or do you think that they can be racist in any way? Do you believe that the black people are systemically oppressed today?
People could be racist just the same way white people could be racist. It goes both ways. If anyone wants to debate me on
that, you also don't believe that there's systemic racism in this country?
I mean, there is, yes, but it's yes and no. But that does not change the topic. That doesn't change the fact that black people could be racist. And wait, I'm confused.
So my question is, you don't think that
all of you guys think black people can't be racist?
No, I agree with you. Bluntman agrees with you. TG and Apache would probably be the...
Who thinks black people can't be racist?
Can or can't?
Carolina,
can't be
but
racist. So what's this whole debate about?
And TG. It would be Apache and TG, buddy.
Could you guys let Jason up? Jason had some good.
He's probably on private, and only the host can let him up. So I don't see him in the queue.
All right, I think he requested.
He had
some good points.
If you have a private account, we can't let you up unless the host is here. So
all right, Jason, you heard that, brother.
I got him.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Jason. I'm 23 years old. And black people do not have the racial power in America to be racist, so that's actually wrong. GTD, you're wrong.
How so? That does not make no sense. Clearly,
do you know what racism is?
Yes.
Do you know what races are?
Yes, you fucking retard. What the fuck kind of... yes.
You can't say that. Take a lap.
Get him out of here.
Request.
That's a no.
They're both getting dropped. They're both just correlating with each other to come in here and troll. Literally had my finger on the kick button the whole time, but he was up here just waiting for it.
Just waiting.
Also, side note, you guys careful with any accounts that have like almost no followers and no content. There are a couple of accounts that have been going to lives, mostly of Black and Indigenous people, and when they get up, they're flashing like explicit content to get the live shut down. It's happened to several people over the past week.
They aren't just targeting.
How long is the opening
races
statement?
of lives?
They're
doing it in a bunch of lives.
Yeah, I think it's just any live.
No, I know, but I'm saying there's
for the opening and closing statements.
A person with multiple accounts that's doing it, and they've only been doing it to Black and Indigenous content
opening
creators.
Closing statements. How long are they?
Okay.
So it happened to Aqua. It happened to Aqua.
Why is
this
no one
morning, and
answering
Aqua's
my
white
fucking
as fuck.
question? It's like really annoying me. Opening and closing statements. How long are they? So is my mic not fucking
Are
working?
you? I'm sorry, Tyler.
yeah,
The opening
I believe they're
statements for
3 minutes,
lightning.
aren't they?
Opening statement is 2 minutes, 20 minutes of back and forth dialogue, open discussion, and then 2 minutes of closing statements. Closing, not clothing.
Okay, so that's 30 minutes total. Okay.
Yeah, it's 30
Not
minutes.
the
Total.
clothing bags.
I know. I'm barely hanging on over here.
Yeah, clothing statements. So you didn't do too good on those last time I checked.
We have a box open. Request. Let us know if you think Black people can be racist or not.
That's what I'm saying, OJ. That's what I'm saying. She got PTSD from the clothing debate.
I'm telling you,
on the
I
table.
do.
She's like,
I do. All I could think about. With 5 people in queue. Jesus Christ. Okay. Why is there 2 of this account?
no, it's glitching.
Oh, it is glitching. Okay.
Yeah, Heinrich with the Sig Heil in the bios not coming up. GTD is not coming up.
Hey, Mitch, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Pretty good.
Good, how are you? Do you think Black people can be racist?
When you say Black people, does that mean like people like plural, like as a group, they can be racist?
People, in general, just people.
So an individual person?
Individually or systemically?
Yeah, I think individually anyone can be racist, yeah.
Okay. What about on a systemic level?
Systemic level, I would say probably not in America at least.
I got you.
But that's why I think the prompt is kind of not the best. Wow, and I've heard this debate prompt, but it feels like it just comes down to definitions. Are we talking about systemic racism or individual racism? So.
Ben said that.
It's deliberately that way. Get your noggin working.
But also, even if it's just the systemic racism, it's the same point about definitions. If the way that I define racism is just prejudice or hate towards an individual based on their race, right? Then you can say that this can be interpersonal, and then it can also just be an individual instance of an individual that has power within a system and is making that area of the system function in a manner that would be in line with their prejudices or their hate. And that doesn't bar anybody dependent upon race being able to.
I'm kind of breaking up.
I said that doesn't. I said if I define racism as just prejudice or hate based on race, right, then that functions for interpersonal or systemic. And if you just ask me about systemic, I would just say, yeah, anybody that's in a position of power in a system and make a system function in line with their prejudice or hatred that they have towards others based on race. And that doesn't bar anybody from being able to actually achieve those positions. Right now, maybe we could say that something like every single facet of the system isn't going to function in line with those interests, but at least in the area that they hold that power, it would. Even systemically, I think anybody can be racist. And again, it just comes down to the definition thing where it's like equivocations that are happening. Like, for example, I don't know who it was, but somebody said like racism by definition. I don't even know what we're even doing with those type of like that type of verbiage. There's not an objective definition to any word, right? Definitions are not propositional. So when you say like by definition, maybe by your definition,
No,
but it
because
doesn't
the
mean that it
ism
has to
on
be
the
the
end.
adopted definition.
So the
No,
ism
I
on the
reject
end
it.
of racism implies a system.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
No.
it absolutely does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Show me where that's
why it's just
objectively the case. Like, what are we talking about? Do you think definitions are propositional? Do you think there's such thing as an objective definition, or do you think that
It's not
definitions
that
are
it's
just the way that we,
objective, but
or do you
dictionary
think that, or do you
definitions are
think that, or do you think
superficial.
that, or do you think that definitions are just the way that we describe concepts? Labeling it with some kind of terminology. Or just like
So what you're
describing what we
talking
mean by
about
this
is not
concept.
propositional. You're talking about prescriptive versus descriptive, and dictionary definitions are always going to be superficial. So, for
What do you think
instance, what?
You corrected me on something you just said the same thing, you use different words. When you say prescriptive, that's a proposition. It's a claim.
No, listen, what I'm
Propositions or
saying is what
claims.
you're arguing is the difference between descriptive and prescriptive. That's not what propositional means. And it's not, what we're stating is that you have to go beyond a dictionary definition to understand functionality. So a dictionary definition is always going to be superficial and limited, which is why there are fields of study dedicated to any given thing. It's like with brain surgery. I could look up the definition for brain surgery. I'm not going to be able to tell you what every level of it is, how to diagnose for it, or how even to perform a brain surgery. That would require further introspective study. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not, you can't just answer everything based on a limited dictionary definition.
Just because this requires like an opening statement, and I want to prepare one. Are you cool if we just push it back 30, like just to 5:30? It's like 29 minutes from now.
If I'm still available at that time, yes. I'm also.
I'm going to tell you right now, because I'm definitely going to shit on you, that you should probably prepare. Legitimately, I'm actually advising you to prepare.
Yeah, I'm actually advising you to know who you're dealing with.
Or she doesn't need him.
I'm just gonna say you might want to prepare.
All right. Hey,
but
Max,
anyways,
you
might want to take the advice.
Do we got? Hold on. Pause.
I'm still confused because I don't know if I know some of y'all know me and some of you clearly don't know me. I'm not even trying to be funny. But this is what I do for a living. I'm literally a public figure, and I literally went to school for the topics that I debate in. Like, I'm an academic, so I don't that was really condescending. But
can I just plug in real quick, because I gotta make sure that I'm doing this, guys. Real quick, I just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. What time are you guys debating? And is it a thunder or a lightning?
Lightning.
Okay. And then we're doing a...
Bluntman asked for 20 to 30 minutes to prepare an opening statement. She is saying that if she's around, so I don't know if she's actually committing to the debate.
I'm able to do so now.
It's only 2 minutes for the opening statement. So if they're doing the lightning.
Right.
It's the 2-minute opening statement, and then it's going to be a 20-minute open dialogue between the both of them, and then a 2-minute closing. So if you need 30 minutes, Bluntman, I don't... You need 30 minutes. Okay, yeah.
What is the topic
you're
debating?
I don't see any other fucking S tiers up here, so this is how I get down. Besides Mikey. So why don't y'all just shut the fuck up and learn something or two? Okay, learn a thing.
You're right. Actually, no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you guys are S
tiers up there. Yeah, there is.
Well, I am actually S+ tier now, seeing that I've just constantly won. So where them points adding up. But anyway, maybe this woman. I mean, right, a woman beat me. That would be crazy, right? So maybe this is.
She is a genius. So
maybe this like the 1 in 10,000, just like Django.
She's an academic public figure, so be careful.
No, a genius public figure. So.
But yeah, I do just want to clarify. I just want to clarify the point about you said when I said the word propositional, you said I was meaning descriptive or prescriptive. These are synonyms. Propositional means that it's relating to or consisting of or based on propositions. Prescriptive claims are ones that require a logical argument, which are propositional. So this is just like a parallel. You corrected me for no reason to try to act as though you were saying something. Wait, 100%. Can you give me a prescriptive claim? Give me a prescriptive claim that is not propositional.
That is beyond the scope of the argument.
Give me a prescriptive claim that's not propositional if they're not synonyms.
They're not synonyms.
Okay, give me a prescriptive claim that's not propositional. Go.
With what topic? There's infinite.
Literally anything. Give me any prescriptive claim. Give me any prescriptive claim that's not propositional. Go.
On what topic?
Again, any topic possible. Give me any prescriptive claim that's not propositional. Go.
Why are you're arguing like the dumbest thing? Prescriptive knowledge is focusing on.
Okay, so you can't do it. Okay, got it.
Hold on, because you're not even making that's a disingenuous question. Prescriptive knowledge focuses on actionable know-how, how to change or manipulate nature, expressed as instructions or imperatives. Propositional knowledge focuses on Oh my God, I'm trying to give you the answer for fuck's sake.
No, you're lost. No, you're lost in the sauce.
I'm definitely not.
Prescriptive is a form of claim that's going to be prescribing something as to ought statements when we're talking about normative ethics, which is what we're discussing here. Should be, should not be, or right?
Oh
Where
my
you're
God.
describing something, which would be like a definition. As I said, it's a descriptive claim. We're just describing a concept and the way that we understand it by ascribing some kind of like a label or term to it. Therefore, definitions by the actual concept of what we mean by definition cannot be prescriptive, and they're not propositional. Again, if you believe they are propositional, when you're trying to make an argument that there's a specific definition that has to be used, right? Then you just have to give a prescriptive claim that is not going to be propositional if they're not synonyms, because definitions obviously are not propositional. If you disagree with that, then give the counter argument.
That's what I was saying. You were trying to make the argument that I'm
Okay,
saying
bro.
it was propositional.
When you say the definition
Oh
of
my God.
racism is XYZ, you are
I did not. I
presupposing
said
any
by
other.
nature of the definition,
You
it
said
is
by
a
definition.
system.
You said by definition. In other words, just by the way that Apache describes this thing, therefore it's a system.
What?
But it doesn't. Yes, that's
No,
again.
the
That's what a
ism on
definition
the end of
is.
racism implies a system.
Oh my God, is that objectively true?
It is true, period.
Is it objectively true?
Oh my God. Yes, it is objectively true.
Yes, it's objectively true. So any word that has an ism at the end automatically is a system?
System or ideology, depending on how it's framed. By this,
Wait.
this notion.
So then why can't it just be an
Hold on.
ideology?
Because
Perfect. So
I'm
it's just an
trying to explain
ideology.
that to you. I'm trying to explain that to you. At this
This
point,
is
we
the
might as well wait until
equivocation.
he's ready because it's going to be part of the statement.
Well, this is the equivocation, right?
It's not an
like
equivocation.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, because I'm defining it as an ideology. You're defining it as necessarily a system.
You can't
tell me. Right there. Definitions are not propositional. Right there. You stepped right into my trap card. It's like I'm playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day,
No,
right?
you're not.
You
I
just
don't know
said
what the
you
fuck that
can't.
even
You just
means,
said you
but-
can't. You just said you can't do that. You just said you can't do that, which means you're presupposing that the definition is propositional. It's not propositional. Just because you have a certain definition that you ascribe to this
It's
term
not my
does not mean it's that.
definition.
Stop
It's
talking
not my
over me.
definition,
Stop
and I don't know
talking
what the
over
fuck
me. Stop
the
talking
UV,
over
whatever
me.
the fuck you
Right?
said is.
Just because you have a specific way that you define this term or describe this
not
term
me
or
defining
concept, it doesn't mean that I have to. This is equivocating. It's literally called the equivocation fallacy. For example, if I'm outside and I'm throwing a
Why
brown
is
paper
he still
bag in the air,
talking?
if I'm outside because I can, if I'm outside
Right,
and I'm
but
throwing
other
a
people should
brown
be able to
paper bag
speak
in
when
the
you're
air, I'm
fucking
just explaining to you. I'm
mischaracterizing what's
explaining
being
to you. You're not
stated.
even listening. You're
Because you
refusing
won't
to
allow for me
listen.
to speak.
You're refusing. Wait, once I'm done talking, I promise you can go. Does that make you feel better?
So
To
you've
get the
been
engraved
going and
invitation?
going and
Does that make you
going.
does that make you feel better to get the engraved invitation or something?
Child, it's not about feelings. I really don't give a fuck about colonizers.
Okay, great. Then stop complaining. Now, anyways,
thing-
again, if I'm throwing a brown paper bag in the air, right, and I'm like, wow, this bag is really light, and TG comes up to me and goes, no, you dumbass, it's not light. Look, it's a brown paper. It's a dark brown paper bag, right? Obviously, he's equivocating there. Where what I mean when I use the word light is I mean lack of weight. He thinks that I mean a specific shade or tone of color. These are two different
do with the
things.
topic.
Oh my God, she's so
Mikey,
confused.
I
She can't
understand.
even get it.
I understand what we're gonna do.
This is your scholar, by the way. By the way, wait, just real quick, T-Bone.
Hold
This
on.
is your genius, by the
hold
way.
on, bro. Hold on. So both of y'all is definitely intelligent, and I think the argument we're gonna bring this back to, like, we're gonna argue is gonna be the difference between the system and when we're talking about interpersonal racism. That's gonna always come down to the argument. Could we agree on that? Because we're going to get people that's going to say, yes, black people can be racist, but systematically they don't have the power to implement, the power, like, overall, right? And we're talking government, right? Because we all know who runs the government. My thing is that we're going to always come back to the definition of racism. Can we agree to that for people who oppose?
Well, yeah, but that's my whole point, is the definition can be different. For example, my definition does not presuppose power in it at all.
Right. And I understand what you're trying to argue on that one.
Yeah, it's just an
Yeah.
ideology. It's just prejudice or hatred towards an individual based on their race.
That's
Wait, right there. So you see where she fucks up every time? I define it by what I mean by the
You won't
concept,
ever
and
let
then
me
she
speak,
goes,
so I can
that's
only
not
say
what
a
it
few
is.
words at a fucking
I understand
time.
what she's trying to say too.
Confused.
I understand what she's trying to say too. Like, if we can't implement the systematic part of racism. If you think,
But you can.
How when we don't
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
control that? We
If
don't
it's a,
control
if
the
it,
government. The government
because
has the
TG.
power. But hold on, Mikey. The government does.
Yeah.
The government controls the power, and that's when we're talking about systematic part, the
Sure,
system
sure,
part.
sure. I agree
So
with you, but
now, if we
when it's an
can't, so if
ideology,
laws was if laws was pushed against minority groups of people in this country, and we know in history that those laws are still effective, right?
yeah.
Can we
My
agree to that, right?
definition, yeah, my
Yes.
definition doesn't exclude this
So
though. TG is what I'm
no,
trying to
I
tell
get
you.
it. I get it. But that's when we're going to come back to the main thing right here is the definition of what is racism, and if everybody can be that. So if we're going to argue system on one side, and we're going to argue interpersonal, you got to have all four to be. I feel like, in my opinion, all four types of the racism to be effective, and black people and minority people don't have that power,
But
and
that's
that's what it's going to boil
this
down
is,
to. In a
but this is
simple
why I
argument.
said, but
In a
yeah,
simple
but
argument.
TG, I know, I hear you, but TG,
And we're
my
going to have to
definition,
disagree and this
bruh,
is why it's always going to be a fucking argument.
That's fine, right? But
Right.
here's the
All
thing
right.
is like you're not telling me that I'm wrong or that I'm not encapsulating racism or something when I give you my definition. She is. That's an equivocation fallacy. She's equivocating
No,
on the
it's
definition of
not.
racism by what she is ascribing it to be and telling me therefore I'm
It's not
wrong
my
when I use the term
definition.
racism in this way. It doesn't matter whose definition it is. You're so stuck on the fact that I
All
say
right. All right.
you.
Because you
Let's
I
keep
just
just mean
framing it
I just
that
mean
this
the
is
way.
what we're going to
definition that
do. We're going to
you're
argue on that
using. Are
point.
you
This is what I'm
crazy?
talking about. We're going to argue on that part. And
The fuck?
that's what's going to spring the debate. And I get it. Right. But people need to be educated on both sides of the spectrum. Right. Whether we can agree
This
or
shit is
disagree,
philosophy of
we have
language
to have
101, bro.
understanding
Oh
and
my God.
education on the actual part. And we know in history, laws has been pushed against minority groups of people, and that's the fact. And that does affect that
Again,
minority
I'm
group of
not
people. We have to have that
again,
educated. And I understand we're going to
not
have
disagreeing with
disagreements
you.
on what I get it. I get it. But we can't. But that's the facts, though. How can you disagree against the facts, Mikey? That's
No,
not
I'm
that's not
telling
right.
you, I'm verbally
Okay.
telling you, I'm not disagreeing with you. I
Okay. All right.
agree that there were
Okay.
laws that have been put in place that disproportionately or were specifically meant to target black people. I'm not even disagreeing with that, but I'm saying my definition does not exclude that because when you just view it as an ideology, it's transitive, right? It can go towards interpersonal interactions. It can go towards individuals in power
But due
within a
to what,
system.
though?
It can go
But
towards
due to
right?
what, though, Mikey? Due
What
to
do you
what?
mean due to what?
All right. So if systematically for hundreds of years, if someone feels some type of way about how the system is and how the group of people is operating, that you can say that person is racist, right? Not a white person, but a black person or let's say a minority person, right? You can say, hey, due to what your group of people had to go through, right? You don't have a right to feel the way that you do about that group of people, right? Especially
I'm not
if
even
they're
saying any of that.
hold on. Especially if they're displaying that shit every day, and the educated people in the black community and different minority community can see the actual problems. And if they're pushing back and speaking about it, you're going to say that they're racist.
But I'm not telling y'all wrong. I'm not telling you you're wrong at all.
But that's the disagreement. If you're going to say I'm racist for that, then I would disagree because that's not how I'm looking at it.
What would be racist is if you had prejudice or hate towards an entire group of people just by virtue of their race. That's it.
Not true.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
That's a racial bias.
I don't agree with that.
That's not true. Like you don't understand. You don't understand the philosophy of language. You should have paid more attention in school. Wait, okay, then explain to me what an equivocation fallacy is. Let's go. Come on.
Oh my
It's
God.
philosophy
So
of
we're going to
language
get
101.
back on topic because
That's
this is what
philosophy
white
of
men
language
like
101.
to do.
You're a liar when you say that you knew this concept and you didn't, and I pointed you out to it, and you then tried to pivot and say we're going back to the topic. You're a fucking liar. You flex your degrees and you don't even understand the simple, basic, rudimentary aspects of the way the English language works and the philosophy of language.
Words that you think
the
you know
equivocation
the
fallacy.
does not mean you know what you're talking about.
What word did I know? Okay, great. What word did I use out of context?
Every single thing that you've stated so far.
Got it. Can't even give me an example. Just give me one.
Not what's happening here.
Okay, great.
Because you're
what is an
talking about
equivocation
that
fallacy?
would be when there are two or more distinct meanings with the same argument. That's not what is happening here.
But yes, it is. What are you talking
No,
about?
it's not.
Yes, it is. Racism, as you said yourself, by the way, the ism can mean either an ideology or a system. So when you
Correct. And
say
in this
or,
instance, that's why context matters.
or, it means a disjunction, which
No, no,
means
no,
there's
no, no, no,
more
no.
than
It
one.
depends
Yeah,
on the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
context
It
of the
means there's
word you're
more than
using.
one,
Excuse you.
right?
Do you
It
ever
means there's
shut the
more than
fuck up
one,
so someone
right?
else can talk?
I don't
Like,
understand why you're
I'm
getting so
aware that you
mad,
Mikey,
probably
you
are
is
right?
used to women
steamrolling though,
finishing in your
Mikey. Mikey,
presence,
you
but
are
God.
steamrolling, Mikey. You are steamrolling,
He
bro.
does, but yeah, let her
You are
go.
steamrolling, bro. You do. And I get it. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
understand
fine.
what you're
That's
trying to
fine.
argue,
Wait, when
but
I ask
that's
her a
where we're
question,
going
hold
to
on.
have to
If I
agree to
ask her a
disagree when
question
we
and
come to
she
the
doesn't,
facts.
if I ask her a question and she doesn't answer 100%, I'm going to continue to press her on the question. That's
No, because
stupid
the
for
thing,
anybody to act like I shouldn't do
because what
that.
you are trying to do is you are trying to distract from the core argument. So when you're talking about equivocation fallacy and whether or not that's not even, I don't even know why you would bring that up because it's not the topic, and it's not what's happening here. When it comes to the ism and which it implies, it depends on the context and the word being used. That's why it matters. So with race, we are talking specifically as it refers to the system of race. It was created as a system. That's why the ism on racism is a system.
Again, this is all okay. Are you good? Am I going to get told that I'm steamrolling? Don't think
Oh
so.
my
There's a long
God. You
pause
can
here. Great.
continue
Okay.
because you
Now,
clearly have a word
anyways,
limit you
wait,
have
I'm
to get
sorry.
out each day.
I'm sorry. Did you have something else that you were saying after a 5-second break, bro?
Just because people don't like talk 5,000 miles a minute does
continue
not mean that.
continue
But go
with
ahead.
whatever else you feel like you were just about to wait. Hold up. Continue with whatever else you feel like you were just about to say conveniently right when I started talking. Please.
You can talk, but the condescension and the fucking like rudeness and passive aggressive like attitude, like just fucking answer. You don't have to be, oh my God, can I go? Can I go? Just fucking answer. Like whining like a little, oh my God. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, great. Okay. Anyways, right? The equivocation fallacy in reference to definitions, right, is a logical fallacy that occurs when a word or phrase is used with one meaning in one part of an argument and a different meaning in another. So when I'm saying in the argument that racism is an ideology and you're saying no, it's a system, that's the equivocation. When you tell me no in the way that I'm using it and tell me I'm wrong
Because you
for
are
using it in
wrong.
this way, hey, did you realize how I sat quiet? Did you notice that?
Actually, you just cut out.
Anyways,
You did cut out twice. I
did
don't
you
know if you
notice
did for other people,
when I
but go
was
ahead.
when I was directly when I was literally in the middle of my sentence. That's crazy, right? When you tell
I'm
me
trying.
I'm
Hold
wrong,
on,
when you
calm the
tell me
fuck
I'm wrong,
down. I'm
oh
trying to
my
tell you that
god.
your audio
Yes, please
cut
tell
out.
me to calm
So
down
chill
while
the
you're
fuck
screaming.
out, bro.
Tell me
Your
to calm
audio
down
cut
while you're
out
screaming.
twice.
Tell me to calm down while you're screaming. Now,
Wrong.
anyways, when
God,
you
what
tell
a
me
fucking bitch.
that I'm wrong, when you tell me I'm wrong based on the way that I'm using it as an ideology, whereas you're saying no, I'm using and you're using it as a system, right? That is the equivocation fallacy because I'm not wrong for using it in the way that I'm using it, just as you're not wrong in using it in the way that you're using it.
Okay,
That's what I'm
again,
trying to say. I'm not telling you you're wrong for making this argument of racism being a system. I'm explaining to you what I mean when I use the word racism and the concept that I'm purveying or that I perceive when the word is used. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, but you are still wrong, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's why it's not an equivocation
Oh,
fallacy.
okay.
Because for this particular term, how it is used depends on the term that is being used. Race in itself was a system that was constructed. That is why we can argue that ism on the end of racism is a system. It's going to apply differently to the term being used.
Is it only a
That's what I'm
system?
trying to explain to you.
Is it only a system? Because I'm old enough
Yeah,
to
well,
remember that
no, but
Craig.
hold
I'm old
on.
enough.
So hold on.
Hold
So
on.
it's
No, no,
not
no.
a system. So it
Hold
is a
on, bro.
system. It is a system, Mike.
Hold on. Wait. She said I'm old enough to remember, and if anybody's being genuine in the 130 people that are listening, I'm old enough to remember when she said it's an ideology
Okay.
or a system. So
No.
that
I
means
Okay.
did
so
Hold
that
on.
ism.
Hold
means a
on. So
Oh my
Mikey.
disjunction. Wait,
God.
So
in the
hold on, real
middle of
quick.
my
Let me just
sentence.
say,
In
Racism.
the
Mikey. Let
middle
me
of my
say this. Hey,
sentence.
Mikey.
In
Let
the
me say this
middle of
to
my
you real quick.
sentence, dude.
I got. Oh my bad,
This is
bro. Hold on.
crazy.
So listen, bro. I get it. So we're just trying to have a conversation, bro. That's the end of the day. And it's very. I'm glad we got over 100 people in here because this is a serious conversation for the people who actually want to listen. Because yes, people do feel the way you feel, and then on my side, what you were talking about, and Catalina's side, we definitely feel like it's a racism far as the system, and then we can't. So listen, real quick. So do you agree racism
is not just personal, right? Would you agree with that?
I agree that, yeah, racism,
Okay,
because it's an ideology, can be shown in any facet of
right.
society.
Okay, so it's structural, right? It's structural, right? So
Can be.
yes, so racism, laws, policies, okay, policing, housing access, lending systems, education, uh, healthcare, media narratives, and hiring and wages all affect minority groups of people, which is part of a system. So that covers a lot. When you're talking about a minority group of people, that's the effect that they feel. Okay. So without that power, you can't say that they're just being racist by just having a personal feeling about a group of
Wait,
people.
yes, two
No.
things,
You can't say that
bro.
they're just racist. And I get it. We're going to disagree on this. Can't say they're just, in my opinion, you can't just say that they're racist because they're feeling the effects of all those things that I just mentioned. Okay. It's covering a big base of America that those minority groups of people feel. So if you saying that, hey, just because of this system, fuck these group of people because they're holding us back. You can't say they're just fucking racist, in my opinion. And
That's
that's
not
just
what I'm
where we're going to
saying. That's not what
disagree.
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. When you
If
say
I can
fuck
point something
systems,
out that
when you
he
say,
that
no,
he's
I get to,
excuse me.
no, I get to directly respond to the person that just talked to me. That's
Well, I was
insane.
trying to respond
Right?
to what you
Well,
said. That was wrong.
that's fine. You can respond after I respond to him, and then I'll give the floor to
Fantastic.
you.
Yeah,
Right?
go.
Got it.
Perfect. Right?
White is
Now,
right. Got it.
Talking at some
right?
point.
Again, this is insane. Right? TG, your point, right? I'm not saying that when people say, fuck these systems, or I hate these systems, or whatever, they want to tear down these systems, or whatever the case, that's what's racist. I'm specifically saying that if people, from feeling those effects, then
Yeah.
have prejudice or hate towards all white people by virtue of these people
But
being
it wouldn't
white,
be all white
that is
people.
what would be. Wait. Then
It
perfect.
wouldn't
Then
be all
perfect.
white people though.
Then perfect. Then they're not racist.
Oh my God.
That's my view. That's literally my view.
Well, then,
That's my
Mikey,
whole
what the hell are we
That's my
arguing
wait.
for
Hold
then?
it, dude,
All people
dude,
don't feel
dude.
like that. All
Dog,
minority
dog.
people don't feel like it's all white
I'm
people
not
or
saying
all
dog,
the.
dog. It's like this is the problem. You're arguing with me against a point that I don't even hold. What I'm trying to explain to you is racist and and racism is an ideology specifically. Racism is the ideology. A racist is an individual or group of individuals that hold the ideology.
No.
Right?
So real
What
quick.
racism is? No, don't stop telling me. I
Oh
swear, bro,
my
this chick is
God.
gonna
You don't let
infuriate
anyone else
every
talk.
time this chick says no. It's
This
insane
chick
God.
is
because she just
crazy
continues
work.
to
Are you
equivocate. This
not
is
a
wild.
chick?
Right now,
What the
anyways,
Yeah,
fuck are
come
you
on,
right,
y'all. Come
talking
on.
about? All these
Come on, y'all.
TG, I'm
Go
just
ahead,
trying,
go.
I'm just trying to get to the point of agreement
No, I
with you and
got you.
me,
Go
right?
ahead. Just go ahead. Go ahead. I got you, bro.
Racism is the ideology. Racists are those who hold the ideology. This can be seen in any facet of society. So you can have an individual that's in a position of power within a system and holds the ideology of being racist, where they say, I have a prejudice or hatred towards all individuals that are not white, right? And therefore they put this legislation in place that would disproportionately affect these individuals, right? I'm fine with saying that. I agree with that, right? But the
Okay.
same point is that on the same front, if a black person, and I'm not saying that this is the case, I'm just saying if a black person, if it is possible that a black person can then feel those effects and say that they have prejudice or hate towards all white people by virtue of them being white, by virtue of their race, right? Then that person is racist, which means, yes, it is possible, AKA black people can be racist because can is possibility, not probability. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Okay,
So
so
real quick.
I never met a person that really felt like that. So I don't know. I can't
Quick.
I never met a person that really felt like that. So I don't know. I can't say that I have met a person that say, oh, all white people are racist. Well, like all of them feel like, like fuck every white person and don't have like some type of mutual respect for. I haven't met that type of person. I'm not saying that person is not out
TJ,
there,
That's what
but
I'm saying.
I
He's
don't
dealing
know.
in
TJ, hold on.
hypotheticals.
Hold
I
on.
just yeah. Go
Is
ahead,
being
Carolina.
racist only
Please let
applicable to
Carolina,
white
hold
Carolina
on.
Oh
get
my
a chance to speak
God.
though, y'all.
Carolina, you do believe that.
Wait, I believe what?
That
What
you don't, stop please, I'm speaking. So, did you not even put it in the comments earlier? I don't like white people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
all
Do
white
you
people?
not hate, do you not like all white people?
Would I say that every single individual? No, I said as a general rule, though. Yeah, I don't trust white people. Of course not.
That would
I
be a
have reasons to.
prejudice.
I
So
never
aren't you
stated
being racist?
it's actually not prejudice. It's a racial bias because it's not.
No, it's
Which is a
prejudice.
prejudice.
Ooh, shit,
It's a
I don't.
prejudgment.
It's
Oh my
prejudice.
god, that's not prejudging though. It's
It
actually
is.
based on lived experience and historical evidence.
What's your lived experience that
But it's
makes
a
you
historical
you don't
evidence
like
This
isn't
people?
woman on my own
applicable.
land that still has to fight for our rights on our own land. Yeah.
But does the
how
average
is that a
white
live?
person play into that in today's
Yes, actually,
society?
they benefit from the system in place. So
No,
that
not
doesn't mean I
benefit.
hate.
Do they part? Do
Wait, would
they
Native Americans not also
go?
benefit from the system in place?
No, we do not. That's a wild thing to say,
How
actually.
is that? Wait.
So, if I could answer what was stated incorrectly
Is my
earlier.
mic broken?
Oh my
You hear
god.
me, right?
Yes, Ed, we hear you, Ed.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So I'm gonna be able to say something at some point in this fucking day, right?
You're saying something right now. What do
Okay,
you
just
want to
making
say?
sure. Go ahead, carry on.
So if I could clear up the issue, when you said ism, you stated that I said that it could be a system or an ideology. Ism in itself, not ism as attached to racism. So you tried to make an argument that I didn't make. So whether this ism implies an ideology or a system depends on the word that's being used. So for ism in racism, it implies a system because rather than merely being an ideology or an individual prejudice, it is a central tenet of modern sociological and critical race theory. What I'm stating
So a
is it's not,
presupposition of
oh
conclusion.
my God, oh my fucking God.
I'm just
It is
clarifying.
not just a collection of biased ideas, which would be an ideology that's held by individuals. It's an organized, institutionalized system of power that creates unequal outcomes along racial lines. That's
So
how it has been.
presupposition of
Oh
conclusion.
my fucking God.
It's a clarifying question. That's how
I'm
conversation
almost
works.
done. You
But
can
but wouldn't the ideology
I
ideology
swear to
fill
God,
that
I don't
system?
even see how it's possible to have a conversation.
Do you know that a clarifying question is meant to
I'm
interject
not
amongst the
finished though.
sentiment?
You can always ask a question when I finish.
Not a clarifying question. Clarifying questions are meant to interrupt.
I'm not finished with my sentence even.
Can we let
Yes,
her
I'm
finish?
stating
Because
that a
she's trying to.
clarifying
Hold up,
question
bro. Can we just let her
interrupts.
finish so she can address
Is this that
Mikey?
Nazi
She's trying to.
motherfucker? I recognize the voice.
And proud.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it is. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're getting cooked in 40. It's
I'm
crazy.
definitely not. So anyway, as I was stating, by definition of how race was constructed, it is an institutionalized system of power. Therefore, when ism is attached to race, we know that the ism is implying system. For other types of isms, depending on what the context of the word is, it could be an ideology, but racism in itself is not merely a collection of biased ideas, which would be an ideology. Y'all can
So
go.
is the construction of race in of itself not an ideology?
No. The formation of what? No, I'm sorry. The formation
How is the inception of race not an ideology?
The formation
race
of
real?
what leads up to it, you could argue are
Is race
ideologies
real?
because, oh my God.
Is race real?
All right, so
Yeah, it's real,
It's
motherfucker.
real,
You
it's not
use
biological,
racism every
there's a
day,
difference.
right? You be calling people niggas and shit every day on this.
So race is
Right.
real.
Race is real, it's not biological. You're arguing two different things.
So if okay, so it's a social construct though, right? So it's real
Social
under the
constructs are real, though.
you
Time
spew
is
that
real.
shit every
wait,
day.
hold on. But social constructs are only real if the collective agrees that it's real. So if the collective
Oh
tomorrow
my-
agree that
that's
it's no
not how
longer
it
real,
is.
yes, it is.
No, it is not. Oh my God.
Are we okay?
Is
Do
this
we not
like
know
a-
the definition of a
Do you
social
understand
construct?
that time is a social construct?
Yes.
Okay, so the collective of what? Because not every collective society agrees on how to define time or how it
Agreed.
is managed or
Agreed. That's why we have different calendars.
Okay, also
Would the Mayan
money is a
calendar
social
align with the
construct.
modern day calendar? Like, what are we talking about?
Not everybody has the same calendar.
Correct.
Julian or the Julian or Gregorian.
He's making the
calendar.
argument that each nation collective has a different, thought process behind that calendar system. That's the argument he's making. Yeah,
it's a different
concept. Like race is just a concept because ultimately it's a feeling. It's not actually real. It's just what the will of the collective determines if it's real. That's what a social construct is. That's what Giovanni Gentili calls it, a social construct. That's what he calls race. It's not real because there's no evidence of race.
No.
There's evidence of
It's still,
ethnicities.
social constructs are still real, though. It just means
Yes.
what we are. Like, to say that race is biological would be erroneous, but to say it's not real would also be erroneous because it has real world implications and that it has been established.
This should affect
Yes, because
people's lives.
because of the will of the collective, because the collective determined if it's real. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but it
we're in
affects
agreement.
people. It
We're
affects
not.
people's lives too, though, right? So it's like it has to be
Yes.
real. It has to be real. Because if I'm a
Right.
black person and you're a white person and someone's a different other color, right? That plays a part here in America.
Okay, so
in the
TG.
world too.
Okay, so TG on. Okay, so I'm gonna make up an island, right? I'm just gonna test this logical consistency here. So
Wait, hang on. I need to ask the host a quick question. Sorry. Hold on. Can you hold on a second? Hang on. This is about before you came in. So
Yeah,
hold on.
Hold up. She has a
fucking
debate.
Christ.
Hold on. She has a debate. She's asking the host for clarification.
Yeah, I just need to. Does anybody know if Dude is coming back soon? Because I
Yeah,
am
I'll
kind
share
of
it
on
too.
a time limit, but I'm here available now, so that's what I'm trying to ask. So
Yeah.
I don't know if Dude is what's his face is coming
Let me
back.
send this blunt man. Let me find him. You guys can keep going. Let me see.
You can continue. Yeah. You can
Okay. So on Floydian Island, if race is never taught, would race still be real on that island?
Wait a minute. It's a global concept, though. So
It doesn't matter. This is a reductio. Shut up, Carolina.
it would still be real.
No. If race was never taught, TG, on this island of Floydian Island, would race still be applicable there?
No.
Okay, so it's dependent upon the mind.
That doesn't make it not.
Okay, I mean,
no, it's
makes
not
it
the
subjective.
mind.
I mean, if you want to, that's just that's not a real reality.
You
So
can't deal in hypotheticals.
It's a reductio ad absurdum. It doesn't have to be.
If we want imaginary, no, it wouldn't matter.
That's the point of a reductio ad absurdum.
Okay, so what does that have to do with actual noun and what's going on in the real shit that we're talking about?
Testing the understanding of the concept that was being conveyed.
I get the concept. I get the concept. I get it. But I mean, I just like to stick to like what's real.
Because race isn't real on North Sentinel Island. It's not that much of an absurdium. Like there's
but they don't have to worry about
your concept of race.
They wouldn't have to argue this shit though. They don't have to worry about arguing this shit. And I agree.
So then
it would cease to exist.
So
so then it would cease to exist that race is an objective reality. So like math, we can agree. So math, we can agree that 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4, regardless of if it's taught or not. Correct?
You cannot deal.
But actually, believe me, a lot of people don't believe 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, and okay, and a lot of people are dumb.
So
that doesn't that doesn't negate the fact that 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4.
Right.
Bluntman is here, so do we want to pause this conversation for the lightning debate?
Yes.
Okay. So what we'll ask, people can stay up here if they want to, but I want to ask that everybody stay on mute during the entire debate. If you come off mute and interrupt, we will drop you. How it goes is we can flip a coin for who goes first. The person who gets the coin toss will get to pick who goes first. We will keep time. The judge is listening. Does anyone have any questions? Do you guys have any questions before we start? No? Okay. Apache, do you want to call heads or tails?
That's fine. Tails.
Okay. All right, and tails got it. So who do you want to go first, you or Bluntman?
He can go first.
Okay, perfect. Let me just get a timer going here really quick. Give me 2 seconds. All right, so you have Bluntman. Are you ready?
Oh yeah, of course.
All right, so I'll start the clock whenever you start your first word. 2 minutes. I'll put a 30-second warning in the chat.
All right. So before we even get into the weeds, I just want to set a clear standard for this debate. If I can demonstrate that blacks can either be interpersonally or systemically racist, both of which are widely recognized forms of racism, even within the frameworks of things like CRT, then the claim that black people cannot be racist is false, and I win. Interpersonal racism is pretty straightforward. This is going to vary from dictionary to dictionary, but it can also mean, if you go by Collins, which is just going to be the hatred or bigotry towards
individual based on their race alone. Systemic racism is going to be more through institutions, through laws, through policies, and the people who enforce them. So it requires some sort of institutional authority and policy level power, and I'm sure she'd agree with that. So the key point here, man, is just that any group that holds institutional power, if she goes that route, has the capacity to engage in systemic racism. That's not an opinion. That's just baked into the definition. So if the position is that a group cannot be racist at the systemic level, then you're just going to be forced into one of two claims. Either they never possess institutional power, or power somehow stops functioning the same way depending on who holds it. I apologize if you hear my dog slurping in the background. Both of those fall apart, obviously, under basic scrutiny. Because the power is real, and it is, and the ability to influence outcomes or enforce the policies and shape the systems is also real, right? Regardless of who occupies those positions. And notice, I'm not even making a claim that systemic racism is actively happening in any specific case. I don't really need to. I just need to establish that the capacity exists. Because the original claim, again, isn't that it's rare, just that it's possible.
All right. Perfect. Just before time. And we're going to reset this. And Apache, on your first words, your 2 minutes will start. I'll put a 30-second warning in the chat.
Okay, thanks. So, what we need to be able to understand is that there's a difference between racism and racial bias. So yes, anyone can have a racial bias. And when it comes to prejudice, within context and with nuance, then people can hold certain prejudices as well. But racism is not just bias. It's something that is backed by power, institutions, and systems. So if we're arguing within the context of the United States, those systems were built by and still disproportionately benefit white people, specifically for the subjugation of Black and Indigenous people first, and then other non-white people. So non-white people can hold bias and they can have prejudice within certain contexts, but they do not have the systemic power to be racist in any way. The argument about interpersonal becomes a little bit trickier because, again, that's still going to be a bias or a prejudice that is playing out. Racism is not just about individual intent. It's about whether that interaction reinforces a system of domination. So white equals non-white hostility will reinforce oppression, but non-white to white hostility does not reinforce systemic racial oppression. Racism is always going to be tied to power, even if it's interpersonal. So when and that's because interpersonal interactions do not happen in a vacuum. They're shaped by systems of power, history, and hierarchy. So a white person insulting a Black person or another person of color is backed by centuries of structural oppression. A Black person or a non-white person insulting a white person is not backed by a system that marginalizes white people. We don't have any instances of that being fact. The impact and function are fundamentally different. So that's going to be my argument to make sure that we understand how race was constructed, how it was constructed as a system and not simply an ideology, and why that ism attached to it implies a system, and therefore non-white people cannot be racist under a system that was built to subjugate them and not benefit them.
Time. Perfect. So we're going to go into 20 minutes of open dialogue now. I'll put a 5-minute and a 1-minute warning in the chat. And this is open. Bluntman, go ahead on your first word.
Okay, it sounds like you're just trying to redefine racism to avoid conceding a basic point. But let's just go ahead and get into this. You're saying that Blacks do not hold any institutional power?
First of all, can we refrain from the racism? They're Black people. You don't throw an S
I'm gonna
on
say
the
Blacks.
end of it. Oh my God. So we're just going to be racist out the gate. I got it.
I don't know, define racism.
Institutional power as a collective, no.
Okay. So I'm so sorry, say that again.
Do they hold institutional power as a collective? No.
What do you mean as a collective?
As a collective group. Do they have any type of benefit in that? No.
Okay, so when I ask you, what do you mean by collective, and you just respond with as a collective group, that doesn't, hold on, means? Don't interrupt. That doesn't explain to me what you mean by a collective.
Do you understand what the word collective means when referring to a group?
I don't know what you mean when you say it. That's why I'm asking you.
That is exactly what I mean, as a collective, as a group. Okay,
what exactly is the criteria of being a collective? I'm not I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm legitimately trying to understand your position so that I can attack it.
Okay, so this is not how a debate works. Like, if you can make your statement and I can respond, like, it's not supposed to be back and forth like this. So could you go ahead and just go with your point and I will respond accordingly?
Okay, how exactly am I expected to address your position if I don't understand what your position entails? If you are sitting here saying that the criteria for being systemically racist is institutional power, and I ask you, okay, well, do they hold institutional power? And you say, not as a collective. I need to know what that means.
Correct, they do not. So just take it. They do not. No.
Bruh, okay. Bro, okay. So she's just refusing to answer the question.
I'm telling you, they do not
So hold on, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. So okay. So when I'm talking about institutional power, I would say like some sort of like through their policies, through their practices, that they're able to produce like some sort of unequal outcome across racial groups. Would you agree with that?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say that like if we're talking about some sort of institutional racism, like you're just talking about like through like when these people are in power or have some sort of authority, that through their policies, through their practices, that they have the power to produce like unequal outcomes across racial groups, right?
Correct. That's not the entirety of what I'm stating, but just continue so that I can respond appropriately to everything you say.
Sure. So then I guess I'd say that if systemic racism is contingent upon some sort of institutional authority, and I guess some sort of like policy mediated power structure, then I don't know, like places like Detroit, Jackson, Fulton County, Black leadership like occupies an incredible amount, like substantial control over the legislative mechanisms here. I mean, this is pretty logically indisputable. If racism is contingent upon institutional power, like you're saying, and blacks acquire and maintain any of this institutional power, which they do, then that refutes the original claim.
Yes? Okay.
I didn't hear you ask a question.
No. I was asking if you were, you didn't hear me. I was asking if you were done.
Yeah, when I take long pauses like that, that means I'm done.
Okay, making sure. Okay. So just because there are Black people who hold positions at a city level or even a state level, that does not mean that they control the systems that define racial outcomes. And that's what's important, because that is looking at it at a micro level. And racism, again, does not exist within a vacuum. So having Black leadership in a city doesn't mean Black people control the systems that shape inequality. Cities are constrained, first of all, by state government, also federal policy, the court system, corporate power, and then banking and capital access. So like when you mentioned Detroit, has it had Black leadership for decades? Yes. The state of Michigan, however, took control during the Detroit emergency manager period, and local democracy was overridden. So that in and of itself, having like a Black mayor does not negate the fact that the system in itself, they do not hold the institutional power. So even with that leadership, their power was stripped away in that era. So then it becomes a question of who controls wealth and capital. And the existence of individuals holding capital does not negate the fact that they are not the ones who are owning the banks or the corporations or the land. So because real institutional power is based on economic control, policy influence, and resource allocation, we can also look at the fact that wealth is overwhelmingly concentrated among white households. Corporate leadership is also overwhelmingly white. Leading systems have historically excluded Black communities and other communities of color. So even in a majority Black city, they do not control the economic system that they are operating within. So we have to look at structural constraints that limit local power.
Interesting. So a couple of things here. So you're just arbitrarily restricting systemic to like macro level dominance, when the term actually just refers to institutional structures at any level of governance, right? So a system is going to have a set of rules. It's going to be enforced by institutions, which you agree with, and it's going to be and it's going to produce some sort of outcome. So city governments, courts, DA offices, they meet every single criterion of this system, right? So calling local government not systemic or micro is just really, it's scale shifting to avoid any counter examples. Like I'll give you, I mean, I can give you a couple, but before I even give you these examples, just so I can see if you're being like honest, let me just take you through like a 4-question, like Socratic questionnaire. Would you say that systemic racism is about institutions and policies that produce unequal outcomes?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay. Would you say that city governments have the authority to control policies that affect thousands, sometimes millions of people?
I would say yes, except it's not limited to city governments because they can always be overridden by state and federal.
Sure, no problem. And some of those city governments are majority black, right?
Some of them are. Most urban area. Okay. Well, it depends on the particular location.
I didn't ask you if the majority of them. I just said like that some of them are, right?
Some of them can be.
Okay. So then in cities where government leadership is majority black, you would agree that they have the power to produce these unequal outcomes, right?
It's never been exercised, so no.
Wait, so hold on. One, we can get to that in a second, but that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you if they have ever done this, right? This whole debate isn't about are black people racist. It's just can they be, right? We're talking about a possibility claim. That's all we're talking about. Okay, and so I met every. No. Hold on, don't interrupt. It's like your fourth time interrupting me. Why? Bro, when you cook, I don't interrupt you. So, like for the fourth time, please stop. So. If I meet every single one of your criteria, which I did, you just agree with me through premise A, B, and C, right? I don't understand how you're going to be able to logically deny the conclusion. It would be logically impossible, right? So, like, if it's based off of what they can do, and what they can do is based off of their position, because that's what the power is, well, then they obviously have the ability, regardless if they've ever done it before, right?
Yes, continue. I mean, I'm not agreeing.
Okay, yes, then that's a concession. I win.
I'm not agreeing.
It's over. The concession. You literally just agreed with me.
No. I'm saying yes, continue.
Wait, you just agreed with my conclusion.
With you. I'm saying continue.
Bro.
I'm not agreeing with you. I don't agree with you.
So dishonest, man. So dishonest. Okay. All right. So, I mean, let's just get back to this again. So yeah, again, let's go with a couple of different times here. Let's talk about I don't know. We can go with like the city of Richmond. We can go with like Richmond, Virginia. So what they did back in the 80s is that they required, the city passed this with a majority black leadership. They required that 30% of city construction contracts go to minority owned businesses. And that stayed in effect for about 6 years until a white contractor was denied a contract, laid out his claim as to why he was denied based off of his race because he met every other qualification, sued the city, and won by the Supreme Court when they struck it down. Was that systemic racism?
Was it systemic racism on the behalf of whom?
It was against anyone non-black.
No.
I mean, it quite was. Like the Supreme Court even acknowledged that it was.
Did he win his case?
Yes.
That's my point.
1989 Supreme Court. Wait, hold on. Listen really carefully. I need you to really listen. 1983. Stop interrupting. 1983. This is when Richmond passed it, right? With a black leadership at the time. They passed this, okay? It stayed in effect for 6 years, right? Stayed in effect. So it's not like it wasn't there. They had the power. They exercised that power, and it stayed there until it was overcome by the Supreme Court in 1989. So they had the power, they exercised the power, and that's what happened. So how is that not systemic racism when by your own criteria, you're telling me that, well, not only do blacks not have institutional power, but they've never exercised this. We don't have any examples. I just gave you an example right here.
Right, but you just proved my point that the court cited in his favor, meaning that it is biased towards white people.
Even if that were true, even if that were true, it wouldn't negate what I said, which is ridiculous, by the way. But even if that were true, that wouldn't negate anything I said previously, because what you stated, what your hesitation was not 5 minutes ago, was that, well, even if blacks hold positions of institutional power, the reason why I don't agree with you that they can be systemically racist is because there's been no instance of them wielding this power. And I just gave you an instance. That was your objection. I just overcame your objection. You would necessarily have to concede.
No, so I don't have to concede because you're ignoring what I stated earlier. Because you tried to argue that this was scale shifting, right? That was your argument?
That was one of my issues with
Right,
what you
but you
said.
said
Yes.
that, right? So again, it's not, because you have to identify where power actually sits. You're zooming in on a city leadership and ignoring the systems that actually determine outcomes. You're trying to narrow the lens in order to win an argument, but this has to reflect actual reality. So because what you're saying is this is a contradiction. Majority Black cities will still have racial wealth gaps. They still have underfunded schools. They still have housing inequality and over policing. So those things do not exist within a vacuum. But the instance that you're using is you're talking about, I think, because I looked it up. You're looking at City of Richmond versus, is it J.A. Croson Company? Is that the one you're referencing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So one, policy is not a system. Systemic racism requires a pattern of power across institutions. So systemic racism is consistent, widespread, and it either advantages or disadvantages across a society. This was one local policy in one city for a limited scope, a targeted program, and not a system of racial domination. That policy was not designed to oppress white people. It was designed to correct documented exclusion. So before that policy went into place, there was an exclusion of Black and other non-white contractors being able to benefit and secure contracts with the city. So it's a correction to a systemic ill that already existed. Minority contractors had been historically shut out of these public contract processes. The policy was an attempt to address an existing inequality. That's remedial policy, not oppression. And then even with that, the system—
I'm trying not to interrupt you, but you go on like 5-minute responses, which is heavily in your favor. I'm trying to respond to the things that you're saying. I keep it really tight, but you can't talk for like 7 minutes at a time.
I did, and I'm trying to address what you stated. The system still protected white interests in that case. If this were systemic racism against white people, the system would uphold it and not strike it down. A white contractor challenged it. The Supreme Court ruled against the program. The system intervened to protect white plaintiffs. So it's proving my point.
Okay, couple issues here. So a system is just an organized structure that produces outcomes. A policy is obviously going to be the rule that the system uses to produce those outcomes. No policy would mean that you have no system. So when you sit here and say things like a policy isn't a system, well, that's what we're arguing, right? You even through your own definition, the amount of contradictions here, wild. Like when you even said that your definition with systemic racism is institutions through their policies, right, through what they implement, makes it systemically racist. But now you're running back on what you said previously, that now apparently policy isn't systemic. So anything that you could point to where the policy, just the example that you just gave me right now with the Supreme Court, that couldn't be systemically racist, even if it worked in the white man's favor, because it's just a policy. Like obviously policies, right, are incredibly instrumental when it comes to like shaping a system, right? This is really weird. But anyway, when you're talking about having power, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. I had to listen to you for like 6 minutes. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Do not interrupt. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
Then don't interrupt me next time.
I'm not interrupting you. Please stop interrupting me. No, stop. Right. So anyway, when you're talking about like examples, when people have city level power, they have judicial power, especially in the cities that I gave you, Jackson, Mississippi, Fulton, right? They have power. Majority of judges that are in those cities are Black, which have the ability to shape things like the outcomes of individuals who come across like their court docket. Who would ever say that this is not a form of power that they have within the system? Is the judicial system no longer like a system? Do we not call that a system? How about like school boards, right? They can determine where funding goes, districting, disciplinary policies. What about things like, I don't know. What about things like business loans or who's going to get approved and not approved? They can definitely choose which areas, and you would probably refer to things like redlining, like which areas are prioritized as far as who gets said loan quicker and who doesn't. These are all local. Like when you're talking about most of these things, even I'll give you an example that I'm sure you'll agree with. What about what happened in Ferguson, right? The DOJ years ago came out and said, hey, Ferguson is been shown to be systemically racist due to whatever policies that have been implemented and how the outcomes have been, how the outcomes have played out, right? So the district, the state even said, yes, this is systemically racist, regardless if it was just a city or not. And I know, unless you're going to say right now that what happened in Ferguson with the DOJ claiming that it was systemically racist within that city, right, that was not systemically racist. I know you're not going to say that. It's just another concession, man. You may not be like verbally conceding, but you're necessarily conceding because of the contradictions that you're espousing.
Okay, cool. So I haven't espoused a single contradiction yet. So with regards to the judges and the judicial system, having a few Black or non-white judges or officials and them having authority does not mean Black people control the system, because their decisions can be overridden by higher levels of power. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about the system. Power equals who has the final authority. And there is an overrepresentation, whether it be state or federal level, judges of white people in that system. Local judges do not have a final say. Their rulings can be appealed and overturned by higher courts. Local courts go to state appellate courts, then go to state Supreme Courts, and then go to federal courts, and then the Supreme Court of the United States. In all of those latter examples, there's an overrepresentation of white people than there are Black people or other non-white people. So even if a Black judge rules a certain way, the decision can be reversed by a higher court that reflects broader power structure. The system overturning local attempts at equity, so for instance, what you used with Richmond, local policy aimed at correcting an action that was excluding Black and minority contractors, that was overturned by a Supreme Court, which was upholding whiteness and the privilege of whiteness. That is an example of local authority being overridden by national power. Judges don't make the system also. They are interpreting the laws that already exist. So those laws are shaped by legislatures, historical policy, and federal precedent, all which historically and currently are overwhelmingly favoring white people and instituted by white people. A Black judge on a local level cannot rewrite federal law, they cannot ignore precedent, and they can't override constitutional rulings. They operate within constraints that are set by a broader system, which is inherently racist because it's based off of white supremacy. Enforcement systems cannot be controlled by judges alone. You have the police to enforce. You have prosecutors who decide.
This is going
charges.
to 3 minutes.
I'm
Can I
almost
respond?
done.
I mean, you're
You
just
went
reading
longer
off of
than I did.
ChatGPT. Like, how long are these responses?
Okay, TG, I got it. TG, thank you. I got it. We've got, I added 2 minutes because we had some interruptions. So you guys have 4 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you.
I understand you're reading off of ChatGPT, but like, how long is this going to be until I can respond?
Oh my God. Oh my God. So I will finish with this. You also have police who enforce these. You have prosecutors who decide the charges. You have legislatures who set the sentencing laws. So judges are simply one component and not the system in itself. And because of the hierarchy of the judicial system, which I stated by the state appellate courts and the state federal judges, the state Supreme judges, and then the federal, and then the actual Supreme Court, that negates your argument in and of itself because they can always be overridden.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that means that you're done now. Wow, that was a lot of words for not actually addressing anything. Yeah, man, I said that this argument just doesn't work. Saying that a higher level can step in later doesn't mean that cities don't have real power now. It just means that there's oversight. Local governments still make the actual decisions when it comes to hiring, when it comes to things like contracts, when it comes to things like enforcement, budgeting, like even from the judicial side. And those decisions are obviously going to affect people immediately right now. The example that I gave you showed you that for 6 years that they were under this, that white folks were denied access because they didn't meet the criteria that the city came up with, saying that we needed to prioritize. And the reason why it was struck down wasn't because they had DEI still in effect right back then. The reason why it was struck down wasn't because there were white people just trying to oppress black people. It was because it didn't meet the criteria necessary for something like DEI or affirmative action. That's why it was struck down by the Supreme Court. I don't think you actually have read up on this. I mean, it sounds like you didn't know what I was saying because you had to look it up here on the fly. So you haven't actually looked into this. Not to mention that there are numerous examples, not just what happened in Richmond, but we have things that happened in Washington, D.C., where D.C. gave contracting advantages to minority-owned businesses. White contractors sued, and they won as well because they were showing each one of these instances where they're trying to prioritizing black people, using city funds, using taxpayer funds to sit here and say, we're going to prioritize any racial group is necessarily systemically racist under your own definition and the one that I gave you earlier. Anyone who prioritizes that. That's why they keep getting struck down by the Supreme Court. I think you already conceded to me 15 minutes ago. So not only did you concede with the syllogism that I gave you and acknowledge that black people can be racist, I'm just showing you that whatever ChatGPT response you want to come up with on the fly and just read off of while we're having this discussion doesn't overcome anything that I gave you, even if white people hold some higher function above city level, and I'll end it here, hold some kind of power above city. It doesn't mean that the cities don't have power. These people control or influence thousands, sometimes millions of people. Who would ever say that that is not systemic? Not anybody of a rational mind, but I see the rest of my time. I think we're good now.
Okay, so with regards to the Richmond case, what specifically was the program is that the city of Richmond required 30% of public contracts to go to minority-owned businesses. A white contractor challenged it, and the Supreme Court struck it down, is what your argument is. But the policy did not oppress white people. It attempted, like I stated, to correct a system where minority contractors had been historically excluded. This still...
She said time.
Oh, wait, but I thought I was responding to him.
No, it doesn't matter. The
you
time
have
is
20
over.
minutes to go back and forth when the time runs out. Now you're going to have 2 minutes to do a closing statement.
Yep.
Okay.
Blunt,
Gotcha.
did you start?
Yeah, he did.
Started.
Yes.
Okay, so Apache, you're going to get to go first on your closing statement. You have 2 minutes. I'll put a 30-second warning in the chat. I'll start the timer on your first words.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll land with this, just to wrap up the Richmond case. They still had access. White people still had access. The remaining 70% could go to white people. There was no system-wide disadvantage imposed on white people in that particular instance. You cannot isolate the policy from the system it was responding to. Minority businesses have been systemically excluded. The policy aimed to increase access and address disparities. The reason why the Supreme Court ruled in favor is because they claim that any race-based policy must meet a very high legal standard. And by that point, the court is highly stacked with white people, and they are therefore going to be advantaging white people in that system. But to wrap it up, as far as what you're stating about the city level power, systemic racism operates across interconnected institutions: housing, education, policing, employment, courts. It's not simply one level of government. So do cities have any power? That's not the argument. The debate is who controls the system that produces racial inequality, and that is not Black people or any other person of color, that is white people. Because cities can make policies, but they cannot override state law, federal law, court rulings, or economic structures. Their power is conditional, not systemic. So if your decisions can be overturned, if your policies can be blocked, or your authority can be removed, then you are not controlling the force in the system. Can Black majority cities eliminate racial wealth gaps? No. Can they control lending systems? No. Can they stop state or federal overrides? The answer is no. So by definition of what we're talking about when we say racism is a system, everything that you stated can be overridden by the larger system at play. This is simply one little cog in the wheel. And I can go ahead and cede my time on that because you have not been able to prove where Black people or non-white people can control the broader system that oppresses us.
Thank you so much. Perfect on time. Let me reset this. And Bluntman, you have 2 minutes. I will start the timer on your first word. 30-second warning in the chat.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, it's wild. At no point did you actually overcome my position. You just kept shifting frames. First, it was history, then it was higher power, then it was intent, which doesn't even matter to systemic racism. Intent doesn't matter. But none of that actually addresses the core claim about how systems function. You admitted systemic racism is about institutions producing different outcomes across race. That's the standard. And once that's the standard, the only thing that's going to matter is what the system does, or even has the potential to do, not who originally built it or for what the intent was, right? I gave you Richmond. I have 3 or 4 more. You said it was meant to help black people, but that's irrelevant. Systemic racism doesn't require bad intent. It only requires race-based outcomes through the policy. You already agreed with me. You keep trying to shift it to something else. The city literally allocated contracts by race, regardless what their intentions was. I mean, if a white-led city did that to benefit white contractors, you would call that systemic racism instantly, right? So you don't have a consistent standard. You just have a more selective one. And the idea that cities don't have power is obviously false. Cities control hiring, contracts I talked about, enforcement, budgets, policing, education, like real levers that affect the thousands and, again, sometimes millions of people. We've shown multiple cases where those systems were used and had to be struck down. That means that the power existed. You just keep saying that something is above it or controlled from above. Even if that were true, none of those local decisions would even need to be overturned. They just wouldn't happen in the first place if they held no power. But they obviously held power. You can't, it doesn't matter if power is a scale. They have institutional power, plain and simple. I've already proven it. You're agreed.
All right, thank you so much. Let me see if I can get a scorecard from the judge. Everybody, how does everybody? All right.
That was a wonderful debate. I'm sorry, Bex. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I have the scores.
Yeah, wonderful. Real quick, I just want to say, I hope everybody get the idea of the format. Shout out to Tbone for kind of setting this way of the style of format. If we're going to be on this app and we're going to actually have conversations, let's actually do this and put our knowledge to the test. And hey, let the people decide. And I fuck with this format. By the way, shout out to Tbone for kind of inspiring this wave that we on right now.
And Red Room, Blue Room, yeah.
Yeah, Red Room, Blue Room.
I'm gonna I wanna do something fun since there's a lot of people in here. I'm gonna put up a poll because I want to see what the chat thinks while I get the scores here. This might be fun. Let's see what if everybody agrees with the scores. Woman and Apache.
I don't think it even matters because she conceded. So
we're gonna
she actively conceded.
All right, so I'm putting up a poll right now. Let's see what the chat thinks. The official scores are in from the judge. We've got Bluntman first. Respect for the other team 3, information 5, rebuttal 5, use of facts and stats 4, organization 5, understanding of the topic 5 with a total of 27 points. Apache, respect for the other team 3, information 4, rebuttal 3, use of facts and stats 4, organization 5, and understanding of the topic 5 with a total of 24 points. That was incredibly close.
Yeah. W to the judges. Shout out to the judges. I would say that she definitely interrupted me far more. But that's okay. It doesn't matter because you know what, Apache? A W is a W, and that's not something you got here today. That's on me, baby. That's on me.
Not only did you interrupt me, you also referred to black people as black. So I
LOSCR.
This is disgusting at this point. But okay.
Why is it disgusting? I'm just playing with you. I'm just joking.
I don't think that's joking, though.
What's not joking? Look, you got paid more than me. Look, you got 2.3K. Take that and go get yourself a steak sandwich or something.
The People's Choice Award is very close. Everybody take the poll. We are at 50-50 on the People's Choice Award now. It looks like the people do agree that this was a close call.
LOSCR.
LOSCR.
Hold on, let me vote.
Does anyone else have any opinions on this?
Wow, that is really close. 50-50. That's crazy.
Bluntman,
it's almost spot on with the judges right now.
All right, so I've had multiple wins and people who've backed out like Cucky. Where is see look, Castle, you're getting paid, so it doesn't even matter. You know, even though I won,
It's not about being
you know, you
paid,
still got
but
money.
that is extremely
Well, why don't you go
biased when
donate that to
interrupted
some
me
black
every
charity or
time I
something?
began to hold on.
I think you
Every
both
time I
interrupted
began
each
to
other,
speak, you
honestly.
interrupted. So I do think that is extremely biased. That they would consider you
Well, so
like that.
I do want
The
to say
only
before
time
you
I
do this,
actually,
hold
to be
on.
fair, the only time I actually interrupted you.
As the moderator of the debate, you both interrupted.
Hold
You
on.
interrupted him quite a few times as well. That's
I
why
interrupted her
interrupt by asking
twice.
for-
Just to be clear,
docked
I
for
interrupted her
respect
twice,
points.
and
He
both
asked me
times that I look,
questions.
she's interrupting me right now, and both times that I interrupted you, it was just because you had already been talking for over 3 minutes, and I said,
That's
"Hey,
not true.
when can I go ahead and respond to what you're saying?"
That's not even true, though.
Bruh.
You monologued repeatedly. I waited, and then as soon as I started talking, you interrupted.
I'm sorry. Who won?
I mean, the
Who
idea
won?
that he brought information when I
I'm
brought
sorry. Who won? Who won?
he
Who
didn't
won?
even
Bex?
address the
You
ruling.
won,
I'm sorry, Bell. Who won?
Yeah, he's okay in the real world.
who
That's
won?
not winning because you didn't
Oh, I
even
won.
reference
Oh, okay.
the
I'm sorry.
ruling.
I'm sorry, Apache. Apache. Who won? Who won?
I want
You
to just
definitely did not
clarify.
win. I'm
I
not
want to
conceding
clarify
that
the
shit.
premise. I want to
Yeah,
clarify
no.
the premise
I'm
was.
uploading this shit to
Hey
my
guys,
YouTube, baby.
guys. I want to clarify. The premise was can, not are they racist. Was
Yep.
can they be racist?
And they cannot.
So
He
when
did
we
not
go into
demonstrate that
this,
they can be.
that's the claim.
You actually agreed with me.
No, I did not.
You can't.
Not
Do you
once did I
understand what
agree with
Socratic
you.
questioning is? I don't think you do. When I
Apache,
took
you
you
called
through
him
like a
racist.
Socratic questionnaire, you agreed with every single one. You can't agree with every single premise of a Socratic questionnaire and then say, "Well, no, I don't agree." Well, you
I
did
didn't
agree.
agree with every single
Apache,
one.
you called him racist. You debunked yourself in your own argument.
I thought he was a white man.
And that's what you get for
Wow.
assuming.
Wow.
Well,
And that's what you
definitely
get
an
for
agent of
assuming.
white supremacy.
Wait, hold on. Does he look white to you in the picture?
Congratulations,
Yes,
Norman.
actually, it's an
Thank you,
AI
Bleach.
Once
picture.
again,
He fucking looks
Thank
white
you, bro.
to you in that picture?
once
In that
again,
AI
Bell,
picture.
can you check the
Hell
Discord
yeah.
chat? Bell, can you check the
Wow.
Discord chat? I
One
tagged
second.
you.
now you've beaten a black. Haven't you beaten a black person, a
I
white
do
person,
not
and
understand why white
Asian?
people are
I beat a
addressing
black
Would you say
now.
how many
Yeah.
scalps do you have?
Excuse me?
I think I have 3, and then I have one that was that they just canceled on me because I didn't.
Wait,
want to debate
Apache,
me.
would it no longer be
Nice.
racist for him to say blacks given the fact that he is black?
It's still being an agent of white supremacy, yeah.
So is white supremacy
You're
not
a white
racist?
supremacist woman.
That's being an agent of white supremacy to peddle white supremacist talking points. Yes.
So would that not be
Wait,
racist?
hold on, Apache. Are you? Wait, I'm
How
assuming
many
by
black
Apache you're just
people-
like native.
Hold on, how many black people are you going to call white supremacists today?
Every one of
I
them.
didn't call him a white supremacist. I said that's being an agent of white supremacy again.
An agent.
And then also additionally,
Oh,
I'm
you're
not
just
even
an
on my
agent.
main
Sunni's
account.
an
Yeah,
agent.
but
Like,
you're
there's
just an
obviously
agent
a
of
bias in the
racism. You're not
responses
Sunni's an
too.
agent. You're an agent.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's just an agent of being racist. He's not racist.
He's an agent of white supremacy.
Okay, real quick, because unlike my last one that I had where I recorded it and put it on my YouTube, this one I didn't record it on my other device. So I'm afraid that this live is getting did anyone get banned on this one? Did anyone get banned on this live?
Not yet.
All right. Are we able to, because once someone gets banned, you'd lose all access to all of the recordings. You don't
I'm
get them
guessing
anymore.
that. Let me check and see if someone's recording. I have a feeling that someone is
So
recording.
I don't really want to take that as whatever. They could be texting. I don't want any of that shit. So can we just restart the live so that this one is safe?
No. Actually, West Virginia Princess said she has it recorded.
I don't care. I don't trust these people. I don't
Okay,
trust that we're even
great.
going to get
I
it.
have
I
T-Bone's
don't trust we're
not
going to get
even
that
here.
shit. Can we just reset it so we ensure that we have access to the live?
Okay.
So,
Again, so I have 2 minutes before I have to
Aqua
walk
has
out
it
the
either
door. I
way.
do feel that was extremely biased, but it is what it is. You definitely did not prove that black
Bias?
people can be racist. Yeah.
The
'Cause
judges
clearly,
don't
if
even agree
somebody
with me.
stated that you had more information than I did when you didn't
Yes,
even
I did.
address what the criteria of the ruling was, and I did.
Part
I
of it.
think that's extremely biased. But yeah,
It's biased
if
because
I
you
were on
didn't
my
win?
main profile with the people who actually follow me, who are actual scholars in this, that would definitely would have turned out differently. But I do
Man,
have
I hear a sore loser, bro. I just hear a sore loser. That's all I hear.
So,
Mike, do you hear that?
on that note, bye.
Yo, listen, all I know is the person said they're a scholar and doesn't understand the philosophy of language and the equivocations over definitions. So listen, I've learned very quickly on TikTok that like fucking academic education does not make that is not what a true debater makes. Okay, you can have all of the diplomas and degrees and all of these things, you can still be wrong in positions that you argue for. Like, I debate against people with fucking degrees in Middle Eastern histories, and they have terrible takes when it comes to like Israel and Iran. Doesn't matter.
And the Apache surrendered, by the way.
Can I just shout out the woman who was just here, and I just want to show through my theme song what she is.
I expect more from you, Dylan. She cooked this man.
Hey!
Cooking bad.
Hey!
She didn't cook. She cooked him bad, bro.
Hey.
All he did was complain.
Hello,
Every time he spoke, he doesn't know what she's talking about.
Okay, we want to take. I want to
Dylan,
take a
hear me
quick
out, Dylan.
commercial
She
break.
was-
If we could take a quick commercial break from this, we want to do one more announcement. One more. We have a couple more for the day, but we're gonna do one right now because I know that they are
Is she
in here.
Is she
Yes. Aqua, are you in here?
Is my favorite leprechaun in here? Is Dylan not up
just
here?
like the worst person.
Casso, can you just wait for a second?
Casso, be quiet.
Oh, my leprechaun.
Hey,
There
don't
you
tell him to be quiet, Bleach.
Hello,
I don't care what that boy said. That's a boy.
Aqua, are you in here? Okay, Aqua, we would like to officially invite you into the Red Room, Blue Room as our video.
Oh, it's a different Aqua.
Aqua, we would like to officially invite you into Red Room, Blue Room in charge of video. If you would accept, we would be so excited to have you. Let us know what you think.
Okay. Same trash Aqua. Okay, I just want the frickin' recording so I can put it on my YouTube.
She cooked you so bad you accused her of using
This is why
my YouTube.
she won.
Right. She cooked you so bad you start crying.
I'm sorry, I already won. I'm sorry. Who is this?
You
Who is this? Is this another loser?
Casso, what did you think the prompt was?
She cooked him so bad that he accused her of cheating.
Okay, so we're okay.
Cheating? I never said
repeating,
that.
Yeah. ChatGPT wouldn't be cheating anyways, but that's fine. AI doesn't mean cheating.
She did him dirty.
I just want to clarify though. Casso, what do you think that the prompt was? Do you think it was over probability or possibility?
Man, anytime I hear anybody saying that black people can be racist because of DEI, I discredit them. I don't even want to hear that.
No, yeah, but you're not. No. You're not hearing. You're not hearing me. You're not even engaging in the question. I'm asking you a direct question. You're not even engaging in it, right? What do you think the prompt was? Was it over probability or possibility?
I don't know. What do you think? I'm a wizard or something? What you tell me what the prompt was?
Okay, well, it's right on the screen. So it's can black people be racist? Can means possibility, not probability. So even if you spend all of the time of your point talking describing the way that the system functions, it doesn't actually address what the actual topic is, right? Because the topic is going to be based around logical possibility as opposed to a probable.
Right. White person in an all black nation? Perhaps.
Yeah,
perhaps. If a white person went to an all black nation, perhaps. If I go down to Mexico, I think Mexicans in Mexico can be racist towards me. I don't think Mexican Americans can be racist towards me.
So is it logically possible for black people to be racist?
In a system dominated by black folk? Yeah. America's not a system dominated by black people.
Sure. That's fine. That would just be a concession to Bluntman's position. And then also, again, we could get into the point of the definition, where you're just stating that when we use the term racism, that it automatically means a system. I mean, I would just...
This white boy said I need 2 to the head.
Let me disagree with that, right? I would just disagree.
I would clip the white boy in the chat that said I need 2 for the head. Let me see if I can get to looking into him.
That is, but I do want to have a conversation with you, Casso, about the definition of racism, because I think that at least the way that I understand the concept, it doesn't necessitate there to be some kind of like a system or power.
Casso needs 2 to the head. You need to go find you a bed. Go find a bed and get your birth rate up. White boys, swear they the only ones with them. We all got them now, baby. It's not 1925. Tighten up, white man. Be better than that.
So,
carry yourself a little bit better than that.
Casso, I want to. Yeah. I just want to have a conversation with you about the definition of racism, because I don't the way that I understand the concept of racism, it does not, require like a power or system, but just say that it's an
Y'all, I
ideology,
mean, that's how
right?
y'all run y'all live, though. Y'all let white men tell black men that they want to put two in their head, and y'all just ignore it. But y'all up here
People,
crying about black
people in the
folk and
comments,
racism
people in
and
the comments can
DEI.
be addressed. Well, I mean, okay, so
What
is
what
this
what
just
type
like,
of mods do
hold
we
so you're
have
on.
in
just, so
Who
here?
you're
said
just still
that?
What
pivoting?
is
You're just
this
going to
place?
continue to
What is
1
it?
pivot?
Where am
second.
I?
Who said
You
Okay,
guys
so
that?
no
allow
answer.
that?
Why are you
You could
running?
go back to your
You
own
guys are
live.
crying about DEI,
Are
but you
you
have a
running
white boy
from
in the
the
comment
blatant
section talking
question?
about putting two in a black man head, and y'all
To a
ain't
blatant
questioning that.
question, and you just
Okay,
had
that
to
person
pivot
was
like Scottie
blocked.
Now I
Pippen?
want the
Casso.
mods to clean up the comment section. I feel unsafe in here. I would hate to have to report this sort of environment.
Are
Wow,
you
he's
dead ass,
reporting.
bro?
I would
Are
ban
you
him.
dead?
Yeah,
Hey,
drop
hold
him and
on.
ban
Can you
him.
guys stop? I need to mod.
Big
Casso, that
Paso
person,
threatening to report the
Mikey, do you hear
space.
Yes.
me?
Yeah,
That
I do hear
person,
you, Bell, and I hear the guy that just threatened to report the fucking live.
can I,
Hello? Like,
I'm
what the
trying to
fuck?
address that, Mikey. I'm trying to address that. Casso, that person was blocked.
Thank you guys. I feel safer now.
Bro,
Thank you.
restart the fucking live stream so that the
We
shit
have
we
it
say.
recorded, Blunt man. We have it
Yeah,
Yeah,
recorded.
show me
you
that.
just
Show me
tucked
it's
your
recorded.
tail. You
Show me
just
it's
tucked your
recorded.
Oh my
tail for
god.
this man just telling you he's gonna report the space, which is crazy.
I'm not gonna report the space, dude.
That's
Stop acting
crazy.
like that.
Like
That's why y'all
y'all are
Yeah,
cry
so
so
like
much.
you said
infatuated
it.
by
I can
like
only take you at your word, Castle. So if you're
Oh,
not a
all
man of your
right. I
word, then
said it.
that's fine. If
I
you're not a
said
man
it.
of
I
your word,
said
then
it.
that's fine. That's
So if you're
fine.
gonna
I
say,
said
hold
it.
on, if you're gonna
Okay,
But
move
say
on. I'm
but
not
things
gonna
anyways,
report the
hold
and
up, hold
not
up.
space.
mean them, why do you care what the
You
guy
want to
says in
wow,
the
ask? Hold
bro.
up,
comments?
bleach. Hold on, bleach. Hold on, bleach. I want to ask you that question again, Casso. The definition of racism,
Why
right?
would I? Why would I
I
report it? I'm the number one
just find it
gifted
to
in
be
here. Are you crazy?
cool, cool,
Go
cool,
ahead.
cool, 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 cool,
I
cool.
don't care about the
Um,
definition. I want to. Let's talk action. Let's talk
Well, don't you think?
policies. Let's
Wait,
talk
wait,
who
wait.
benefited. All right.
Wait. Your whole premise of everything that you're going to be wanting to bring up when you talk
Mm-hmm.
about racism is based on the way that you define the concept. So we have to
What are you
talk at the
talking about? I
we
haven't
have to
brought up
talk about
racism. You're giving me your
you.
position. Listen, man, if you want to have a
Wait,
conversation, we can.
your
I'm not
view
here for you
about
to interrogate
racism.
me.
Your
Understand?
view
Hey, hey,
about
hey, relax,
racism.
relax.
Your view
Stop
about
asking me
racism
50.
presupposes
Listen,
the
don't ask
system.
me
You said
50
that.
questions in a row, bro.
It's
What's
been the
wrong with
same
you? I have to
question. It's been the
respond at
same
some point.
question.
You've been asking me questions for 15 minutes. What's up
Just
with you?
waiting for the answer to the first question.
Right. So you think black folk can be racist as well, I assume. If so, why is black racism in America not equally as profitable as white racism in
To
America?
Who gives
logical
a shit?
possibility.
Are we racist for free? Right. Are
Logical
we racist?
possibility
I don't care
doesn't
about
matter on
logical
any of these
possibilities.
things.
I'm asking
You
you,
don't care
do
about
we
logic?
participate in
Okay, that's fine.
racism for free as a group of people, black American people? Do we participate in racism for free? Why has
All right,
racism, black
does that take
racism,
away
not
from
been
the
profitable for
possibility?
black people in America? Give me a second. Why has black racism, quote unquote,
It's just
not
like a
been
soapbox.
profitable for black American people? Explain that to
Yeah.
me.
Okay, yeah, no. I don't need to explain that, right? Because
Yeah, you
again,
do.
the point is
Yeah,
about
you do. Because you're not
no.
going to tell me that we are
When there's
equally
a
as racist as dominant
prompt,
white
I
society
didn't even
with no
argue equal.
financial gain or
I didn't even
benefit.
argue equal. I didn't even argue
So you
equal. So
think
you're
black are
when there's
equally
a
as racist as dominant
prompt
white?
to
So you
equal. So
think black people in
you're
America are
swinging it
racist for
ghosts.
free?
You are fighting ghosts and fences, sir, and you're
Right.
missing
So you
both.
think we're racist for
Inability
free?
to rotate the
Right.
apple
Bro,
in a
I got
scenario.
look, I have money. Don't talk to me
So
about
just to
oppression and
be
pain and none of that. I don't want to talk about oppression. I'm not oppressed. I
I'm
ask
not
you a
even here.
question.
I'm not even
If
saying
black
any of
people
these
in
things.
America can be
These
racist as well,
voices
why is it that black racism is not as profitable as white racism? Why is that? If we can
Yeah,
be a
again, wait.
thing, why is that thing not profitable for us as a group of people?
Does the profitability of something take away from the possibility of it being able to
Right,
occur?
because that showcases some sort of benefit in terms of how I view it. Yes, America's a
Okay, so wait,
capitalist
so how
society.
okay, wait,
Profitability
so how
matters in
you
America.
view it, wait, so how you view okay, great. So what's the definition of the concept of
Don't ask
racism
me
that
a
you're
question
using?
until you answer my question, man. You asked me 10 questions. I asked you one question. You did not answer my
Even if I
question.
tell
You
wait,
asked me
again,
another question.
hey,
I'm asking
it's because
you,
it's a
why
the
is black
profitability is a non
racism,
you're
quote
gonna repeat it
unquote,
for the third time. I know the
why is
question.
black, right?
The
Because you don't seem
question
to
of
understand it. Why is
profitability,
black
I
racism not as
fundamentally
profitable
understand it,
as white
Casso.
racism in America? Explain that to me. free. Because
Bro,
you're
this
telling
man
me
is
that
not
black people
tracking, bro.
participate in
Yeah,
racism for
no,
free.
not at all, not at
Is
all.
that what you're
So
saying?
again,
So we just do it for free, right? Black people
the
just do it for free,
profitability
correct?
point, the profitability point is a non sequitur, Casso. Do you know what a non
Right.
sequitur is?
Right. Listen, stop asking me questions, boy.
Do you know what a non
What's right?
sequitur
No, I
is?
don't, boy. Since you want to
Okay,
play
perfect.
games.
So a non sequitur, non sequitur
Right, I
means
don't
that no
need your
matter what
definition.
my
I don't need
answer
you
Why
means
is
that
he
explaining
no
so
matter
anything.
mad?
I
what
need
my
you to
Why is he
answer
so
that
I don't
mad
know,
that
question
he
for
doesn't
me.
know
bro.
what word
I want
So
you to
sequitur
bad.
answer
means?
that
He's
question
so
for me.
he's getting
That's the non
twisted up like a
sequitur. I want you
pretzel
to
right
answer
now.
that
This is
question. That's the
crazy.
non sequitur.
You don't know. No, that's a misuse of the
Right, but
term,
you're
bro.
going to pivot
A
away
non
from that because
sequitur, a
that's going to
non
justify
sequitur
my
means that
position.
no
And my
matter what
position
my
is this.
answer is,
My
no, it doesn't
position is
justify
that
your position,
racism is
Casto.
systemic. You need some sort of
Oh
systemic
shit.
power and authority and
Okay,
impact.
perfect.
You can't be individually racist. I can't be indivially racist as one little bitty old black
Social
man in
science would
America.
disagree.
Okay,
I
so
don't think
wait, no, no,
one
no, no.
white
I don't care
person is
about who.
racist.
Wait,
I don't look at individual
sure,
white people as being
sure,
racist. The system of whiteness is the issue, not singular
sure.
white folk.
So I'm not
So wait,
racist.
hold up, Dylan. So if I say black people can be racist, and what I mean by racist is just prejudice or hatred towards a group of individuals by virtue of their race, am I wrong in using that definition or understanding that as being the concept of what it means
You
to
have
be
the right to use
racist?
whatever definition you want, and black people have the right to be
Perfect.
biased towards white
Perfect.
people in this particular
Perfect. So
system
then it's a
because
logic. Perfect.
in
So
this
then
particular
under my
system,
definition, it's
right,
logically
right.
possible for
In
black
this
people to be
particular
racist, and I'm not
system,
wrong
in
for that,
this
right, Casso?
particular system,
Just
look,
to be
you're not
clear, I'm
gonna
not
flood
wrong
me
for
and
that,
just ask
right?
me questions, boy. I told you this is
Just to
not
be clear, I'm not
interrogation.
wrong for
That
that,
shit not
right?
gonna work with me. You
Just
asked
to
me
be clear,
19
I'm
questions.
not
I asked you
wrong
one
for
question.
that,
I
right?
asked you one question. You hadn't answered it, but you want to continue to ask me
You
Yo,
asked me
questions.
a
I'm not
non
here for you
Casso,
to
sequitur.
you're getting shit on,
interrogate me,
man. I
boy.
can't
Now,
deny this, bro.
control the boy. This is not no interrogation.
You
You better
asked
have
me
a
a non
conversation.
sequitur.
Right. I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't know what non sequitur means, Mike. You
Right.
have to
Yeah,
See,
explain it
that's what
to
they
him.
do.
question.
Casso
Yeah,
doesn't know
it's a
what a non
question.
sequitur
It's
is.
a
You think I have
question. It's
2,000
a
fucking
question
people
that
watching my live and I don't know what the hell? Just move ahead, white boys.
do
Move
actually
ahead.
think so. I do
Move
He
actually
ahead,
think
doesn't.
that
white
He
that
boy.
is
doesn't
the
Move
think so.
ahead,
case. I
man. Move
do. I
ahead.
do genuinely think that that's the case. That
Move
you don't know what
ahead.
a
When
non
you
sequitur
answer my
is.
question, I'll
You are
begin to answer
asking a
your
question.
question. This is
Wait,
not
what is the
interrogation. I
wait?
want to know
What is the
why black
point?
racism is not profitable. None of
Wait
you
again.
motherfuckers can
Wait
explain that to
and
me.
wait
Why is it that
because
black racism has not proven to be profitable in
yeah,
America?
yeah,
You'll
yeah.
tell me that there were 3,800 black slave owners in American history. Where are the plantations? Where's the generational wealth accumulated on the backs of black slaves that at the benefit or to the benefit of black slave
Where's the
owners? Where's all that
generational
black
wealth of the
wealth?
white families that owned slaves?
Where, Dylan, you missing my? Give me a
I'm not.
prominent black plantation. I want
The
you to
point.
name
Wait.
one prominent black plantation.
The point about
I don't have to. That's a
profitability. The
burden
point
I
shit.
don't
about
care about the
profit. The
point. I
point
want
about
y'all to answer some of these
profitability.
questions that I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
your
man.
point
Name
about
one prominent
profitability. Wait,
black
I already answered
plantation
it.
in
I already
American
answered it.
history.
I already
There
answered
were
it.
there were
You asked. You
3,800
asked.
black
Is it
slave owners,
profitable?
correct? Name a
So
prominent black plantation.
you're the only one that's steamrolling up
Right.
here, and it's because you really don't want to hear other people
No, you
talk. And
won't
I get
stop
it. That's
fucking
fine.
talking. I don't have a choice because you don't know
You
how to shut
haven't
up.
stopped.
Because you haven't stopped asking
Yeah, you haven't
questions.
stopped, right? So
Right. You
anyways,
asked me 13 in a row,
the question
bud.
about the
Casso,
number
why is
keeps
this Casso? Do
changing.
you know what a non sequitur
The
is?
number
Casso,
keeps
I told you,
changing. This is
Casso,
like fucking
Casso.
Israel's numbers of
What the
October
fuck are you
7th. The
talking
numbers
about,
keep
dude?
changing. Like what's
I don't know,
happening?
bro. Move
The fucking
around,
numbers.
bro. I'm not gonna listen, dog. You're not gonna
Anyways,
not answer my question and then continue
right?
asking me questions.
I'm directly answering it. You
Right,
just
you
have
don't
to
have no
stop
authority in
talking.
this exchange with me, bro. I'm not
Just
answering no
let.
questions. Make your point. Go
You're
ahead,
not
make your
answering
point.
any
Bro,
Just
you know
ask
who
it.
he
questions.
sounds like,
Okay,
bro?
great.
You know who he
Make your
sounds
point,
like?
man.
He
No, we're
sounds
just gonna
just
throw
like
a
fucking
tantrum.
he sounds just like Birdman, bro. I ain't answering no questions, no mo. No mo.
Look at him.
Right.
I ain't answering no
Yeah, just
question
to
no more. I
No
think I'm a
mo.
white boy,
just
so I want to talk like them. Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
just
gonna
to be
speak real
clear.
nasally. I'm
Just
blunt
to be
man.
clear.
Yes. I'm
Yeah,
not a
just
Negro. Be quiet, boy. You just got
what is
cooked by
happening, bro.
Carolina. She ate
Bro,
you
you
up
can't.
bad,
Bro,
man.
you
She
haven't
did you
stepped in the
dirty.
kitchen. You haven't
She had
stepped in
this
the
boy
kitchen.
screaming
Who
out
are you
Chat
to judge who's
GPT.
cooking who?
She's cheating. She's using
You haven't
AI
even turned the
technology. Shut
stove
your
on,
ass up.
bro.
She
Are you
cooking.
good? Like, what the fuck are we talking about
What are you talking about? You hadn't stopped talking yet. I came up here to talk to Dylan, and this boy above me hadn't stopped talking to me yet. I came up here for my leprechaun friend Dylan. I'm here for the leprechaun.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
y'all.
I'm
Give
here
me
for
1 second,
Dylan, dude. I'm not here
I
for
got
you, dude.
another.
Stop trying to have a debate with me.
Give me 1 second, because I just got another violation. I'm just asking y'all to like cool off for a little bit. If
Restart
you had a 10, bring it down to
live.
a 2. Second thing. Well, hold on, because I have like a legit question, because I just got the fucking scorecard, and you're telling me somehow Catalina lost the Bluntman?
Of course she did.
Yeah, she did it.
Of course.
She did him. She did him dirty.
Okay.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
She
She
did him
actually
dirty.
conceded.
And I ain't gonna lie, me and Carolina had
I
words.
didn't
We've
see the
had words
debate because
recently.
I'm
She did
doing
him
some
dirty.
shit, but I'm gonna go back and take a look at the replay to see what happened. Because
She did
There
too.
was I think we need
She
to.
did him
If I
dirty.
can hold on, can I speak, please?
A
Thank you.
concession
I
doesn't
think.
mean that you
Well, hold
lose,
on,
by the way.
T-Bone.
I
Can
want
I?
people to
Can I speak?
understand that shit.
T-Bone.
Yeah, no,
Let
that's
me.
not what that means.
T-Bone.
Conceding is intellectual honesty.
She
Right. So
What the fuck
T-Bone,
are
conceded
we
there
the
was a
talking
point.
couple
about?
things. I think that
Conceding the point of the
She
hold on,
conceded the core
please. Can
question.
you guys hear me? Hello, am I speaking? Hello,
Your
hi.
Does
mic was
anybody hear
muffled.
Bex?
Yeah.
So there was
Go
two
ahead.
things in this. That one, the premise was one thing. She was arguing. The premise was, can black people be racist? And there was some back and forth argument on whether they are or can. Also, there was a lot of interrupting some on both sides, and a few other things. So I think maybe go back and watch it. The poll, we did put up a poll for a popular vote at the same time. And yeah, I'm yelling because I'm part of Red Room, Blue Room. So mind your fucking business. So
She
I would
performed
go
so
back and
well.
rewatch
He
it.
accused her of
Can I
using
finish what I'm
AI.
saying, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I would go back and rewatch it and make your own judgment. But the poll that we put up for People's Choice agreed almost perfectly with the judges' scorecard.
Yep. Cooked.
Yeah.
Copy.
This a
Cooked.
Republican
I'll take a
space.
look.
You think? Of
No, yeah,
course, the poll
T-Bone.
gonna say he
T-Bone,
won. This
if
a
What's
she
that? Wait,
Republican
hold
space.
on,
What's
hold
wrong
on,
with y'all?
Casso. The judges are anonymous. The judges have like it's not Republican space or Democrat space. Not at all. They're neutral. These are this has nothing to do with
And
the people.
90% of them
But
don't even
even
like
the
me.
people,
Bell, you
even
don't
the
think I know what this space is? Who you
yes, I
think you're talking
understand.
to?
Well,
You
you
don't
know,
think I
so
know a
come
majority
on.
of people in this space
T-Bone is a
Republicans?
liberal.
Yeah, bro,
Yeah,
he's a
and
Right,
literal
but
T-Bone's a
T-fucker.
Democrat.
Like, what are we talking about?
he's
Like,
not even a liberal. He's like more leftist. Like he's more
The
leftist than me.
majority of
Like I
the
don't
people
even.
in Red Room, Blue Room at this point, it's pretty even, but I think we have more left than we have right. This is not a
Just
I mean, I
too
Republican
feel like
many
space.
she won. I
left,
feel
in
like
my
she won. That's why
opinion.
Well, you could
I
feel like
bro,
she
rewarded her.
won,
you don't even know
but
That's
what
why
you don't even
you
know
know,
what
I
do
this
you
probably
know
is.
should
You just
what?
work
got
Do you
too
know what?
again.
excited.
Can you tell me the 6 criterias that our debates
How
are
many
judged
questions
based
are you
on,
guys gonna
Casso?
ask me? How many questions are you guys gonna ask me?
Well, because you're telling us how you think, but do you know the
Right.
6
Can any of
categories
you
that we
guys tell
judge
me how
on?
to go live and get almost 2,000 people in there to listen to you?
Yeah, no, that's not what we're
Anybody
judging
up here?
on.
I want you to tell. I want you to answer me a
No,
question.
yeah, act
Do you
like a
know how to go
jackass on
live and get
panels.
2,000
Yeah.
people in the TikTok
Yes, we
live?
all
Yes or
know how to
no?
go live. We all go
Well, hold
live.
on a
Right.
That does
No,
minute.
that
not
ain't what I
mean.
asked you. Do you know how
Wait,
to get
okay,
2,000 people in the room?
Casso. Before
Payment.
Do
some
you
of
know how to
us
go
were.
live and get 1,500 viewers?
I
Do you
No,
know?
can.
but
Oh my
I can.
God.
hey,
I've
you
done
guys,
that. Yeah, for
stop.
sure.
Yeah,
At
buy a
some
bunch of
point,
followers and
Casso,
then
some
go
of
live
No,
us
don't
on your
start
live.
muting
hold
me now.
on.
Don't
Some of
start to
us
mute
used
me
to get
now.
those 1 second. Some of us used to get those views before we were
Guys,
permanently banned.
Hey,
And the views
hey,
don't
are we
Houston.
matter.
gonna, I
Hey, it's a new
don't,
day and
guys,
age, baby.
I'm not really, you listen, y'all,
Hey,
I'm not
BLJ
really
1K, what the
interested in the
fuck?
whole pit. Hold on.
Casso,
I'm
I don't
not
buy bots,
interested in
guys.
the
I'm
pitch.
sorry, I don't buy
Oh
bots. It's
my
real people.
God.
Can we just let
I am
T-Bone
not
talk?
interested in the pissing conversation. Are we talking about what took place in the debate or
We
talking about what's in the
He wasn't
background?
that was
even
what
What's
here.
going
He
on?
came
Because
up
we're not even going
after.
anywhere with this. Like,
yeah,
He
that
came
was
up
what
okay,
we were
after
yeah,
going
and
I hear
he's
over.
what you,
mad.
I hear what you're saying, but like, okay, I hear what you're saying. I'm asking if we can stick it to the point, right?
Yeah.
Casso know what the fuck he talking about. He an intellectual. Y'all
No, he's
motherfuckers is
not.
intellectual. There's a conversation to be had. Well, listen, Bluntman, you can
He's
say whatever you
refused
want
to
to. That's
engage.
fine. I don't give a damn. Okay, cool. I guess Casso's
The
just fucking stupid then.
yes, the
We can move
glazing
on.
here is crazy. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Casso
Like, the
refused
fucking
to
bias,
engage
bro.
into questions. He literally threw a
Well, let
tantrum and
me
said, "I'm
Who
not
are
answering
you?
questions."
Who are you to question me? Who are you to question me?
An
Yeah, see, like, look at
intellectual.
this. Like, look at
An
this, bro.
intellectual.
Like,
I mean, why
what
would
the
I have
fuck?
to engage
Who are you to question me? Like, how the fuck do you get a dialogue
right?
out of
Who are
that?
you? I don't have
You
to
should
allow
have
you
just
to
been like, "Hi,
interrogate
my name
me.
is Mike. I'm the white intellectual here."
You
Dude,
know,
I don't care what you think, dude.
woman.
Why would I care what you think?
Real.
Right.
Stop telling people you're white.
No, he said
I'm
me.
confused
If
by
I
this
was white,
whole
I'd tell
thing. Like,
everybody.
I don't have to come here and
But you're not.
allow
They're
anybody
not
to
going to take you
interrogate me.
seriously
I'm
when
not
you
gonna
say you're
answer
white,
50
woman.
questions. No.
He was
They'll take
saying
me more
me.
seriously.
Oh my god.
I like for them to answer my question. They still hadn't.
No, but don't
Why
ask me no
is
questions, boy. boy. Don't ask me no
racism
questions,
not
boy. Ain't
profitable.
asking me
I don't
no
care about
questions.
what you're saying, dude. You're irrelevant.
I ain't gonna tell you no more.
Why is I say no more sometimes. Yeah, I like AAVE. I don't try and code switch to be accepted by white folk.
Define
Yeah, I ain't have to
profitability.
code switch to get I ain't gonna even say that today.
Casa,
But yeah.
define the
Go
metric
ahead.
we're using to.
Are you asking me a question, Dylan?
I'm asking a clarifying question. Yes.
What are you trying to clarify?
Yeah, profitability.
What about it?
Like, is this financial? Is this like metaphorically speaking? Is this communal profitability? How are we using profitability?
No, I want y'all to answer my question. Why is black racism not profitable?
No
Or is
clarification.
profitable? Because I'm trying to get an understanding. You
It's
guys
irrelevant.
No
say that black people
clarification.
can be racist. Can a boy at the bottom be quiet? Please,
Can I
thank
ask
you.
a question?
I just want, give me a second, Queen V, because I want them to answer my question. Why is it that black racism in America seems to not be profitable?
I'll answer that.
White people are better at
And
it.
my question is, why did your girl lose to me, Tyler Bluntman? That's all I want to know.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Why did
You
she
wouldn't have
get
been
cooked?
like I ain't gonna lie, like you would
Why
have
did she
sat in the
get cooked,
corner in the
Casso?
cafeteria. We would have made you sit in
Why
the
did
corner
she
somewhere.
get cooked, Casso?
Right.
I just want to know that.
Right. Somebody else want to answer the
That's
question.
all
You
I
want
want to
attention.
know.
You want attention, dude. You're a small
Yeah,
man.
I already got it. I
Casso.
already won.
Casso,
Right.
I'll
You're
gladly answer the question. I just want to know what you mean
Let
by
me play
profitability.
gifts and get his boy a reward for winning. Jesus Christ. I won. Yeah. Okay.
That's all that matters to me.
Because, like, if we're going to talk about, say, like, profitability and family growth via birth rate, I would say that the black community is profitable. I would say in terms of being more communal and more tribalistic than, say, white people and not have as much of a divergence between thought, I would say that there's profitability in there. So that's what I'm asking. When you say profitable, what do you mean by profitable?
What do you think I mean? If we exist in a system of capitalism, what do you think I mean by profitability?
No,
Or
wait, what
being
do you
profitable?
think that I mean? Like, what
Right.
the fuck
Okay,
is
can I ask
happening?
my question now?
What do you think I mean, Dylan? I'm
I
talking
don't-
Before
about
you ask your question,
finances.
where is
Casso,
the
I don't
I'm
think
talking
you're
recording?
going
about
to get
money.
I need
I'm
to
talking
put it
about a
on my
monetary
YouTube.
system.
Where
Boy
is
at
the
the bottom,
recording?
relax, man. You are an attention seeker.
Bell,
Go ahead,
where
Queen.
is the recording?
I don't care, dude.
He
Go
has
ahead,
to
Queen.
shut down or Aqua.
No, she said that she recorded it. Where is it? Upload it.
Dylan, did you just tell me that in reference to me
Send it to me
asking
on Telegram.
why
Alright,
is it
one
that black
second.
racism is not profitable? Did you say that childbirth is what were you trying to say, Dylan? Repeat that. That's probably the craziest shit I ever heard.
I was saying that family growth could be deemed profitable.
Go ahead, Queen. No,
Okay, here's
I
my
mean
question.
monetary. Yeah.
So I was here for the whole debate. I think both sides did well. I do think Bluntman won only because of the criteria that T-Bone bases his debates off of. Not only because, but mainly because of the criteria that T-Bone bases his shit off of. But my question would be, I have heard the argument that because race as a system was created by white people, if black people were to have created the system, it may not have been named the same thing, and I'm probably not making this argument correctly, but it wouldn't have been named the same thing, so it wouldn't be called the same thing if black people had the systemic power to do the same thing that white people did to us. I don't know if I verbalized that correctly, but I have heard that argument, and I just wanted to see what your counter argument to that would be. I'm not trying to debate.
The ACS.
The girl is like high off fumes, but I'm actually talking to Bluntman. I don't know if you've been listening.
I'm so sorry. I was not listening. What was your question?
Yeah. Okay, so I heard an argument that because white people created the system, they cannot therefore suffer from it. And if it was black people that created it, it would have been named something different, basically. And so it wouldn't be the same thing if black people had that systemic power in the same way. It wouldn't be called the same thing, and so it wouldn't be racism. And so I don't think I'm articulating it well, honestly, because
No, you are.
but
I
you understand
get what your
what I'm
position
saying?
is. Yeah.
So I just wanted to see what your counter argument would be, or like what you would anyways. Yeah.
Right. So the first thing that I would do if they said that is just point out like the logical fallacy that they're using, which is a genetic fallacy. They're saying that they're trying to judge something based on who created it rather than how it functions now. Right. Just because like let's say like a white man created a firearm, does that mean that blacks can't use firearms to abuse others today? Like obviously that's not true. Right. So that doesn't really matter. Who created a system doesn't determine who it can affect. Like really just how it's used does. I guess I would show them kind of what I showed that woman in the debate is just that saying that black people
whether or not white people created the system or not is irrelevant if black people are in control now. And there are instances within the system that black people have substantial control over. I mean, substantial. And when I kept showing her that like local governments hold real power, I mean, most people would even acknowledge that your local vote matters more than your vote when you're talking about who's president, right? Like your local, the amount of power that local governments have is immense. And blacks control many cities, right? Numerous cities, right? Where they have control over the judges, they have control over the city government, they have control over just about everything there. So they get to dictate how things are. And you can give examples, and I can give you a couple if you message me on Discord, I can give you some sources that'll show how blacks have tried to abuse power in the past by discriminating against anyone that's not black.
How can the mayor override the governor?
Bro, this man is that's not black. Actual like dumb fuck.
Listen. I want you to answer my question.
Like this man is not, bro. I'm not even like entertaining that question.
Right.
Answering questions. I'm not answering any questions. Who are you to question? Who are you to question?
I'm just gonna point out the example. Yeah, Roy Cohen.
This is what I want to say.
Yeah, Roy Cohen never held a position of political power. Yeah, Roy Cohen never held a position of political power and still ran New York City.
What you're saying, Dylan, what you're saying is just ignorance and stupidity.
That's not ignorance.
Local government does not have more authority than state government, and it damn sure doesn't have more authority than
that's irrelevant.
That's why I'm pointing out. That's why I'm pointing out.
Anybody taking a position that black folk use local government, because any predominantly black city, we can go look at the numbers in those black cities, and you'll look and you'll see that the majority of the city contracts go to white people. So why in a predominantly black city would a majority of the contracts be going to white people if black people were using local governments to be racist or biased?
Well,
Memphis is 63% black. 13% of the city contracts go to black businesses. Why would they do that if they were going to just use the local government to be racist? Now, this is the truth of the matter when it comes to capitalism. The capitalist system itself is built on the exploitation of black labor and natural resources out of Africa. And there's no way that you can get around it. Listen, bro, let me finish my statement. Listen. Intellectual. Could you not do that while I'm speaking? The fuck is wrong with this kid? Shut your face.
I'm not certain if he's bald or he has hair on the top of his
I like
head.
to finish my statement, man. T-Bone, I like to finish my statement. I don't need this boy ad-libbing me every time I speak.
Don't talk to me, boy.
Right, thank you. I appreciate that. Silence. I like that. Again, the capitalist system, and y'all can chuckle all you want, the capitalist system is built on black exploitation and the natural resources coming out of Africa. When they say we are on that gold standard, or were on the gold standard, where do you think the good majority of that gold was coming from?
Hey, Casso, if the crux of capitalism is self-ownership and voluntary trade, how is it the case that capitalism was built upon slavery?
Dylan, stop asking me random ass questions.
That's not a random ass question. It's a direct
bro, this man is an actual clown.
Dylan, this the shit y'all do. Like when you
when T-Bone came over here and said that he's an intellectual, bro, that was the wildest thing I've ever. That's even worse than the T-fucker.
Are you done?
Like, that's crazy, bro.
Are you done?
That's wild. Anytime this man is asked a clarifying question,
you just cry. You just act like you use ChatGPT.
Here, I'm going to ask you a very direct question.
Right here.
You wanted to talk about capitalism.
Yeah,
if you can sufficiently answer this question, I by my word, I will drop down. I will leave this debate right now and cede my box to somebody else who wants to come up here. So here's my question. Are you ready?
No, I'm not ready. I'm not going
to answer. Here's the question. Here's the question. You don't have enough
authority. You don't have enough weight
consent not required.
Right.
All right. So, Casso, here's the question, man.
Right.
So the question is, can you tell me what is capitalism?
You tell me. I want you to tell me.
Casso, what is capitalism?
I want you to tell me. No.
Casso, what is capitalism?
What's wrong with you fucking white nerds online?
Casso, what is capitalism?
Don't ask me a question, boy.
I'm not white. Casso, what is capitalism?
Thank you.
What is capitalism?
Who next?
Bruh, what is capitalism?
You're capitalism. Thank you.
So you don't know?
Move around.
So a black man is capitalism? Is that what you're saying?
I hadn't responded to you at all. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So this man is talking about capitalism. He has no actual clue what he's talking about. He doesn't know.
And you're saying all of these things, not me, right? You're saying all these things, not me, right? I don't give
You're
a fuck
sitting here
how much
trying
you
to have
tap
a
the goddamn
discussion.
screen.
You're
All
sitting
of
here
the
trying to have a
natural
discussion on
resources are coming out of
capitalism. And when I
Africa. You
ask
can
you,
tap that
okay,
screen till your
just so
finger
we're on the
fall off
same
your
page,
hand.
what is
All of the
capitalism?
natural
You
resources
don't
come out of
know.
Africa, hun.
You
Tap,
can't
tap, tap,
respond.
baby. Tap,
You are
tap,
unable.
tap.
You are not equipped to
Listen, I'm
have this
not even listening to
conversation.
you, dude. I'm
You are
literally
not
not even
equipped.
fucking
Do you
listening
know?
to you.
Do
You
you
just
know why?
yapping.
Hey, let me tell
I
you something,
don't
Cassie. I'm
know.
going
I
to tell
don't
you something
care.
right now, man. One,
I'm gonna
I'm
tell you
glad. I
something
like
right
when
now, man.
seeing people that
I'm
are
gonna tell you
successful.
something
So
right
if you
now.
have
I don't give
successful
a
live
fuck, boy.
streams
You're
where you have
irrelevant.
1,000
You
or
are
so people in there,
irrelevant. You
I think
have
that's
no
pretty
real
cool, man. Good
following
for
for a
you.
reason,
I'm going
bro.
to tell you why
You
you
can't
have
move
that.
a room
It's
at
not
all,
because you're
man.
intellectual,
You
right?
can't
It's
move a
because
room. You're
most
an
people are
intellectual, bro. I
fucking dumb.
love you.
So
I
those are the
love
people
you.
that are
I
watching
love
you.
you. I
That's
love
why,
you.
bro.
I love you. Thank you. The fuck? This random ass dork.
No,
Nigga,
just to
no
be
one listen to
clear,
you.
you blatantly
The fuck?
lied. You
Nobody
blatantly
fucking
lied
follow
where you
this man. Is
said
he okay?
you blatantly lied where you said the majority of the
Okay,
gold for
here
the
go
American
another
gold
dude.
standard
Casso,
came from
Casso,
Africa.
Casso.
I didn't even
T-Bone,
say
get
your
into the
name. I didn't even
conversation.
say
What
your
kind of
name. You
show
got a
you running,
weird
T-Bone? What
like
kind of show you
schizophrenic
running?
thing that's going on, right? I'm just speaking
Oh,
in
you can't
general.
wait to speak
The
to me.
individual who said that the majority of the gold came from Africa for the gold standard is a
Mm-hmm.
liar. Right? It came
Mm-hmm.
from the California gold rush and the Klondike gold rush in the
Mm-hmm.
19th and earliest 20th centuries. This is just basic
Mm-hmm.
US history. The California gold rush was all locally sourced gold. Same with the Klondike gold rush. There was no external or importing of gold that came from Africa that resulted in these gold rushes happening. This is, again, just simple, basic, rudimentary United States history. So when you say that the gold